It was kind of an observation more than anything else. It's kind of going on. I try to have respect for my fellow hams as well as my fellow humans in this world. It's I guess an antique. I don't know if you call it an emotion or you would call it a philosophy of life, but it seems to be extremely lacking in today's world. But hell, I'm 74 years old, soon to be 75. If I want to make a life, what would you call it, observation, I think I'm entitled. And yeah, it was fun watching he's not my grandson. Never had children. Got married very late in life, mainly because I was involved in competitive sport off and on my entire life, really. Started out with football. I would have never even gone to college if I hadn't have been a better than average football player. And got me into a pretty decent school in that time. And then from there, of course, there's the fact that I became a captain of a sport fishing boat. I guess it's got something to do with being competitive to a certain extent, and been very successful at that over the years. And then there's the motorcycle racing that I managed to cut my way to the top of here in the United States. So when it comes to being competitive to a point, you don't want me as a competitor. I will not make your life pleasant. But I also understand it completely, and I can take it easy on people if I want to, or not, whichever the case may be. Okay, I beat that one up as far as I'm going to take it. Charlie, you're coming up. I'm going to send it down to you. N1XZW, KB1, Delta X-Ray Foxtrot.
KB1DXF, N1XZW. I didn't know you were into motorcycles, Gary. Racing, huh? And you were down here in Rhode Island. So certainly we had a mutual acquaintance. I never got into motorcycles myself. In fact, I'm the total unsports guy. I completely destroyed my right knee when I was like 11 or 12 years old, and it kind of prohibited me from messing around. I've always all my life been careful with that knee. And, you know, skiing and all that stuff, that's all out of the question. Even riding a decent-sized bike would be like, you know, when you go to stop and you put that leg down, if it's not there, you're going down. So, not my kind of thing, but I knew Ronnie Boutillier quite well. And for a long time, he was a champion drag race biker. Had one of the fastest bikes in the country there for a while. I ain't gonna say he was the best, but he was certainly known well on the East Coast here. He had a Honda, one of the first of its kind, back in the 750 days. It had been blown up over 1,000 cc, I guess. I don't know. It was ridiculous. It was, you know, it was a labor of love. I used to see this guy with the heads off, polishing all the ports and everything else. It was like, man, to be that enthusiastic into motorcycling, you know? Anyway, I thought that was funny when you mentioned that you were a race champion. And I knew one quite well. He actually rented a building from my father and ran a body shop business back in the 70s. And knew him for quite a few years. One of the people that got me involved in radio, not directly, but he had friends that used to come over that were amateurs. He was a CB'er. Used to build Heathkit amplifiers in his office of his business. He had a Moonraker 8 for a short time. He had a Moonraker 8 on the roof of the business till we had a storm, and the rotator fell victim to the wind, and it crashed and burned. Hey, what do you got to do, eh?
That's where you're working.
What are you, Glenn? N1SNG. N1XZW.
Okay, Charlie, very good. Nice signal. Nice signal, Gary.
Yeah, the bikes, huh?
Yeah, we were talking about off-roading and, with the four-wheel drive clubs and all that years back in Rhode Island and so on. Ray Z's, Gordon Ray Z. He started the Roadie Rovers back in the 50s. And I think they're still around. I'm not too sure. But yeah, there was a lot of big names that came out of Ray Z's camp. That's for sure. Yeah, my first bike I bought from Harold. I think it was Boyangian. I think that's what his name was, over at the Kawasaki of Rhode Island. And I bought my Kawasaki 125 for him. It was an enduro, and no racing at all, just trail riding when the gates were open in Rhode Island. Then I traded that in for a Can-Am 125. I bought that brand new. That was a nice bike, Bombardier, Can-Am enduro. And then I picked up, I traded that one in for a 175 Can-Am qualifier. Ran that for a time, and I also had a Penton. I think it had a Satch's engine in it, and then I picked up a Bull Taco trials bike. I think it was the Sherpa T. I picked that up at a yard sale for $25. Sold it for $1,200. I didn't ride it though. Didn't ride it, but it did run. And then I think the last bike I had was a Honda TC70 mini bike. Did a lot of trail riding, especially up in the dunes, Charlie. You remember? Of course, how could I say you remember? Up in I think it was West Greenwich, the dunes over there, and then across the street was there was kind of like a mud bog thing going on over there. But a lot of four-wheel, joined Ocean State Four-Wheel Drive Club, back in the 70s, and we used to put on a lot of truck pulls and mud bogs and things. So on a competitive edge, that's pretty interesting. I used to know a guy, his first name was Commodore. I forget his last name, but he was into a lot of the race rockets, the drag bikes, and he had the wheelie bars and all that. He was in for some straight line excitement there for sure. But I don't know where all these people go. I guess they go their own way, and but a lot of good memories and so on there. With the dirt bikes. Over to you, Gary. KD1DXF N1SNG.
Boy, I guess we opened a can of worms with the bike thing. My background in motorcycles as I was growing up was somewhat similar to you. Started out trail riding in every town, especially down there in the Rhode Island and Connecticut area. You only had to go, sometimes you could just ride them out of the garage down the street, take a couple of turns, and you'd be in some trail in the woods, and you'd ride for as long as the tank still held fuel. And variety of bikes. When you started naming off different bikes you had, a couple of them rang a bell without any trouble at all. It just seems like yesterday on some of that stuff. Never had anything as exotic as a Penton. Those were above both my and my father's pay grade by a substantial amount. But bunch of let's see, Yamaha figured very, very prominently in my career later on. I had some help from the factory on parts. Of course, working on your own stuff back in those days was the way it was done. Now they come to the tracks with 48-foot double-decker tractor trailers like the NASCAR guys do. And it's a good thing I'm still not involved in that sport, because I'd be out of it because I wouldn't be able to afford it. But at the time, and I'm talking the era of, the 70s, it was mid to, I guess, well, maybe just before mid-70s to the early 80s, I had gravitated from trail riding to AMA flat track racing, which was quarter-mile and half-mile stuff, 250s, 350s, and of course the XR 750s from Harley Davidson. They weren't road bikes that were converted. They were all specific bikes for racing. And then finally into road racing, where I kind of carved out a niche for myself. Never won the national championship, but I was second and third 3 years in a row. And I actually made enough money to buy a house I live in today from that. So I guess it had a positive influence on me. And I look back on it very fondly. Sometimes I think that maybe I missed out on the fair game. Never crashed a ton, but I crashed my fair share of times. Probably collected as many concussions racing motorcycles as I ever did playing football, and I collected plenty of them over the years. I'm in double digits, so I guess I'm happy just to be walking around now, for want of a better expression. N1XCW, here it comes, KB1, DXF.
KB1 DXF, N1 XZW. Yeah, the crashes. Yeah, like you, Glenn, I spent more time on four wheels. Used to go to the dunes every weekend. It was one of my favorite things to do. Get my buddy Butch, who also had a Jeep. He would go with his wife, and sometimes I'd take my sister with me. I didn't even have a girlfriend at the time, and we would go up. We would go to the pizza parlor and get a pizza and a couple of 2-liter bottles of soda, and go sit up on top of the highest dune over there and have our lunch. And then, cruise around the dunes. And many enjoyable Sundays with the four-wheeler. Well, mine wasn't up to date. Mine was an antique. I drove a 47 Willys CJ2A. And it didn't have a lot of power. Some of those hills that they used to do were unobtainium for that thing. But I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I had put wider tires on it. Had I don't know. I guess they were about 8 or 9 inches wide compared to the little 6-inch wide tires, 5.5-inch wide tires that came on a 47 Willys Jeep. And if I was ever up there when you were up there, Glenn, you would remember the Jeep. It was old, it was red, and it had a cab on it that was built out of wood. Yeah, a wooden cab. But I had a ball with that thing. I had a real good time with that thing. Well, you didn't mention whether or not you ever met Ronnie, so I'm guessing you didn't. But like I say, he was He was in the top of his class here around New England. He won the New England championship multiple times. He had that thing was, I think it was metallic gold maybe. The big wheelie bar in the back, which was an absolute necessity with the horsepower he was running. And he used to spend hours and hours and hours honing the performance of that machine. So, I haven't had my coffee yet. Maybe I'll stick around for one more. N1SNG. See, I got the right person this time? N1XGW. And yeah, Glenn, how many times have we been in QSO in the morning here, and one drops in, another one drops in. Next thing you know, you're sitting there saying to yourself, wait a minute, I haven't talked since the last time he talked. And then all of a sudden you realize somebody has turned the conversation around. N1XGW.
Yeah, N1XEW and KB1DXF, N1SNG. Joey, I didn't hear the train this morning. Didn't hear the train. So anyway, always look forward to that. And Gary, wow, I didn't realize that you were into the flat track racing, dirt track, and so on. They're very, very exciting. Yeah, jeez. Always a big fan of that, though. I've got some old motorcycle magazines that I picked up at a yard sale, and it's a blast of the past. You know, all the events that were going on. Mostly like the motocross, enduro, and stuff. But the motorcycles at hand in that time were still very conventional, but hopped up and so on. But this whole area, like I say, Gary, you can pull out of the garage and go down the street and take a right or a left, and you're out into a trail. That's how it was exactly. And I don't know if you had ever took interest in the trials bikes. Back in 1976, they held the World Championship trials bike competition down in Escaheg, Rhode Island, and that was at the I think it was the Stepping Stone Ranch. Henry Davis ran that place, but that whole area just was jam-packed with spectators, and of course the competition with the trials bikes. It was always great to head down that way and check that out. And they still compete down there, from what I understand, to this day. It was one of the well-groomed trials areas, and still somewhat competitive. No man-made obstacles. All the way the boulders and things were in there. It was amazing to watch these guys. And you could just follow them to the different checkpoints there, and watch them climb the rocks and so on. But the trials bikes now are just so much different. It's incredible just to watch them. They're just the designs have changed considerably. Just a whole different type of machine now that they're riding. And Charlie, we definitely crossed paths down at the dunes. And there used to be down at the end of Division Road. There used to be, I don't know if it was Cars Pond Road and Route 3 and Division Road. I don't know if it was the Town Tavern or if it was the Corner Tavern, but I remember there was right on the corner there. It was probably the Corner Tavern, maybe. There was a bar there, and we used to go over there. We used to go dirt bike riding because we didn't trail or anything. We just drove it from the home base, enduros, lights, and all that. But anyway, we used to go over there for burgers and beers and stuff, and that was a cool place. I think that burned down. Yeah. And they go on the AMA track racing. Yeah, that's exciting. There was Kawasaki of Rhode Island. The owner, this guy Harold. I think he used to track race. I know that's what took him down. He used to go to these vintage motorcycle races, and I forget where it was, down in New Jersey maybe, or somewhere, and that took him down. What a shame, because he was a great guy, and I bought a couple of bikes from him. Then I had my Kawasaki 500s, the 2-cycle. I guess that was the race rocket of the day. Had a lot of fun on those, but that was all on-road stuff. But anyway, all very interesting how we had to take the journey forward and accomplish many things that some people don't, for whatever reasons, raising families and so on. But I was kind of like the James Dean, off-roading and the bikes, windsurfing, canoeing, hiking, fishing, just there were so many things you could do in this area. I did enjoy it, and basically that's how I met most of the people that I know today. And if I didn't windsurf, I wouldn't be playing ham radio, and I wouldn't know any of you guys. So kind of a chain effect there. But anyway, it is what it is. And we also had a beach cottage on a lake, just in maybe 10-15 miles from here. So I was growing up as kids. I grew up on a lake with my brother and my family, and it was just a little cottage with knotty pine paneling and a little well-built stove in it, bunk beds. And during the summer months, off-school months, that's where we went. So I had winter friends and I had summer friends. But being on a pond as a kid, and we never had a boat because the people that would move in next to us, everybody had power boats. So we always went water skiing behind their boats and so on. A lot of fishing and hiking, and I don't know, it was kind of like a little Tom Sawyer effect going on. Being on the lake under the tall pines. Over to you, Gary. KB1DXF N1SNG.
Yeah, very fine on the H1 there. Remember them really well. I never rode those particular bikes in that era because I was on Yamaha RDs, which was the first of the production-based racing bikes I rode on paved road courses. And if I remember correctly, H1s and H2s, which was, I guess, the 750 version of them, which was a really evil handling machine on the pavement and on the racetrack, even amongst the guys that really refined them and made them much more than they were when they came out of the box, so to speak, had a real handful when it came time to either get into a corner or accelerate out of a corner. The whole frame used to flex on those things, and the forks, the whole 9 yards. And if you don't have predictability on the pavement, you got a real problem on your hands because you're not psychic. You don't know what the bike is going to do in time to start. Well, you do obtain a very specialized set of skills as far as sliding on pavement. I think that's one of the reasons that I accelerated at road course pavement racing was the fact that I had spent so much time coming up through the ranks and getting my AMA Extra license on flat track. Some of those speeds were, at a half mile, you could be approaching $120 going into a corner, and you just threw it down and grabbed the gear and rolled the throttle on, and you could steer the thing through the corner in a parabola with the throttle. And it was a very specialized set of skills to have no redeeming social value whatsoever except to go like hell. And that was the thing that always hooked me, was and a bunch of other guys, we used to talk about it. It was the you actually look forward to it. You weren't afraid of it. Of course, I didn't want to put myself in the hospital in total traction and a halo like I knew a lot of guys did, but they didn't want to either. It's just where they ended up, and I didn't. Maybe it was being naturally gifted with balance and better than average eyesight, and like I said before, the lack of the fear gene. But hats off to you for riding an H1 on the street. Those babies had a punch. There was no doubt about that. The only reason I ever had a lot of success with them on the track in production racing was the fact that the RD was very predictable, and it didn't do a lot of things wrong. Of course, it was basically based on a race chassis as it was. They were what they called giant killers back then. And I did win a national championship in production racing. But that's a story for another day. But it's really fun going down memory lane here with you guys. And as far as the fellow you knew that was the drag racer, I definitely remember the name. The only time I would ever get much shoulder rubbing with drag racing guys was at the banquets at the end of the year for the different organizations. A lot of times they had multiple disciplines, and that was, of course, at the time of the rise of motocross. And those guys came on like gangbusters. A bunch of really good riders came out of that sport. They didn't gravitate too much towards road racing, however. Of course, the penalty for a mistake on a road course is pretty severe, and I saw a lot of guys try it. They came a few times. They were definitely fast, but they had a tendency not to last for very long. I'll let it go at that. I'm going to pass it down to Charlie. You said you're going to stick around for another one, so I'm not going to sit here and pull an old buzzard for sure. Probably a half a buzzard, maybe a buzzard on one wig. N1XCW KB1 Delta X-Ray Foxtrot.
KB1 DXF N1XZW. Yeah, fond memories. The days of four-wheeling. I kept that Jeep for a long time. It sat in a building, I think, for about 15 years. And then I pulled it out, went over the brakes and the exhaust on it, took the wooden cab off of it, just left the roll bar on it. I put a back seat in it, because it had never had a back seat. And when my kids were little, I used to take them for rides on Sunday. My wife was working part-time at Kmart, and she had to work Sundays, so I had the kids. And I used to, if the weather was fair, because I didn't have any kind of tarp on it, if the weather was fair, we would take the Jeep and go take a long ride and watch that little trail of blue smoke come out the back. Old, four-cylinder flathead Willie's engine. But anyway, yep, this is my last one. I'm going to head upstairs now. Go and get my coffee and my Raisin Bran muffin, my glass of Eau Joie, and then I'm going to go out and feed the birds. So, 7-3, guys. Been good talking this morning. Catch you all later. N1XZW, signing off.
Okay, Charlie, yeah, good to have you in here this morning, and I'll probably make this my last one here. I'm going to save some of this good conversation for another time, that's for sure. So, good on your Jeep experience, Charlie. That sounds great, man. That's how, run with your brung. Yep, booty bashes, we used to call them. That's for sure. And Gary, on the H1, H2, yep, I had the H1s. It was orange. The bike was beautiful. I had a set of Bassani expansion chambers on it with the cafe bars and surgical grips, and yeah, it was a handful. I did get to drive an H2. That was a friend of mine's, and we were headed down one of the 295 highway, and I got on that bike there, and I was doing 120 miles an hour on that bike with no shield in the front or nothing. It's just, and I used to wear goggles back in the day. I never had a face shield, and yeah, kind of looked like a World War I pilot. But anyway, about 120 miles per hour, plus or minus. And I started going into this corner, and it was a pretty good corner, you know. And then the death wobble started. The whole bike has started to wobble, and at that point there, I just let go of the throttle, and you know, I let the engine basically do all the braking. But man, that's yeah, that could have been a different situation there. But anyway, Gary, great talking with you. We'll save a little bit of this for at a different time. There, a lot of bases to cover. I enjoy your adventures there. Really, I kind of got a visual on the tracks and the trails and all that. So anyway, still waking up. KB1 DXF N1 XCW signed, N1SNG. We're going to listen out here. Have a great day, Charlie, Gary, and hopefully we can pick this up at a later date. 7-3 is all. Over to you, Gary.
Yeah, okay, Glenn. Very well. Yeah, it's another trip down memory lane. Sometimes I sell myself short on that stuff. Yeah, the description that you describe about your H2 experiences was repeated over and over and over. I'm going to guess by thousands. We used to go to this track out on Long Island called Bridgehampton Raceway, which was a really fast place. It was basically whatever you had, with the exception of maybe 3 of the 10 corners, was basically flat out. And whatever you had would be running there as fast as it would possibly go. And of course there was a little bit of structure with the displacement of classes, but that was a place, and it was, as soon as you got off the pavement, it was deep sand and gravel. I mean, the place was, I don't know, I remember back in when we used to race there with the Grand Prix bikes later on in my career, but the ones I really remember were the, you go there and there'd be 300 or 300 bikes, I'll say, without any stretch of the imagination, probably about 10 different displacement classes. And I always remember getting up on, because the heats would be on a Saturday and the races would be on a Sunday, and you'd see all the on the way to the head in the morning, you'd see loaded up on trailers Z1 Kawasaki, which was the big bore 4-stroke at that particular time, which had the same problem as the H2 had. There would be wadded up, and they looked like an old crumpled up pack of Marlboros, sort of strapped down to a trailer with the front wheel folded under the frame, and the gas tank looked like Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped on it, and the seat torn off, and one bar pointing in the sky and the other guy pointing at the ground. I always remember them. When I talked to some of the guys that were my contemporaries back in that time, everybody remembers the same thing with the 10 or 15 Kawasaki Z1 motorcycles that were guys that were trying to production race them on that particular track. And boy, they suffered really badly. I'm not sure what happened to all the riders. I know that they used to cart them out of there by the cartload in the ambulance. But it was a very unforgiving place to have a problem. And for some reason or other, it was definitely the Z1s that bore the brunt of off-track excursions at that place. But I'll let you go. Like you said, good conversation for another day. And good to hear you guys. Both of you held up real well throughout the QSO here. I imagine I can start to see the trees through the window here in the shack, so there's probably a teeming horde that wants the frequency, but I'm willing to move off to the side here and let someone else hold for us for a while. Need a cup of coffee, and maybe I'll come back up here a little bit later for a little while, and maybe not. Who knows? But good speaking with you, Glenn, once again. Good speaking with you, Charlie. And KB1, DXF. I'll be sort of around, off and on. Best to you all. 7-3.
Guys up north, wow, they're
Okay, Gary, very good. Yeah, well, a lot of good times and not so well, you know. Yeah, you got to be real careful. Yeah, that's I'm not no evil Knievel, that's for sure. Been great. Nice to AMQSO in here with the 3 stations, and hopefully we'll catch up with you sooner or later, Gary. Cheers. Have a safe day. And actually, I hope the sun comes out today, and we'll enjoy it no matter what. 7-3.
we're going to get some maybe 8 or 9 o'clock this morning. NZ1Q.
Yeah, NZ1Q from N4J. Yeah, I was standing by. I could hear the folks up north. Right above the noise. They're not really readable. Yeah, we got rain across about midnight. Continuing on here out by 8. Well, another slight burst around town, and then we're done. I was checking the lightning map to see what conditions were. And there's nothing around here. It's as quiet as it can be. It's surprising. But I see down around South Florida, there's a lot of activity. I bet you're very close. It's higher there than we are. But anyway, glad to get it coming through. I did get one blurb from AA4M. I know Jim's out there. So let's see how things go this morning. I did want to report that I got my antenna launched. I got it yesterday and pulled a wire through, so I'm happy. Happy yesterday. I got done what I needed to do. NZ1Q from N4JT.
Yeah, I'm looking for the foot switch here. It got lost again. All right. Oh, hey, real good, Art. I'm glad that antenna got done. Got your wire up. That's always good. Yeah, I demonstrated the step IR vertical to the club on Friday night. So now that I've done that, I can go ahead and get it together, put it up, and I don't know how much I'll get done this week. Looks like it's a busy week, but we'll work on that too. Yeah, I heard Jim in there, and I see we've got Stan and Roger and Roy on NetLogger too. Yeah, Jim, you still at the controls there? NZ1Q.
It looks like he snuck off. He might be up on the moon, you never know. But I'm sure he'll be back in a little bit. And congratulations on coming up. What a neat vertical. I'm glad you did that. And you might comment on what kind of ground plane you're going to hook it to. I've had a lot of fun with verticals over the years. I've never sophisticated like the step-hour. Matter of fact, I have a vertical up in the backyard that I use for the higher bands. What is that thing? Well, I have several Twister 4BTVs. This one is more than that. Oh well, my mind is going. What can I say? Let's see. Right now, I'm on my 40-meter double extended ZEP, which I got up. I still have more to do on it. One end is caught in palm fronds, and I've got to drop that in and reroute the one end of the dipole. But boy, that end's going to go up a lot higher. So there's still more to be done. Anyway, I'll throw it back. I do have a water. If I see that you see folks so now I'll get you the direct traffic, see if we can get some more folks in here. NZ1Q from N4JK.
Yeah, very good. Okay. Yeah, the double extended zip sounds pretty good over here so far. You say it's going up further. Okay. Let's see, we've got 20 over from you this morning, so you get a good signal in here on that double extended zip. And just getting some of the other software to work here. Let's see if I turn on that one and turn on this one, and that seems to be working. I get software S meter for Flex. I use. Is this one from Woodbox? Yeah, Woodbox Radio. Yes, I use that. And if I let's see if I bring up the Optimod. This is with the Optimod on, and I've been playing around with it a little bit more. So it's, I think it fills it out a little bit. It's, it's hard for me to tell because I can't really monitor it as well as other people hearing it, but I'll roll it back off here. Okay, got the Optimod off now. Yeah, the vertical is interesting. It's kind of mechanically complex, somewhat software, mechanical, sophisticated. But when it comes down to it, it's just a vertical element, which you can tune to the lowest SWR by adjusting the length. And then you got some radials, and that's all it is. It's just one vertical element and radials. And I'm gonna, although I tested it on the ground, I'm gonna mount it on the mast. I think I mentioned that, and put up some wire radials, elevated radials. So that's what we're gonna do there. Anybody else with the Spark? Not Spark. Sorry, that's another thing. The Florida Sunday morning AM pre-net NZ1Q.
Yeah, WA4NFY is here. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Stan, and glad to have you on board here at the pre-net. Why don't you go ahead and make a transmission there? I see Roger's listening in. He's listening in now, I guess, on AM, Angel Music. Good morning, Roger. Go ahead, Stan, NZ1Q.
Yeah, I wonder when Roger's going to get his antenna. My goodness, it's taken a while. Yeah, well, I've been busy over here. Let's see, I had a hernia operation 2 weeks ago, and I did cataract surgery, let's see, what day was it? Thursday. And the guys at the Ham Club, I was kind of not planning to even go. And anyway, whoever was going to do the program wasn't going to be able to make it, so they gave me a call. So I put together a display of antenna tubes and put on a program about tube development from Florida all the way up to World War II. Anyway, it was interesting. And cataract surgery. I've noticed now that my left eye, everything's a little yellow, and the right eye, everything's crystal clear as far as color goes. But the right eye is the one that's got the retina problem, and it's kind of a weird one. Anything you look at in a straight line, it has waves in it. They're about I don't know, 10% or 5%. Anyway, but if you open both eyes, the drop goes away. The brain figures it out. It's kind of amazing. So anyway, I'm right in the middle of all the drops and all the stuff that happens in cataract surgery, but it does work, that's for sure. And let's see, running the mighty DX35, and I'm running a HQ 110 on the receiver side. And I'm trying to get everything done for, now that I can see again, I'm trying to get all the projects done for the big AMSET. And of course, all the guys brought over their broke radios. So I've done like 3 modern radios and a couple of old ones. I got this KWM2 still driving me crazy. But I'm down to one problem, I think. But see, if anybody has the printout of the post that they use for all the connections to the KWM2, all the references refer to pin numbers on those posts. And of course, you think there's anything in the book that shows you what the pin numbers are on the post. I haven't found it. I've seen it before, but I can't find it. So anyway, I'm still going to run on the KWM2. We're going to hit it hard this week. Get it done. We will have the party on Friday night, and we're already getting things ready to go. Anyway, M71Q and Doc, if he's there, NFY for the A4 Mike Delta company. Yeah, you're not super loud, but yeah, we got some fun.
Okay, just to myself about the tubes, the swaying tube. At the birthday party, we had various tubes out on the table while people were eating. An unnamed woman from the tube thought it was a pepper sticker.
That's pretty funny. That's funny. I know, because I was there at the party, and the tubes were lined down the center of the table, and quite a variety of them, really good. Great centerpieces for get together at the birthday. And I Stan, I don't know if you saw the video, but the video has pictures of all those tubes in its birthday party. So, catch that later. Stan, you mentioned that hip surgery. I hope that's going real well for you. You got a couple of weeks now. But, I don't know, maybe someday I'll have to have that too. See what happens there. But I'm glad the cataract surgery is done, and hopefully they'll be improving for you as things get better and drops do their job and all that stuff. Okay, on the DX35 and the HQ110 and KW2, sorry, it's going a little slow there on that. But, anybody else borrowed it in the Sunday morning pre-net? Call them. Art, why don't you go ahead and pick it up then, and we'll get a little list going here.
This is N4JK. As the manufacturer is trying to come up with a butternut. I put up a butternut vertical a couple of years ago. And it's a big improvement over the old Hustler. I'm anxious to hear results with your antenna. You can put it up now and masked out with the elevated radials is the way to go. Good morning to you there, Stan. TX35 is doing a fine job for you. And I'm glad to hear about you getting the cataract surgery. Not so much hernia surgery. I don't know about that. Cataract, I went through that last year. I did all my drops and did one eye at a time. And the results were spectacular. The hue of the colors, gosh, things were correct. I didn't know I was looking through brown lenses for a long time. And the depth of color, it just blew me away. And of course, it's sharp. So, and my wife just went through it a couple of months ago. She had similar results. I guess it's just part of coming of age. Anyway, don't forget your drops. I'll wave at Roger. Glad he's listening. And when you put the optimize in and out, I could hear a very slight difference. It sounded like the lows were a little bit more emphasized, but not overpowering. You have a little more, fullness. But, it sounds good. It's clean. I did want to tell you, I switched back to my loop because you're a little bit stronger in that. I have 80 meter delta loop that I normally use. So, back to you. We got about 10 minutes before things crank up. NZ1Q and the group 14JK.
So that is N4GUI? Okay.
Yeah, that was KF4TXQ, Salmon, Alabama.
Oh, okay, real good. Hey, good morning, Sam. Yeah, KF4TXQ. Got some strong signals in here this morning. Had a lot from New England. Boy, they were loud here. Maybe the Delta loop is slightly better. It's just a little bit better. So, they're still hitting 20 over on the meter. So that's good. Yeah, Sam, I got you on the list here in the pre-net, and I'm going to send it over to Stan and then to Jim, and Jim, you send it over to Sam and Alabama. Okay, so it's going over to Stan, WA4 and NZ1Q.
Yeah, NZ1Q, WA1. Yeah, my hips are okay. I don't have any trouble. But anyway, we're running the hockey puck mic on, and it seems to be working fine. And I'm working on, I've got 4 Harvey Wells PBS 50, and one's converting for 475 kHz. One yesterday, I put a little power transformer in, it's all self-contained, and it runs about 15 watts. If you max them out, they only run about 20. But a friend of mine has one, and we're trying to get them to work better on a higher band. It's got plenty of grid drive, but their coil system for their pump is pretty poor. And anyway, on 75 meters, it puts out almost 20 watts. On 40, it's not the same. And on 20, it puts out like 10 or 12 watts. And it's got just as much drive or more on 20 as it does on 40. So anyway, that's kind of interesting. So I'm working on one of those. And then I've got another one that's got a regulated supply in it that puts out 600 volts for the plate and 300 for the rest. And I was just playing with that, and the grid drive's down on 40 meters, so there's some loss of 40 meters. Figure out what that is. And then the infamous KWM2, I've got to get that to work yet. And the problem with that is that it won't come back to receive. It hangs up and transmits. Now the relay's clicked, and the ABC and the mute line is switched, but there's something in the radio that's causing it to mic out the receiver on recovery.
anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes for it to come back on. It's really weird. But they do have some mods, which it already has, and I got to look and see if they got messed that up yet. But that's why I'm trying to figure out those again. If I sit down long enough today with a schematic and a picture, I think I can figure it out. It sure would be nice to have a diagram. And let's see here. We're running the infamous EF1 VFO here. And I think I'm going to take down the Cheyenne and the Comanche and put up one of my better PBS 50s for the party night. I've got a Comet Pro from 1993 or 4, and those two look really good together. These kids end up having home. So. Anyway, let's see. I'm going to give it to Doc. Doc's going to send it to Charlie. WA4 Enterprise. Go ahead.
Okay, let's try that. That's what the
Did you send it to me, Jim? Okay. Well, I got it. I think that the intermittent on your antenna, you're kind of in and out. Over to you, Sam, for TXQ and for JK.
Thanks, Art, and thank you, Ed. This is Kilo Fox, Tango X-Ray, Daysville, Alabama, on my 7300 and a 13. Boy, I tell you what, little scratches and popping going on in terms of that. That's all right. That's just the way it is. And we just have to kind of deal with it. Propagation is a force unto itself. And it's either with you or against you. So there you are. But hope everybody's doing all right this morning. And we're doing fine. We've been working away in the shack. I've almost completed my clone of Little Hawk, so I've got another pair of 813 sitting here at the bottom of my 6-foot rack, and hopefully I'll have that going a couple of weeks ago. But anyway, but it's shaking up, you know how it is. And I find something that works, I go with it. And, you know, doing the best we can. But anyway, this marriage doing fine. It's become extremely important and I wake up in the morning and have to drink a lot of water to flush myself out. You know how it is. And but this arthritis stuff is tough. No two ways about it. Getting old is tough. Getting old ain't consistent. But anyway, thanks a whole lot. Thank you for what you do, Art. Thank you, Ed, for what you do. And looking forward to seeing the rest of the Florida AM group. This is Kilo Fox 4, Tango X-Ray from Daysville, Alabama. And back to you there, Art. If you send it to me, I'm going to send it back to you because I think the copy will be good for going that way. N4, JK, from the Florida AM group. KF4 TXQ, over.
KF4 TXQ from N4JK. Yeah, real good, Sam. Let's see here. I was trying to see who his full girl was. Boy, it looks like it's Dwayne. It's about that time. Yeah, I don't know. Short of a minute. But you're sounding good over this way. there is a whole lot of stack, crackle, and pop, like you said, so I know it's tougher for the folks nearer the storm. It's just about past us. We got about, I don't think we got a half an inch, but we hit a nice light rain this morning. And glad you got your clone finished. You need a good backup. So, man, you're a good professional radio amateur. And Jim, yeah, I did mention intermittent. I don't know if you see anything there or not. Could be a show between my headsets. And let's see, I just pulled up Zoom and it said update the software. I got that, but nothing's working. Everything's out, probably not. And Stan, I want to ask you on your SB-175, have you ever run any double sideband with that thing? So let's see. I'm going to throw it over to Dwayne. He doesn't hear me. Yeah, you punch him there. KF4JMH from N4JK.
Yeah, good heavens. I didn't know I was up for doing here. How's everything going? This is KF4JMH, just listening around. I don't know, my next control, I have to log in, I guess. I think I didn't know I was in the box. So let me know about that, Ed. I'm going to get set up here.
Yeah, very good. I try to get the listing, keep it accurate up on the WordPress website and our Facebook page and stuff like that. We put Art in here for next week. Thank you, Art, for jumping in for next week's net control. And I've got the preamble on here somewhere on the desktop. If you need me to read that, Dwayne, I'm going to rearrange the list a little bit here on NetLogger. The sound guys up on top. We'll get that done. And we can start the net. The rest of this is talking. Let's see, let me get Jerry up here. Bruce. Also, Roy. And Roger is listening in this morning. Good deal. Now back to you, Dwayne. And let's see, we've got Sam here too. Come up to the top. We're all set on the list. Back to you, Dwayne. NZ1.
Yeah, and so why don't you go ahead and do the preamble thing.
All right. Yeah. CQ, Florida, AM group. Sunday morning. And calling all friends to the Warren Elliott Memorial. Sunday morning. This group of amateur radio operators reach on the air every Sunday morning with a free net, as in normal gathering. Conditions favorable. Around 6:30 a.m. Directed net beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time on the frequency of 3885 kilohertz. We welcome all stations for the purpose of enhancing the radio hunt, changing information related to wiring, restoring, and operating vintage amplitude modulated amateur, commercial, homebrew, and military receiving and transmitting equipment. So let's see. Bring up the opera log here. We've been playing with that for the last couple of weeks. Good morning. My name is Ed. Echo Delta. The call sign is NZ1EQ. Just reading the preamble here for Dwayne, for JMH, which I'll turn it over to right after the preamble is read. I'm in St. Petersburg, Florida, by the way. And let's see. This is a direct-to-conditional roundtable net, and anyone with an interest in AM radio is invited to check in using whatever you can push, pull, or tug on the frequency. The only requirement is that you operate in the AM mode with modulation of the area sufficient to be heard by the net. To assist in the check-in and logging, our AM group has introduced the use of NetLogger program. For more information and a free download of the software, you can find that at mitlogger.org. And you can watch for our process of the morning as we go through it. See who's next on the list. First, before we begin, let's salute the Gulf Coast Bulletin and our departing friend, Modern Alex, like we love to hear the tune-up. So tune up your transmitters for the next 30 seconds. Please focus, tune up when it breaks down.
The name is known Jet. You need to do something with your eyes.
Looks like we're done with that. I'll send it over to Dwayne. The station talking about eyes. Good tip. Maybe identify and also let us know who exactly you were talking about. Good. Dwayne will call for more check-ins here as we go. So, over to you, Dwayne. NZ1Q.
Yeah, NZ1Q, for Jerry. Do we have any chickens that not on net water coming out, please? Okay, nothing heard. All right, if somebody had a comment about more highs on something, go ahead and give me a call sign and let me know what you got. Just north of downtown Tampa, and running a SC-101 with the SC-220 amplifier into a double it that's running across the top of the house, and normally it would loop, but it's not happening. So I'm running the double today, and Art says it actually sounds better. So we'll go with that. Haven't come up with a subject yet. You guys are talking about eyes. I got a condition going on with my left eye. Right eye has already been bad. So I have to squint a lot. And read the computer about 6 inches. So bear with me while I do that. And I did manage to get my legal pad copied down here with the folks that are with us this morning. So we'll start with the out-of-town guys. We've got Alan. N4 OZI. I told you I gotta read it real quick. Just careful, Jimmy. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Dwayne. KR4 JMH. Looking for OZI, Alan up here in Woodstock. It's awfully staticky. Gonna get some rain today. And wind's been picking up watching the hemlock behind the house here sway around, so I know something's coming. Usually don't see that tree move too much. When it's swaying around, the wind's blowing out there, and it's awfully staticky here. But not much going on here today, just enjoying the cooler, the nicer weather we had this week. It was actually really nice up here, and starting to get a little bit of spring fever. Notice some of these spring flowers trying to pop up out of the ground a little early, but we'll see what happens. Not much else really going on. I know you guys have Orlando coming up next weekend, and then at the end of the month is the Dolphins Hamfest, and we'll try to get some pictures and put it on our QRZ page and see how that works out. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Dwayne. We'll stick around, and hopefully conditions will hang in there. Got a good copy on you, so we'll see how it works out. Back to you there, Dwayne. KI4JMH, N4OZI.
Sounds very good. Well, thank you for the good copy. Okay, I got a question for you guys. These little Chinese radios, I have one coming tomorrow. It's called a Quansin something. Quansin, yeah. It's a I can't remember what it is. Anyways, it's like this new radio, like a Bofang, only it's called a Quanshin. And apparently you can program this thing to do a whole lot. And so when I get it tomorrow, I'll be able to figure out what it is can do. It does have a like a spectrum analyzer waterfall thing in it. It's a multi-band receive, believe it or not. It does do aircraft receive, but apparently the AM DMOD is not so good. So if any of you guys have played with one of these things, or what's your favorite Chinese portable UHF radio? I know everybody has both things laying around, and but this is a new one. New one to me anyway. So let me know what you got. Excuse me. KD4UMU. Dan, pick up this Kenneth JMH. Well, all right. Hello, Mr. Dwayne and the rest of the gang on the Florida AM group this morning. Well, I've actually been playing around a little bit on the AM rally. So I took my Viking Valiant and loaded it up on the 10-meter band and made a couple contacts there. And switched it around over on the 40-meter, made a few contacts there, and then ultimately wound up on 75. I did try making a few contacts on the 20-meter band, but absolutely no AM takers on the 20-meter band. So I abandoned that and went right up to 75, and of course that works just well. I do not have the 160 antenna up right now. It's still laying in the garage. Hadn't put it up, but I'm sure 160 was probably pretty active last night as well. But anyway, favorite VHF, UHF transceivers. Well, I don't know. Kenwood made some fantastic stuff in the day, and some of the other name brand Japanese radios. I was not a real fan of the Baofeng or any of the Chinese line radios for years on end because they circumvented what their authorization to be sold in the United States was, and it was for FRS, and certainly those radios did not fit the bill for FRS radios, but that's how they were sold in the country. I did not buy any of the Chinese line radios for the simple fact that, as I was walking around, I could tune into local analog police frequencies, and if you're operating on a Baofeng, if you make a mistake, you can transmit on the police frequencies with those radios. Did not want that to happen absolutely at all. So no mistakes by getting a radio that is limited to the amateur bands only. I'm a real fan of that. So no Chinese radios in the shack here. So Dwayne, back around to you. KI4JMH in the Florida AM group. Here is KD4UMU. Yeah, KD4UMU, KI4JMH. I do have a Baofeng that I keep in my boat box. That I keep on my boat. I got a VHF radio on the boat, but I have another one in my boat box that's waterproof, and I got it programmed for channel 16 and 22, I think. And in case something happens, I gotta go overboard. I do have a portable radio, so that's what I use mine for. I'm on Savannah, Alabama, KT4 JXQ, I think it is. TXQ, I'm sorry, TXQ. I'll explain it in a minute. This is KI4JMH.
All right, KF4JMH, KF4TXQ in Dayglow, Alabama. Well, we're doing pretty well hearing everybody through the dry scripted. Snap, crackle, and pop is rather prevalent on the band this morning, but that's all right. We're hearing some good signals, and always a lot of fun to get in here and get the bull with everybody on the AM band. 38 to 85 is a wonderful place to be, no doubt about it. So, anyway, thanks a whole lot for being there, and thanks a lot for relaying me in, Art. And hoping this skate's doing well. I hear that y'all are going through cataract surgery. That's one of the surgeries they got down pat now. And I had mine done one right after the other, and it's great. I can see reading without glasses. It's just wonderful what they can do. So we just have to do the best we can with what happens, and try not to be unrealistic in expectations. But anyway, I'm on my 813. Tell you what, I'm big pro 813s. I love them, and it's really good to say they hold up so well. But anyway, thanks Ed for hosting me, and this is KF4 THG, Gainesville, Alabama, Sam in Alabama, and we're happily installed on the Florida AM Group AM. Back to you there. Where it goes to, I don't know if it goes back to Ed or whether it goes to Art again. Whoever picks it up, y'all know better than I how to do it. Over.
Over, yeah, very well. Yeah, very well, Sam. Great copy, great copy. We have a lot of satisfaction. I guess we got some rain coming this way later this morning, according to the radar. The very problem looking at details. I have a thing called GMT in my good eye, and actually makes things disappear in certain places. So if I look at his T, it looks like a J. So bear with me here, guys, and we'll see how this thing goes. I see the doctor in March, and we're going to figure out what kind of procedure we're going to do with it. But it looks like this is going to be an almost months-long procedure to get this thing. Over to Roy, Pensacola. W4IDD, KF4JMH. I can almost read my writing. Good morning, Roy.
Yeah, I think Roy has stepped away. He's not as well.
All right, well, we'll come back to him. Over to Bruce, KF4HHK, my brother and another. Good morning, guys. Very good, Bruce. Very good, Bruce. Roger, good to see you on that new signal in the blue box there. Glad I got a good signal coming down to you. Anxiously waiting to hear your tones on the radio here. Of course, you're always the go-to guy for questions, so it was can't wait to hear you again. Jerry Project W3XM on our next KF4JMH.
KB2 ZST.
Maybe you can understand you got a lot of feedback or a lot of oscillation going on there, over. Okay. Can't understand. Got a problem going on, my friend. You got another radio you can flip on, Chick? Alright. No copy. It's your carrying great. It sounds like you got a problem there, so I'll have to come back to you there, bud. N4JK. This is K4JMH. Is that on deck?
KF4JMH from N4JK. Well, Dwayne, well, I don't have anything to add on the Chinese radios. I played with those things. They look like a lot of fun. Sure wouldn't want to get it tuned up on police frequency. But I do have a recommendation for you. I'm sorry you're having that problem with the left eye. And you're having to squint. But be careful with that squinting. Be sure it isn't mistaken for a wink. That could get you into big trouble. While that's going on, I've been playing with Zoom. I updated the software and I haven't been able to get back in. So I got in through the web interface and I got disconnected. Anyway, I've got work to do here, but we'll get that squared away. I do enjoy the videos. Back to you, Dwayne, KF4JMH from N4JK.
Yeah, we'll go with them things. I have a face up there, so we'll leave it at that. NZ1Q, I'd pick it up.
Everybody's got a good signal, and Jerry's got a good signal.
then we have weather twice a few days, and then we have no weather. Strange here. Anyway, let's see here. A4MD, Mike, Jim, pick it up. This is K4 JMH. Look at a microphone.
Okay, Roger. Boy, all of a sudden we got some power here. Great that is mounting. I'm peaking and filling in some of the big no bull bangs in my shop here right now, and almost everything I buy on Amazon. So a lot to do with that, how long they last. Especially some of them are short, long. Lighter, you have little threads in it instead of copper, so it's got to rise. Anyway, I think I mentioned before, without pretty, I really looked at it about a gun stick.
left on my desk to that being that kHz EST we need to know about the cancer. That's what's going on here at KMH. So this is where KHz.
Hello CQ 75. Hello CQ 75 meters for the AM rally. KD1SH, Kilo Delta 1, Sierra Hotel. Hello CQ 75 meters. CQ 75 meters for the AM rally. KD1SH.
KD1SH, KD1SH, November 1, X-ray, Zulu Whiskey, and 1XZW.
Well, good morning to you, Charlie. Good morning to you. And happy Sunday, happy AM rally. You're sounding good up here in Ashford today. No trouble with the copy. Band seems to be a little bit dead. I usually would be checking in on the AM carrier net this morning, but I figured I'd take a break and see if I could work up a little action for the rally. And so far, either on 75 or on 40, there's not really a whole lot going on. But Charlie, anyway, just for the official logbook here, the name here is Bill. Kilo Delta 1 Sierra Hotel, and the location is the little town of Ashford, Connecticut, northeast corner of the state, little town of Ashford, and running the DX60. Running Heathkit DX60 into Heathkit SB221. So good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Bill. And running the modified Ranger, modified to be an exciter class only. And no longer can muster up to 47 watts. Solid stated and high voltage eliminated. It does not have the high voltage in it whatsoever. And it's exciting a Yaesu FL2500 sweepy tube amplifier. Anyway, Bill, yeah, we're not logging, but the main purpose of me being around is to let other people do it. I'm not a contester. I'm not even really a net person. I just enjoy listening and rag chewing, But anyway, the receiver is an Allied AX190, and the antenna is different. I've been using the same antenna for years, and currently I'm running about 300 feet of wire configured in a closed loop, fed with a Heathkit B1 Balun, and most of the antenna is no more than 4 or 5 feet off the ground. KD1SH N1XZW.
Oh, very good, Charlie. That antenna is certainly working good for you. And there's nothing wrong with a low antenna. For many years here on this band, I ran a full wave horizontal loop, full wave at 75 meters, and it was a horizontal loop, and it was only 13 feet off the ground. It was supported on 4 wooden posts, each one 13 feet high, and it worked very, very well for me. I haven't used it for a while, and it's laying in the backyard right now. It came down in a windstorm, and I haven't put it back up, but it was always a good antenna. I'm using an inverted V right now, separate inverted Vs for 75 meters and 40, but low antennas can often give you some pretty good results. They seem to be a little bit quieter. So excellent antenna. You got a good station there. Very impressive. No, I am not by any means any kind of a contester here myself. I have never in my life done an HF contest, other than the AM rally, and I don't really consider the AM rally a contest, per se anyway. But no, I've never done an HF contest in my life. I've done a few VHF, UHF contests, and I haven't done that for a while either, many years. But no, I'm not a contester. But I enjoy the AM rally, and I do keep a log and turn the log in, just so that the guys who set up the rally, Steve and Clark, they can get some kind of a tally on how many people are into AM and how many people are willing to participate, and the whole thing is just fun. So to support them in their efforts, I go ahead and write up the whole log, and I'll convert it over to an Excel spreadsheet and turn it in. And it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. I heard you on 40, not on 40. Where were we? We were here. We were on 3885 last night, and I heard you in there. And been working a lot of 40. Did a whole bunch of 40 yesterday, and been calling CQ on 6 meters AM this morning, but haven't heard anything there. But anyway, very good. Very good. Well, I'm glad to see you're even if you're not logging, at least you're getting in there and handing out some contacts and enjoying the AM rally. N1XZW, KD1SH.
KD1SH, N1XZW. Yep. Yeah, actually, I was down here earlier talking to the normal group that gets in here in the morning. Oh, including Pedro, who was in here. Which is a new thing for him, getting on 75 in the morning. And, went up, had my breakfast and stuff, left everything running. But my wife wants to go out, and the plan is to drop my son off at work when we go out, and then, go do some things. And he has to be at work at 9:15, so we'll be leaving around 9 o'clock. I had to come down here to shut the gear off since I was going to be leaving the house anyway, so I came down here, figured I'd have a smoke, hang out down here till about 10 minutes of, go out and start her car so it'll be warming up, then lock up and go upstairs, and then we can head out at 9 o'clock, so. That's the plan. See how it works out. Yeah, and the receiver's a different antenna, too. I neglected to use this antenna because the opposite of what everybody says about a low loop antenna, at my location, because I'm so low here, there's big high energy power lines up on Main Street that look down at me, and everything on the hillsides all around me looks down at me. It's a very noisy location, so some of the benefits that are gained from a low antenna in far as quiet goes, I don't get. But what I did find is my quietest antenna is a 60-foot long tri-folded dipole. That it was something I bought at a flea market in Connecticut years ago. I found it in the bottom of a box of junk, and I pulled it out and I said, this is an antenna of sorts. Never seen one like this. And the guy looked at me, he didn't know what it was. He just, give me a couple bucks. And I brought it home and stretched it out, and lo and behold, it was intact. It was made to be run with open wire line. It's got a plastic insulator in the front, and these little 3.5 inch long insulators that separate the tree wires. They're only about an inch and some apart. I mean, it really doesn't make sense. But what I did find is it's the only flat top I have here because it's only 60 feet long. I was able to get it up about 30 feet. And it's a very quiet antenna. The signals don't come in really high on it. But, I just switched over to the other antenna while you were talking, and the noise was so god-awful over here that I was like, yeah, I couldn't continue to operate like that. But this thing, even though, it knocks the signals down, it also cuts the noise in half. So the signals are perfectly copyable. I use a Allied AX190 receiver, which has a Q multiplier. And I put the Q multiplier in the reject position, which pretty much eliminates you. You're not even there when I flip the switch. But then when I move the tune over to the left, you come back without noise. And you're almost full quieting with it configured that way. So it's made it easier for me to operate during the daytime, when the noise level comes way up and the signal levels drop way down. KD2SH, yeah. Is it KD2 or KD1? I think I've said it both ways. N1XVW.
Well, if you set it both ways and you got everything covered, it is Kilo Delta 1 Sierra Hotel KD1SH. Very good on the low antennas. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. I would imagine too that being down low like that, having a low antenna that's going to tend to shoot pretty much straight up, NVIS as they call it, would probably be an advantage, since there's really, if you're way down in a valley, there's really no point in having an antenna with a low radiation angle, since you're just going to be slamming into the hillsides and whatever else is around you. So if you can't go out horizontally, you might as well go straight up. That sounds like a plan. I'm up on a bit of a hill here, but I don't have a clear shot horizon to horizon. There are other hills around me that are a little bit higher than mine, so that was one of the reasons why I decided to go with the NVIS antenna, the horizontal quad loop, and it did work quite well. I think this antenna, this inverted V, tends to work a little better most of the time, but not all the time. And of course, antennas and propagation are funny like that. You know, things that work well one time may not work as well the other time. You know, band conditions, propagation change, and you know, who knows? One antenna may work good, and then 10 minutes later, the other antenna may work better. So it's all part of the fun. All part of the fun. Yeah, I would normally be down on the AM carrier net this morning on 3835. I'm kind of missing that. I enjoy that net. There's a lot of good people down there, but I figured I'd take a break from it this morning and just see what's going on in AM rally world. And right now there doesn't appear to be a whole lot really going on, and 40 seems to be pretty inactive right now. I'll probably spend a good amount of my time on 40 meters later on in the day, which is one thing nice about 40. When 80 tends to close up and become pretty much worthless, 40 meters tends to pick up. So that's always a good thing. So yeah, Charlie, I hear you almost every evening down on 3873. I'm listening down there very often. I'd like to make it a point to jump in there a little more often, but it just seems like there's always something I've got going on, and I wind up just listening if I can, but not getting in there nearly as often as I would like. But I'm in there, very often in the evenings and late afternoons, listening to you and Clark and Phil and all the guys down there, George, and have a good time listening. But don't get in there nearly as often as I probably should. N1XZW KD1SH.
KD1SH, N1XZW. Yeah, I usually after supper, I come downstairs, I go down to 73, see who's in there, hang out there for a while. Then I go upstairs and mess with the computer and maybe listen to a movie in the background, and a little later on, I've left all the equipment running. I come back down here for an hour or so before bedtime, and tune back up to 85, usually, so that it's ready for the morning. And if I can catch a QSO in here on 85 while I'm down here, fine. If not, well, I have my smoke, and then I shut all the equipment off and head off to bed. As you would probably figure, being as I'm down here sometimes 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm not a night person. Usually by 9 o'clock, unless there's a really good movie or something I'm watching, usually by 9 o'clock I'm in the sack, or at the very least walking up the stairs to the bedroom. So yeah, I enjoy my radio, and the big thing is retirement. I've been out of work now for about 5 years. And yeah, I stay busy. I got things to do every morning. But, when I start feeling like I've had enough excitement for one day, there's always the radio room. But back to you there, Bill. KD1SH, N1XZW.
W1 Ocean Charlie.
Very good. Charlie caught a W1, I believe it was, Ocean Charlie in there, too. Good morning to you. Yeah, Charlie, I agree. 9 o'clock in the afternoon, 9 o'clock in the evening, I'm sorry. I'm usually pretty much all done. I had planned on pulling a late nighter last night and seeing what was going on in the AM rally up until maybe 10, 11, 12, whatever. But yeah, I'm retired too. It's been this is my second year of retirement, and I can stay up late if I really have to. But I kind of start losing interest, by around 8:30, and by 9 o'clock last night, I turned everything off and just went off to bed. I was getting kind of burned out. And again, I'm not a contester either. And, I love the AM rally, but, after a whole afternoon and evening of, listening to the noise and, weeding your way through all the QRM and the signals, and by 9 o'clock, I was burned out. I had pretty much had enough. Anyway, Charlie, I'm going to stand by here and let the breaking station come in. I believe I heard a W1OC in there. So good morning to you, W1OC. This is KD1SH up here in Ashford, Connecticut.
Okay, Bill. KD1SH from Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Well, I haven't been on AM for quite a while. I got in the rally last year, and I enjoyed it, and somebody reminded me of it, and I decided to come down here. I wasn't on yesterday, but I checked out 10 meters and didn't work anything there, so I heard you guys, and just figured I'd give out a contact. My name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. I am the trustee of this call. It's an old-time club call. And I am in Henniker, New Hampshire. It's Henniker in New Hampshire. So I'll turn over to Bill, and then I'll work the other station as well. Over.
Okay, Dale, very good. W1OC, KD1SH. Very good. I didn't quite catch the rig you're running there. Sounds good, whatever it is. Henniker, New Hampshire sounds kind of familiar. I think we may have worked last year during the AM rally. I have to go back and check my logbooks from last year's AM rally, but it sounds kind of familiar. Henniker, New Hampshire, and your call. So anyway, the rig here is a DX60. This is an old Heathkit DX60 with a few modifications, running into Heathkit SB221 for about 180 watts out, roughly. So that's the station here, and very much enjoying the AM rally. Always have a lot of fun. Dale, if you could bring back the rig that you're running, I'd appreciate that. And it sounds good. W1OC, KD1SH.
All right, Bill, you said Ashford, ASHFORD?
That is it, ASHFORD, up in the northeastern corner of the state of Connecticut, out past Yukon and all that.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll tell you the rig here. It's not an old-fashioned radio. It's a Yaesu FT990. Yaesu FT990, and I'm running it into a AL80A amplifier. So it's probably putting out close to 200 watts. So I guess that makes me, I'm not sure what category I'm in, class 4, I think. I looked at the example they had in the rules, and according to the sample, it sounds like I would be in the solid state category, but I don't know whether I should call it that or hybrid, because the amplifier's got a 3500Z in it, so that's a tube, and the radio is solid state, but they call me solid state, so I think I will do that. Hey, I was in it last year, and I probably did work you. I'd have to go through the logs, so Bill. And I heard you comment about not being a contester. Well, I'm a contester in the sense that I like to build stuff and experiment, and I'm a VHF and microwave kind of guy, so I like to build a lot of gear, and the contest is a way to get a bunch of people on, because those bands, you don't work people unless you know they're going to be there. Your antenna pointing is so sharp, and you need so much gain and so on to work people. But so last year I did the VHF contest, but I don't do all of these worldwide things where you got to sit up and 48 hours to do anything spectacular. That ceases to be fun. But I like tinkering and building antennas and so on. So, and by the way, I'm running a half sloper on my 60-foot tower, and the 20-meter beam on the top acts as the loading for the top part of the antenna. So it's a pretty good DX antenna, as well as seem to be reasonable locally here. So back to you, Bill. W1 Ocean Charlie, over.
Okay, Dale, very good, very good. Yeah, good on the FT990. I've never had one of the rigs, but I do know the radio, so very good on the FT990. And yeah, I do a little bit of VHF, UHF work here myself. I do a lot of 6 meters, and I do some 6-meter AM. And so far, I have not managed to make any AM contacts on 6 meters yet during this rally, but usually manage to make a few. So hopefully there'll be somebody out there in 6-meter AM. And I've done some of the VHF, UHF contests over the years myself, and I do kind of enjoy that. As far as the category or the class in the rally, I think that the rally organizers tend to go more by what the rig is rather than the amplifier. So I think you'd be solid state as far as the class, like you say, even though the amplifier is tube. So I think it's the transmitter type that they're specifically looking for, and of course not being like a real league sanctioned type of official contest sort of thing. It's a forgiving thing to begin with. But anyway, I will take a standby here and let you get back to Charlie, and I'm gonna go into listening mode here for a bit, and I hope you have a great time in the contest, the rally, and maybe we'll work on 70 or on 40 at some point too, because I'm going to be on 40 later on in the day. So Dale 73, thanks for the AM rally contact, and I'll let you get back to Charlie. W1OC, KD1SH.
Okay, all right, Bill. Before I go to Charlie, you're at the corner of Connecticut, and in fact, I'll be going through that area in August because my wife, W1MKY, and by the way, I'm Alpha Fox 1 Tango. That's my own call, but my wife and I go to Block Island to do the 10 gigahertz contest, and we take a ride down through the eastern side of Connecticut and stay at one of the cheap hotels down in Groton, Connecticut, and so on. But so you must be near Webster Lake, right? Over.
Yeah, south of Webster Lake a bit. When I go up to the Hamfests up in New Hampshire and in Mass, I drive right by Webster Lake. We're roughly south of there, maybe southwest of there a bit. By maybe I don't know, just take a shot at it, maybe 15 miles, something like that, to the south or southwest of Webster Lake. And yeah, AF1T, that call rings a bell. I have heard you before on 2 meter sideband, and I believe I've heard you on the news group net. I think the news group net, Northeast Week Signal. So very good. That call rings a bell. W1OC, KD1SH. All right, Bill. Very fine. This is W1 Ocean Charlie. This is an old Concord, New Hampshire Brass Pounders. It was the club, and I'm the trustee of it. It kind of, I want to put it on the air every once in a while, so it's kind of, I figure this would be a neat event to do that. Well, when I was young, my grandfather came from Rochdale, Massachusetts, which isn't far from there. I guess it's near Oxford, Mass. So that's north of you, but I learned the name of that lake, which is a very long name. I wonder if you know that. Over. I know it has a very, very long name, and I've seen the name. And matter of fact, they have a bulletin board, up there somewhere, a signboard beside the road that gives the name of the lake. But no, I certainly could not recite that name, but I know of it. All right. Well, I know what it is because I learned it when I was a kid, even though we didn't live there. But when we went through there, I asked some of the locals, and all the young people did not know the name. So it seems like something that the old-timers thought I probably had to learn when they were kids. But it's Chargagagog, Manchagagog, Charbuna Gangamog. And do you know what that means? Over. It means my tongue is tied in a knot. Yeah, I think it's an Algonquin
expression. Well, I was told, and I asked more than one person, it means you fish on your side of the lake, and I'll fish on my side of the lake, and nobody fishes in the middle. Over?
Okay. I can believe that. But of course, with a name like that, you could say it means just about anything. But yep, that's a part of local lore, absolutely. And like I said, they've got a billboard sign up there somewhere near the lake that actually has that name on it.
Yeah, I got a map that has the name. I think there's more than one version of it because you're translating a language that does where nobody speaks it anymore into English, and that was probably done in the 1600s. So who knows? Anyways, I just was curious about that local lore. But the young people just say, "Oh, that's Webster Lake," but and I don't even think the current maps have the long name on it. Anyways, that's a little bit thing. But Mickey and I, my wife and I, do the 10 gigahertz contest from Block Island in August, and we enjoy that. I build a lot of my own equipment, and it's another facet of ham radio that's interesting. I like experimenting with different things and getting on all the different bands. There's something to offer on each of them, and enough to keep us all busy, that's for sure. So I probably bored Charlie, so I don't know if he's still there. But anyways, back to you, and then I'll see if Charlie's still there. KD1SH from W1 Ocean Charlie, over.
Okay, Dale, very good talking to you, and good to talk to somebody that knows some of the local lore and the history of. I always just call that Webster Lake, but it is a beautiful lake too. We drive by there quite often. But anyway, 7-3 for now, and like I said, maybe we'll work on 40 meters or something like that at some point during the rally. So 7-3 for now, and I will let you get back to Charlie. W1OC, KD1SH.
7-3, Bill. Let's see if Charlie's there. N1XVW, is it? Alpha Fox? Yeah, this is W1 Ocean Charlie, over. I think he's not there.
Well, I remember he said he had to leave for some kind of an affair with his wife. I guess they were gonna go somewhere this morning. So I think maybe he had to leave. But anyway, I'm going to go check out in the other room and see how my wife is doing. I want to make contact with her, even though she's not on the radio. So we'll see what's going on out there. So 7-3, and I will be back in here later on this morning and on other bands too. So 7-3 for now, Dale. W1OC, KD1SH.
Yeah, I'll try all of them. I've got all the bands. By the way, where do you hang out on 40 for this? Over.
Last night, yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening, most of the activities seemed to be on 7280, right in there. There were other QSOs going on 7290 and 7295 also. I don't like to get too close to the band edge, and my bandwidth is pretty tightly controlled here, and I'm 5 kC wide on either side, and I could probably safely do 7290 without spattering over beyond 73, but 7280 and up in that vicinity seemed to be where most of the activity was.
Okay, sounds good. Have you done anything on 20 or 15? Over.
No, I don't even have antennas for those bands, and none of my antennas will tune there at all. I do have a fiberglass half-wave coaxial vertical for 10 meters down here on this end of the house. It's not up on the tower, but I did manage to work a few 10-meter contacts on AM last year during the rally. So I think I'll hook that antenna up at some point later on today and hope that the band opens.
Yeah, I last year I worked a bunch of Europeans. I think I was around 29.015 or something. Does that sound about right? Over.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I'd have to go back and look at my rally log from last year to see where I spent most of the time. I didn't make a whole lot of contacts there. Maybe 3 or 4 contacts there on 10 meters during the rally. But it was nice because the band opened up a bit, and it gave me a chance to add a couple of additional states that I might not have otherwise been able to work. So 10 was kind of handy for that.
Yeah, it was. I worked a lot of Europeans, and they count too. What I don't know is whether the Europeans, whether they count the countries separately like the ARL does, like instead of Great Britain, whether you have Scotland and England and Wales and all those count separately. I haven't figured that one out, but we'll see. Anyways, I'll let you go, Bill, and I'll take a last listen here and maybe check out another band here, and maybe catch you a little bit later. I'll try to get off and on this throughout the day. We got a lot of snow up here, by the way, and it was 10 degrees about a half an hour ago. However, the sun is out, and it may warm up, but I think in a couple of days it's going to get warm. The snow and ice was on the trees, and some of it's still there, but yesterday the sun melted a lot of it. So I understand down your way it's not so snowy. Over?
Yeah, just a little crust of snow here and there. Looking out the window of the shack here right now, and I can still see it out there, maybe an inch deep or so, and all that. But it's disappearing. So haven't had a whole lot of snow down here yet this winter, but we will see what happens. We're just getting into February, so anything could happen. So anyway, Dale, enjoyed the QSO, and I'm going to go out in the other room for a bit and see how the wife is doing, and maybe I'll head down to 40 meters. So 7-3 for now. We very much enjoyed the QSO. W1OC, KD1SH.
All right, Bill. We'll look forward to it. 7-3, KD1SH. This is Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. See if anybody else is on for the AM rally. Hear anybody? CQ. Anybody on for the AM rally from Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie? Over.
Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. This is WA0 SPX Whiskey Alpha 0 Sugar Tango X-Ray. I don't have any heavy metal, but this is a right box on AM. Over.
Okay, I got Whiskey Alpha 0 Sugar Tango X-Ray. There's some fading up and down on you. But my name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo, and I am in Henniker, New Hampshire, and that's spelled HENNIKER. I'm using a Yaesu FT990, into a Meritron AL80 alpha amplifier, and a half sloper or a quarter wave wire on my 60-foot tower. So, I wonder if you got all of that. Over?
Yeah, real good, Dale. I did get every bit of that, and I apologize for my signal being so small. I'm only looking at 15 watts of carrier, running an old, my dad's rig. He's a silent key. I'm running a TS690, and I do have an amplifier here, an SP200, but I just recently got it out of storage, so I'm not quite sure. I want to go very carefully and ramp it up slowly, voltage-wise, before I start using it. But anyway, you're just banging in here your TS990, and your amplifier are doing a fabulous job. Anyway, I don't know if I mentioned, my name is John, Juliet Oscar Hotel Nancy. I too live in New Hampshire, live near Exeter, Brentwood, Exeter area. And we're fairly new, so we're still, how do I say it? I still have a lot of W0 in my blood, though, but I'm working on this W1 thing as best I can. Back to you, Dale. I hope you've been able to copy some of this. W1OC, Ocean Charlie, WA0 STX.
John, you're kind of in and out of the noise at times. I didn't get your location. Did you say a Tango Sierra 690 for a radio? Over?
Yeah, I'm sorry about the signal, Dale. The rig is a TS Tango Sierra -690. A TS 690. It's the rig that has the 6 meters on it as well. And I did want to bring up the point that you mentioned that there was a CW, you belong to a CW club. I'm a CW fanatic, so it'd be interesting to see if there's a club up here that serves that need. But over.
Okay, I still didn't get the location there, John. Over.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. The location is Brentwood, New Hampshire, right next to Exeter, New Hampshire, Brentwood, New Hampshire area. Over.
Okay, I know you're in New Hampshire, near Exeter. You're near Exeter, but I still didn't get the name of the town. Over.
Oh, well, the name of the town I thought was Exeter. I'm new here, but there's also sometimes the post office puts us in the same mail as Brentwood, New Hampshire. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, Brentwood. Okay, I got it. You said you're new here. You got a 0 in the call. Over.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question. We got a fade right as you asked the question. Could you repeat the question, please?
Okay. Did you say you were new? You were new there in the area. I figured with a 0 in your call, you probably were from the Midwest. Over.
QSL, yes. We've only been here. We're in our second year here, and I'm originally from St. Louis, but we've been out here as transplants on the East Coast for about the last 15 years. Anyway, we finally bought our retirement place, and I'm busy putting the station back together. Over.
Oh, okay. Sounds great. I hope you're enjoying it out there. That's near the seacoast. I like going out that way at times, and so on. And Exeter is an interesting place, historically, anyways. So, anyways, I think you got my town as Henniker, which is probably, 40 miles or 50 miles west of you. So I figured I'd get on this AM rally. I got in it last year for a while and see if I can work a few. And I'll try out a couple different bands, John. So I won't hold you, but I appreciate you coming back. Over.
Yeah, Dale, real fine business. It was good copy. A couple fades. I'm sure I'm going to have a couple fades. Yeah, I usually get on with my boat anchors. I have a ample supply of boat anchors, but none of them really ready to get put up on the bench here. They've been in storage. But my typical boat anchor for AM is a Valiant, and I enjoy it. But I also have a 32B2 here that I've had for a couple of years that I've never used. I need to get that up and get that on the air too. So, but I know copy is difficult. I just wanted to say hello to you. Wanted to see if you're one of these straight key CW guys. I'll say 73s, and I know it's hard to copy because the band is fading. But let me turn it back to you, Dale, and I appreciate you sticking with me and getting the QSO down here. W1OC WA0STX.
All right, John, I got some of that, but there's a lot of fading on you. WA0STX from W1 Ocean Charlie. Well, this isn't my call. I'm the trustee. It's a club. It's an old-time club call, and I ended up becoming the trustee of it. It's the Concord Brass Pounders. Of course, Brass Pounders is an old CW term. But when I tell that to people, most people think it's metal workers, So I'm not that great on CW, but I use it. In fact, last weekend I was in the VHF contest, and I operate all the bands up to 10 gigahertz. So I do the UHF and microwave bands, and a lot of those contacts that I make are on CW because signals tend to be weak. So I'm not very fast at it, but I do enjoy it. There, John. Over.
Yeah, Dale, real fine business. Well, I'm the same. I'm no longer fast at it, but I enjoy it immensely. And I prefer a bug. I don't know what it is about it. Just something about it that I enjoy. And I have the CW code in my lineage. My great grandmother was a telegrapher for the C&O Railroad. A lot of the people who were on the losing side of the Civil War lost their property during the mid-19th century. And most of them got jobs in the railroad, better jobs. So anyway, that's how that worked out. So 73, and thanks for coming back and explaining the situation with the club station. It's got a great call sign, that's for sure. And I'll let you tie the ribbons on. I know that the signal is deteriorating. So 73 and best of luck on the contest today. I guess it's a contest. W1OC. This is WA0.
All right, John, we're starting to lose you now. I think the band is is going away. So 7373 WA0STX from Whiskey 1 Ocean Charlie. See if anybody else is here for the AM rally.
W1 Old and Crotchety from K2AEP.
Hey, I was hoping to hear from you. K2AEP, thanks for reminding me about this thing. And you heard the spiel, and you know how you're of like mind. So K2AEP from AF1T in Henniker, New Hampshire. I said my call. W1 Ocean Charlie. That's what happens when you're the trustee of a call you don't use very often. Pete, over.
Sure, very good, Daly. I'm sorry I didn't inform you earlier of the event, but it's a yearly thing, and I'm curious how much effort you've put into it and how you've done, over.
I just got on a while ago. I worked 2 people, and you're the third one. I'm going to put down 1,400 for the time. Now, yesterday I was kind of busy, and I went up to the fire tower and got a tour of the new facility that they have almost completed. There's a building up there, a 10 by 20 foot, a 12 by 20 foot building, and the fire department and the highway department have some of their equipment up there. There's still some stuff in the fire tower that's going to be taken out, so I got the grand tour. And I was busy that and doing some other stuff, over.
Oh, good. What a beautiful day for it. Hey, I just turned the compressor off, so my audio should be a little bit cleaner, over.
Okay, well, sounds all right to me. Yeah, there's some fading, so the band's probably going to go. You're in what? Is it Dover, Vermont?
Yes, post office is West Dover, but I'm up here on the ridgeline in Dover, which is a smaller community. We have Dover, East Dover, West Dover, and then Dover.
And, yeah, Dover. Well, very good. And what are you running for equipment there, Pete, over?
Yeah, this is a rice box, ICOM 706.
IC 706. Any amplifier or what?
Nope, barefoot. Antenna's dipole up at about 35 feet.
Okay, well, you might have heard me. I'm running the Yaesu FT990, but I'm driving an Ameritron AL88, which is a single tune. So it's probably putting out close to 200 watts. So I think it's not the highest class, but somewhere down. You know, I tune the thing up on CW, full output, and then when I put on AM, the grid current stays constant, but the output power, I should say the plate current, the grid current stays pretty constant. The output power goes up with the modulation. So people tell me it sounds pretty good, over.
Yeah, it sounds good. It's filling the carrier very nicely. Incidentally, you're hitting 40 over 9 on the lead meter.
Oh, wow. Well, that's kind of good. It means I'm getting out. I think my sloper antenna, it's a quarter wave wire against the tower, and the other half of the antenna is the 20-meter beam on top. So the wire is about 20 feet down from the 20-meter beam. So it's kind of like a short tower section with top loading, but it loads up well. I had to find the spot on the tower to attach the wire to get the match. It's very simple, and it works, and I have something similar on 160 meters on the 100-foot tower. Except there I have 2 wires. I have one for Europe and one for the West, and they are somewhat directional, so it seems to work pretty well. And this one's kind of aimed in your direction, so it's got a broad lobe from south to north with the peak in the west. So it's effective and simple, over.
Yeah, that's the most effective way of doing stuff. I'm a big believer in wire antennas. Incidentally, noticing some slow QSB on your signal, so the band is shifting a bit.
Yeah, it's going to go away, I guess. So I may go up higher in frequency. I tried calling CQ on 10 meters and didn't get anywhere, but maybe I will. Last year I worked some Europeans and so on. I was trying to find the log sheets for this, and I finally did. They're kind of, I do this on paper. Horizontal logs, because there's so much information to put on one line, so it's different, but I finally found them. They didn't seemed to have the log on the rules. They had an example of it, but the actual log sheet they did not have. So, anyways, I'm glad you came on here and answered me there, Pete. Over.
Yeah, W10C K2AEP returning. Yeah, a lot of folks migrate up to 40 meters, usually during the day, and that usually will probably be pretty active today. The rally is going on. Also, 10 meters is in good condition, starting at 29.0 and going up in frequency, but 29.0 is essentially the essential starting point for AM.
Yeah, I will check that out. I have a 3-element Yagi. It's actually made out of an old CB antenna for Europe. But I have 3 antennas for 10 meters. They're Yagis. One is a 4-element aimed west. Another one's a 3-element aimed south for South America, and the other one is a 3-element aimed to Europe. And I can switch between them. No, they don't rotate. So, but it seems to be pretty effective. Over.
Yeah, well, that's great. Yeah, the HF conditions, when they're good, they're very good, but when they're bad, they're horrible. So, okay, Dale, I've got to get into breakfast here, but I wanted to give you a point, and good luck in the pileups, as they say. W10C K2AEP will listen out.
You know, the neat thing about this rally is it sort of reminds me of ham radio when I first got into it. You know, you were into it before me, but everybody was on AM, and people tended to rag chew and talk. So it's not really. I guess if you're a contester, this is nothing like that. But it's kind of fun, and it kind of makes me feel like I've gone back 50 or 60 years in time. Over.
Oh yeah, that's the beauty of it all. Sure, a lot of us have never left. So. Talk with you later, Dale. K2AEP, listen out.
All right, 7:30. Thanks. I'll see if anybody else is here before the band closes, and I'll move around. I'll check 40 out next. K2AEP from Whiskey One Old Crow. Anybody else out there?
WB2GCR. Don't give up so quick. The band isn't closing for another hour and a half or so.
Oh, okay. So WB2GCR, is that right?
That is correct. The handle is Bear, Baker, Echo, Alpha, Romeo, and I'm in Small Bunny. Small Bunny in Nueva York.
Okay, I got New York. Small Bunny, is that what you said?
11, maybe 8.5 by 11. Happy to be a contact for the rally. I haven't been rallying. I've been listening a bit. But I'm usually on AM, and I often come on during the week for reasons unknown to me, and get on just about now. And people come on. We have a QSO for an hour and a half. Band seems a little squirrely. Over.
Okay, now give me your call again and the name of that town. Over.
Yeah, it's Small Bunny, hippity hippity hop, the capital of New York Snake. The capital, okay. Small Bunny. I spell it funny. They spell it Alpha Lima.
I didn't write the suffix to your call. I'm starting to lose my memory. I think. Over.
The local pronunciation has it as Small Bunny, and the call is Whiskey B WB for Bear 2. Count them 1, 2. Giant chocolate resistor. Over.
Giant chocolate resistor. I got it. GCR. All right. Very fine. Well, I'm Dale. D-A-L-E is my name. I'm the trustee of this club call here, W1 Ocean Charlie, and my location is Henniker. Henniker, New Hampshire. And I'm not running an old time rig. I'm using a Yaesu FT990 into an AL80 amplifier, a Meritron single 3500Z. So it's about 190 or 200 watts of carrier, I think. Over.
KD1SH.
Yeah, K1SH, heard. You gotta wait. We're in a contest here, son. Don't you know how to run this stuff on AM? Boy, I'll tell you, they break in all the time. By golly, Jiminy Crickets. Anyway, Yeah, all right, fine. You might give me your naturally assigned call. I don't think I've heard this station on before, not on AM, that's for sure. And since I haven't been listening too much for other stuff, I wouldn't have heard it, but glad you're on. I think you're running that amp a little hard. Of course, maybe the modulation out of the poor transceiver isn't going positive too much, so you're okay. Typically, well, I don't know what the full key down of that is. Maybe one single 3500. Typically, your carrier is about 25% of full output. Just for the record, that way you get positive peaks. But I don't see too many positive peaks coming off the transceiver, so you're probably fine, old man. And if the tube's not glowing, screw it. Over.
I think you're right. I don't think I'm overdriving it at all. I set it so that it would sound good to people, and it seems to be okay, at least according to meters there. So I haven't been on AM since last year in the AM rally, and I put the call out. In fact, Pete, K2AEP, reminded me of it, and yesterday I was busy, so I just got on for a while this morning. So I'll probably check out a couple other bands, and it's nostalgic because when I first became a ham 60 years ago, everybody was on AM, and I like to build stuff. I built a lot of my own equipment, not this equipment, but a lot of my gear, and I'm on all the bands up through 10 gigahertz. So I like to experiment with different frequencies and antennas and all that sort of thing. So, anyways, Bear, over to you. Tell me what you're running right now. WB2GCR from W1 Old Crow. Over.
Yeah, there's another station who wants to come in. No reason not to pick him up. I was just fooling around. I think K1SH wanted to come in. I'm running a Viking Valiant 2 that's been modified. It has sweep tubes for the modulators, listening to you on R390A, with the IF out sent to a Malachite standalone SDR, a little tiny thing with a fish finder on it. That's doing the detection and noise reduction right now. Give me your own call, would you, Dale?
Yeah, it's Alpha Florida 1 Tango. Over.
AF1T. Okay. There's lots of guys here on AM, especially early in the morning, late, and of course 40 meters will be happening probably by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe a little, right in there, somewhere the band comes alive and people tell me 10 is open. So have fun. Unless you got something else for me, I will let you slide. I'm expecting a visitor at 10. He said 10. He didn't phone me, but he's usually pretty good about showing up. So let me hop out, hippity hop from Small Bunny. Pleasure meeting you. And keep the mode alive. Keep the mode alive. Actually, it's quite alive. See you later. WB2GCR.
Hey, thanks, Bear. 7-3, and the other station can pick it up. AF1, yeah. Keep giving my own call. W1 Ocean Charlie. Over.
Hey, okay, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to jump in here and say good morning to Bear. Mr. Bear, WB2GCR. Spoken to you a few times and met you a number of times up at Nearfest. Call here is KD1SH, Kilo Delta 1 Sierra Hotel. And located down here in Ashford, Connecticut, a little town of Ashford, Connecticut, northeast corner of the state. And you're running a DX60, old Heathkit DX60. And I think I've got some feedback in here, too. I'm going to have to do something about that. Over to you, WB2GCR, KD1SH.
Yeah, KD1SH, WB2GCR, hippity hop. Very good. Give me your handle again, and then it might click in my mind who the heck I'm talking to, because it's alphabet soup between my ears. These ham radio guys, they all have these letters and numbers. It's like, wow.
We all have these letters and numbers. Wow. Imagine that. Yes, the call is Kilo Delta 1 Sierra Hotel, KD1SH, and the name here is Bill. Ashford, Connecticut, and running the old Heathkit DX60.
Very good, Bill. Well, say hello to W1OC, a ghost station in New Hampshire. I'm thrilled to hear a old station call, W1OC. Yeah, I'd almost want a you know, it would be really cool if one of these club stations had like a box full of QSL cars printed back in the 50s. Oh, that would be so cool. W1OC, say hello to Bill up there in the northeast corner of Connecticut here on the Raleigh. Over.
Okay. Good morning from KC2FXE Catskill.
John, I sent you a couple of emails and you never responded.
I'll have to look. I haven't checked them yet. I'll look. Hey, go ahead. I'll check them.
2 weeks ago. What do you mean you're going to go look?
I don't check them every day.
2 weeks ago. Guy did a really nice mod on his lathe, which is the same as yours. Man, telling you. W1OC, this is John, KC2FX. You see, we're AM guys. We come on here and we yak. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You. It's KC2. What's the rest of the call?
It's Kilowatt Charlie 2 Fox X-Ray Easy. KC2FXE handles John. Go ahead.
All right, John. Very fine. I hope you got my info. It's Dale, D-A-L-E, in Henniker, New Hampshire. So I was just checking out the AM rally. I'm the trustee of an old club call here, W1 Old Crow. And as far as old QSL cards, I do not have any, but I have seen cards when I was a kid from this club that go back in the early days. I think the club call was originally from the 1940s, maybe, where it was a club. So, but anyways, and I think I gave you my rig. I'm not using an old-fashioned rig. It's a Yaesu FT990 into an Ameritron AL80A amplifier. So I did work KD1SH and a couple of people. So John, you're the fifth one down the log here. So you can give me your info. I'll probably check out a couple other bands. I was kind of busy yesterday. Didn't get in this thing. So, anyways, KC2FXE, AF, yeah, I keep giving my own call. W1 Ocean Charlie, over.
All right, John. I was busy trying to look at my email. And now it's going to start giving me some... If I don't keep talking, I get feedback here with the transmitter. Well, good morning, W1O Ocean Charlie, OC, I guess it is. I didn't get the handle, but I will on the next one. Well, good morning, all. Good morning, Bear. I hope everybody's enjoying the AM rally. Let me turn this... I guess... turn that down a little bit here. I guess the gain's too high for this morning. Last night it was working fine. Anyway. Alright. Play nice. Anyway, good morning. And I'll give you my rundown here. I'm not collecting points, but I'll give you all the points you need. That's all I was doing last night and yesterday and Friday. And this is a homebrew transmitter. Anyway, the high power end is homebrew. I got a little Ranger 2 as an exciter driver that I'm running a pair of 813s modulated by a pair of triode connected 813s. So we're running legal limit here. For say, whatever everybody, I don't know what it is, 375, 400. I'm running right now. Wow. I'm running around 500 here on a carrier. Probably a little heavy. I guess tuning changes. Tuning's a little different. Oh yeah, I see the swirls is way up there. Last night I was down the band a little bit. Let me do a little adjustment here. I guess I got Yeah, let's see what we're going to do here. There we go. There. That's better. Now I'm fine. As I stated, I got a homebrew transmitter here. It's a pair of 813s modulated by a pair of triode connected 813s, which is excited by a little Ranger 2. It uses the RF as an exciter and the audio section as an audio driver. Let's see, and that goes out to the antenna, which is remotely controlled. I got an antenna tuner out in the back. From where I am, it's probably about 70 feet behind me. And it's I got a little outbuilding mounted behind the shed that I have tuners in it, and I can remotely control one of them anyway, which is they call it an S tuner. It's a little weird. It's a little oddball of a tuner I found online several years ago. I used to run one of those balanced L networks for a while, and I spotted this, and this uses basically the same setup. It's just one L instead of two L's. So it has your usual cap on one side, has a cap. I got a big vacuum variable out there, a big roller inductor. Then it has a transformer that connects the two of them together, and then the transformer couples a link that goes out to your input, and that runs through homebrew open wire line, or twin lead, I should say. I just use 12 gauge HTT as my conductors. I have a 4-inch space line that runs about 120 feet up to an inverted V, about 60. The feed point's about 65 feet in the air. It's a 240 foot inverted V. Of course, I do run 160 at times too, so it's I can run 160 over that. And that's what we're running here. So I'm listening to you on a SD. One of them SDR computer-operated receivers that play. I guess it's called the SDR Play. I do have an R390A behind me I've been using, but right now it's got this issue with noise. When it gets warmed up, it starts going click, 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 click. There's a component in there that's failing and arcing over, and I just I don't have the I don't have the know how to find it. I've had a couple guys look at it, and it's extensive. It's deep in the bowels someplace. One of the mixers has a problem, so it just sits there and goes click, 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 click. Sounds like a built-in lightning storm. So I got to find that someday before I can put it on, because it's very annoying. You sit and listen to things, and this thing starts going, a component failing, arcing over inside. I know that's what it is, but where? I think I had Ted look at it once when I drug it up to Nearfest. He looked at it, and I think he narrowed it down to someplace around the second mixer. That's as far as we wanted to go. I mean, it's too deep into the radio. You got to disassemble the whole damn thing to find it. So at some point in time, I'll venture into it. I don't have any equipment that'll actually track it down. You need a nice noise generator or something, or something that can trace it down would be nice, but I don't have stuff like that here. I never ventured. I wasn't much of an electronic repair here, so Anyway, audio is starting at the microphones in RE27, which goes in through a mic mixer, a little Behringer MX602. Okay, and then from that point it goes to a 6-band compressor, which is a Behringer 9024. And then from there it goes to a peak limiter with Evonik 222, and then it goes to the audio driver. So that's my setup here. Hope to give you some points, and I'll send this back over to you. I'll get your name for my paperwork anyway, just so I know who I'm talking to. W1 Ocean Charlie. This is Kilowatt Charlie 2 Fox X-Ray Easy, Catskill, New York.
All right. You said Catskill, is that correct?
Yes, I'm in Catskill, New York. I'm about 30 miles south of Mr. Bear.
Okay. I'll write that down. Yeah. KC2FXE from Whiskey 1 Old Crow. Well, my name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. And I am Alpha Fox 1 Tango is my call. So the W1OC is the club call. And I figure that would be pretty good to put on for the AM rally and see who we can work. It's kind of nostalgic. You have a pretty impressive setup there, your description of it all, and I hope you fixed that R390. You know, I used to repair old radios way back when. I worked at Evans Radio, which hasn't been a radio store since the early 1980s, I think. And now everybody buys stuff from HRO, but before that, we had a big radio store. And speaking of Nearfest, I hope to go to that. It's in April, I think. And they moved the days this year. They don't have it on Saturday because they couldn't get the fairgrounds. So I think it's going to be Thursday and Friday. So I often give talks there about VHF and microwaves. I'm on all the bands up through 10 gigahertz, and I like to build my own equipment. So I've been kind of working my way up in frequency throughout my life, so few bands to go. But I've also been experimenting with optical communications and so on at the upper end of the spectrum, and I'm now venturing down to the other end because we have a couple new bands down at 630 meters and 2200 meters. So I built a transmitter for one of those, and I'm going to try to do a couple experiments with a friend. So we like to dabble, basically. But I won't hold it. I think you got all the info there, John, and I'll see who else I can work, and then I got to eat something and probably check out 10 meters and a couple of, and maybe 40 as well. I have at least 30 antennas here, John, and some of them are, you know, of course, microwaves, so they're not very big, but I have 4 towers, and one of them's 100 feet, and that's got most of the microwave stuff on it. So I'm using a wire half sloper on this band here. So KC2FXE from W1 Old Crow, over.
KD1SH.
Another W1 in there.
Yeah, I don't think this stuff here on 80 meters works quite the way you imagine, Dale. Once you let these guys into the tent, you know, all sorts of mayhem can come forth.
Yeah, that's probably true. Who else was in there? W1OC.
W1OC, W1UJR, Whiskey 1 Uniform.
That was Bill.
Running low power AM, about 25.
Well, at least he says he's Bill. So, you know, we'll call him Bill.
Well, UJR is in there too, and he's talking right now. He's running low power.
Over.
All right, yeah, you doubled. All right, W1UJR, let me pick you up.
Why?
W1UJR, this is Whiskey 1 Ocean Charlie. I don't know if you got my information. In Henniker, New Hampshire, over.
Whiskey 1 Ocean Charlie. Pointing to you quite nicely here. My name is Bruce. Bruce is my name. I'm located on the coast of Maine. Running low power this afternoon. Club call is W2UJR. Club call is W2UJR. So you're welcome to log both of those in your log. W2UJR is an amplitude modulation. Story behind that, which you can find on QRZ. But hearing you just fine. Ocean Charlie, go ahead, W1UJR.
Okay, wait, it's W1UJR. All right, and I know you're in New York. You'll have to repeat a few times because it's up and down. What's the name of the town, first of all, over?
The call is W1UJR. I also gave you our club call. Our club call is W2UJR. W2UJR, which is based in Buffalo. But I'm located in the coast of Maine, on the coast of Maine. near Wiscasset, over.
All right, Bruce. Let's see. What town are you in, Bruce? Over.
The town of Wiscasset, Maine, over.
Oh, you're in Wiscasset, Maine. Roger.
Wiscasset, Maine, yes, sir.
All right, I got that. And let's see. Radio. You said low power. Over.
Yeah, I'm just running a solid state rig. I have a Collins 30K, but I'm just on the low power solid state rig ICOM.
Okay, what model is it? Over.
Model is a 7610, a 7610. Over.
10, very fine. Well, I think you sound good, but it's sometimes in and out of the noise, Bruce. So. Anyways, I won't hold it. I did a couple of. I got a couple. Kind of busy yesterday, so I just got on this morning for a while. So back to you, Bruce, for any comments. W1 Old Crow, over.
W1OC, W1UJR. Very good. Thank you for the contact. Just wanted to give you the contact for W1UJR. And also the contact for our club call, W2UJR. W2UJR was my summer back in the late 1990s. So there you go. W1UJR, going to be signing W3.
Bruce, is W2UJR the same address, and I'll use your name on it to put it down, over?
Same address. I'm the president of the club. Same address, over.
Wait a minute. Same. I've got W1UJR and W2UJR. You're the same person and location for both. Is that right?
That is correct. Over.
Okay. All right. We'll count them the same way then. Bruce, what do you have for an antenna? Over.
160 meter dipole that's fed with balanced line. Normally I'm running a Collins 30K, so I normally have much stronger signal. But I'm just running from the house this morning, not out where the station is, over.
Okay, well, you came up, so that sounds good. Well, thanks very much, Bruce, and wish you all the best. I'll take a pause here. This is W1 Ocean Charlie.
November 1.
KD1SH.
All right, anybody else?
November 1, Mike Radio Kilowatt. Also to John, KC2FXC. Call here is Kilo Delta 1 Sierra Hotel, KD1SH. Ashford, Connecticut, ASHFORD. Ashford, Connecticut, Northeast. DX60. We get DX60 into an SP221 amplifier.
November 1, Mike Radio Kilowatt.
All right, I hear Bill in there. I heard somebody else calling me, too. This is W1OC, standing by.
W1OC, November 1, Mike Radio Kilowatt.
Do you copy? Hey, John, you want to go down to 73 so we can chat down there?
There's a station breaking in there, too, who sounds like he's on sideband, actually.
I hear sideband. Yeah, who else was calling me before I leave? This is W1 Ocean Charlie.
November 1, Mike Radio Kilowatt, Hamden, Connecticut. I don't know if you ever caught me.
I think you're on single sideband. The station calling me, I'm on AM only, over.
Oh, boy. What frequency?
3885.
Yeah, we're on 3885. Okay, who's the other station before I leave? This is W1 Ocean Charlie.
Wow, you were coming in so clear on sideband, I can't believe it. November 1, Mike Radio Kilowatt in Hamden, QSL.
And when Mike Radio Kilowatt from W1OC, over.
I gotcha. You were coming in on sideband. Is it if you were on sideband. That's why I made the mistake.
Yeah, we're here. Yeah. All right. Where are you located, and what's your name?
My name is Bill, Bravo India Lima Lima, and I am in Hamden, Connecticut, just north of New Haven.
It's Hamden. Is H-A-M, is it H-A-M-D-E-N? Is that right?
Correct. That's where Quinnipiac University is.
Okay, very fine. Well, I'm Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo in Henniker, Henniker, and that's in New Hampshire. And I'm using a Yaesu FT990, driving an Ameritron AL80 Alpha amplifier and a half-sloper antenna. Over.
Nice signal from New Hampshire. I missed the call. You can give it to me on the next turnaround. And I don't want to hold you. I know you guys are sliding down to 7.3. But nice signal coming in from New Hampshire, QSL.
Roger. Yeah, I'm not going to move down. I'm just going to work who else was here, and then I'm going to eat some breakfast and so on. So what are you using for equipment there, Bill? Over?
Just a 7300 ICOM, 100 watts, and my trusty 80-10 NFED with a counterpoise system that I added to it.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, a lot of people. In fact, I recently got an ICOM 7300 because I have the ICOM 705, and it's very similar in how it works, and I like that. In fact, I use that as the IF or for microwave bands because it's low power, and I run transverters. So I decided to get the 7300. It was on sale. So right now I've got it set up for 6 meters. So that's the story there, Bill. So I'm the trustee of this club call here. N1MRK from W1 Old Crow. Over.
W1OC, got it. N1MRK. Yeah, I got to tell you, years ago I was licensed in 92, and I had all kinds of towers, equipment, and with 830s. But then I got out of it for a long time. When I got back in, I said I want something small and simple. And I got to tell you, best bang for the buck, this 7300. Not top of the line, not bottom of the line, but it's very good. The receiver's good, and you can do a lot with the output audio as far as adjustments I've done. So it's a good radio. My favorite from way back when was my Yaesu 890 with the auto tuner. That radio I love.
Okay, Bill, you kind of took a dip in the mud, so very good. It is a good radio. I'll say 7.3 before we lose you, and see if there's anybody else before I shut down on this band. So 7.3, thanks for giving us a shout. N1MRK in the AM rally. This is W1 Ocean Charlie. Over.
W1 Oscar Charlie, N1MRK. Yeah, very good. I'm sure the band's dipping around. So 73, see you.
7.3, W1OC. Anybody else left?
November 1, November, Delta, November.
November 1, November, Delta, November. You're coming in here pretty well. Up and down conditions. I don't know if you got my information. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have you clearly. I'm in Hudson Falls, New York. You're coming in real good. The station in Maine was very light, but you're very strong over here in New York. 5.9 plus, and hopefully I'm getting to you okay. The first time I've used AM on this radio. It's a Sun SDR radio, and I'm showing 100 watts output, so hopefully I'm not overdriving it too much. Anyway, yeah, great signal over here.
All right, what's your name?
Name is Bernie, Bravo Echo Romeo, November India Echo, Bernie. Call is November 1, November Delta November, and located in Hudson Falls, New York.
All right, Bernie, I had your call wrong. I get November Delta Echo, but it's November Delta November. And, yeah, I'm in the AM rally. We have to describe what we're using for equipment and where we're located. I think you said you got my information. So what are you running for radio there? Over.
Yeah, the radio is a Sun SDR DX.
It's a radio that I picked up recently from an estate sale, and absolutely loving it. It's a lot of fun to operate. So I'm using a USB headset right now, and the radio's in the other room, operating it through a network. And it's not vintage equipment, that's for sure. So like I say, hopefully it sounds okay.
I'm not familiar with that at all. Did you say Sun, S-U-N, over?
Sun, SDR. So sun as in the sun and the moon. SDR as in software developed radio. Sun SDR DX. You can Google it. It's made by Expert Electronics. It's the same guys that makes the Expert amps. They also make radios, and it's a 100-watt radio, but it's just a brick. You need a computer to run it. So I'm currently hooked up to a Mac computer, but it runs just as well on a PC. And I'm using a USB Logitech headset to the computer, and I'm monitoring your bandwidth and your signal quality, and it's just an amazing rig.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good to me. Huh? Interesting with all the types of equipment people have here. And AM's been around for 100 years, actually more than that. So it's interesting to see how things have evolved. Well, you came up that time, Bernie, a pretty good signal. So I'm probably running close to 200 watts of carrier. Maybe a little bit less, I'm not sure. Anyways, I won't hold it. I got to eat something, and people keep coming out of the woodwork here, so that's good. So 73N1NDN from W1 Old Crow, over.
Okay, W1 Old Crow from November 1, November, Delta November. And yeah, your carrier is almost 40 over. So it's a really good signal here. 73, and good luck. Enjoy your breakfast and many more contacts. Thanks for taking mine. N1NDN.
73, Bernie. This is W1 Ocean Charlie. Anybody else left? Oh, one last chance. W1 Old Crow. AM Rally, over. Nope, I guess I'll go to 40 or 10 meters. W1 Ocean Charlie.
Just wanted to try that you cleared the N1 NDN, I believe it was, in New York. Are you still there? N1 in York?
KC2FXC, you still there, John? KC2FXC, you on frequency? We're on sideband, you're on sideband,
Yes, I am, Bear. I'm still here. KC2FXC Cat.
Still there?
Hello? Yeah, I'm still here. Am I getting out?
You're leaving?
You guys are walking all over a guy in the wheelchair.
What's that, John?
I don't know. I didn't say something. I said I'm here. I'm still hanging out. There's a very light station in there. I barely hear him. I see him a blip on the screen. That's all.
Yeah, station in New Hampshire, trying to get in. Go ahead.
N1NDN, I believe it was. I'm not sure.
No. Anyway, I called you a few minutes back. I asked you to go to 73. I guess you were out of the room. I sent you this really cool link. Okay. So here's what the deal is. The mini lathe, my little mini lathe, the cross slide was all slop. And I figured that the nut had been busticated. So I was all, worried about it. I was looking stuff up. And in the course of looking stuff up, as they've done for the Atlas, I used to have the Atlas 10 that I used to have. It's 6-inch thing. People have come along and changed, rebuilt, made new cranks, dials, and ball bearing assemblies to crank the cross slide and the compound slide. And this guy had done one for the same lathe you have, and it was really nice. And I thought, John will like this. This is a project for John. So, I don't know what they call the graduated dials. They seem to have no single name for them. So that sent me down a big rabbit hole, John. So I wonder if you found that email.
Yeah, I think I know the one. I just went back and I found a couple of them there. I guess the one with Nix, I guess. Nix, he has a blog that you found.
I don't know. I was so deep in this rabbit hole. Okay, so here's what's cool. I mean, I think you'll appreciate it. This is WB2GCR. This is sort of an AM rally. Anyway, so I'm looking at all this stuff because I think I want to do something for the mini lathe, right? Well, I'm looking at Hardinge and others to see how they do it. And if you go to the, I think I mentioned it to you, whatever the name of that company is, Schlabin or something, Schlaubin, it's weird. It's a Hardinge type machine. They have an interesting dial. They have it set up so that there's a thumb screw on the face, the part that would be facing your body, not out on the dial. And what that does is when you tighten that thumb screw, it opens up a ring that is inside the actual dials to lock it. So that's that locking mechanism. And then I looked at Hardinge, and Hardinge has a different method, but the thing that I saw that was really cool is that some of the Hardinge machines, oh man, I want a Hardinge. I'm telling you, if they weren't 10 grand, holy crap. The HVL, wow, what a lathe. Huh. Scary how nice that is. Anyway, they have a little lever right as part of that mechanism that locks. Think about it. It locks the screw that, drives the compound and the cross slide. They have a little horizontal lever, and you can lock it. I'm thinking, gee, that's really good.
Yeah, I seen that YouTube video where the guy took some Chinese lathe and he rebuilt it like that. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, but nobody's got the lock that I've seen except for Hardinge. And I downloaded the manuals, and I can't tell what the heck the lock does. I can't figure it out from the drawing. I have no idea what they're doing to lock the screw so it doesn't rotate anymore. Of course, and then I'm thinking, that's really good, but the only problem with locking the screw is that you still have whatever slop, whatever backlash there is in the nut. So what would really be great if there was, you know how the tailstock locks to the bed, if you could lock the cross slide to, the dovetails, if there was a little lever or something that you could apply to squeeze or push the cross slide so it locked in that spot. Now, how often do you really need that? I don't know, but it just seems like such a nice idea.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. There was one YouTuber that was working on them things. He made his own nut. I don't know if you've seen how he made that. He made the nut for the cross. I mean, that's beyond what I'm going to be able to do, but he made the nut a little bit longer for the cross, all right? Then he milled out a center section so the nut became two nuts still tied together on the one side. It was still tied together with a boss that was pressed into the compound, But then when the screw went through the nut, he had a set screw that was in one of the nuts, and it pushed against the other nut, and it took up the slop.
Yeah, that's one of several ways of getting rid of the slop. Absolutely. The only thing that depends on, though, to work really well, is no wear on the screw. If you've got an old machine and you do that, you'll find that if you set it for zero lash at the center, as you go off to either end, it gets tight. And that's no good. So, but it is a good way to take up slop. Turns out on mine, okay, here's the other way to do it. The Chinese mini lathe, this is WB2GCR, what they do is they have, this is so funny. I'm cracking up thinking about it. To get rid of the backlash, what they do is they have the nut, mounted up to the cross slide with two regular set screws. But in the middle, they have an extra set screw. All right, so there's three set screws. The middle set screw is a pivot point. And so what you do is you juggle the tightness on the outer two versus the depth on the pivot point to cause the whole nut to cant off a little bit, a fraction of a degree, just enough to sit a little bit diagonal across the threads, thus taking up the slack. I didn't know this until I looked it up, of course, online, YouTubes, and then I looked at mine, and sure enough, oh, this is probably my friend. Mine had loosened up. Be right back.
Oh, okay. That's a different aspect. Yes, a little more than I wanted to do. I just wanted, all I did is I made a resettable part to the cross slide. The little Teague doesn't have a resettable dial, so that came out pretty nice, the resettable dial. Now I can adjust it and then reset the radicals to 0, and I can come off of that. It works pretty nice. That come out pretty nice. I'm still got to make some handles. I didn't get there yet. I made the stem for the handles, but now I got to make the handle itself to stick on there. I got a bolt in there right now, just using it for the handle, but I got to make a couple handles for it yet, and that'll be completed. But I'm chasing some other issues here right now. I got a new to me. Well, it is. It's a Chinesium chuck. 3-jaw chuck I got for Christmas. My daughter, I suggested my daughter wanted to know what I would like, and I said, well, you could see if you could get one of these, but she got a chuck for me. I got a 3-inch chuck with nice steel jaws, reversal, has 2 sets of jaws, inners and outers, and I made a back plate for it. Well, I got a back plate, machined it so it indexed into the back of the chuck, but I got run out it's crazy. I mean, I'm like 8-10 thousandths run out. I put a dowel in the chuck, close it up, and measure it, and it's like way out of whack. So I'm chasing that, trying to figure out how to zero in this chuck. So that's taking me for a loop. I can't use it until I straighten it out. 10 thousandths is a little too much run out. Chinesium chuck, that's what happens, I guess. Even the little chucks, they want big money. Anyway, that's what I've been playing with here for a couple weeks here now, trying to straighten that out. But every little thing adds up when you get out to the chuck, and it's like I measured the spindle. The spindle, I got like a 0.5 thousandths at the spindle, so which is acceptable. I put the back plate on because they came threaded already with the thread. I just screw it on, and then I just had to machine a little bit of the registered surface that registers on the inside of the back of the chuck. I had to just machine a little bit of that so it fits nice and tight in the back. Did that. I got the faceplate, I got that within a 0.5 thousandths, just about a 0.5 thousandths run, which is I'm acceptable at 1/2,000. But then I put the chuck on it. I put a piece of stock in the chuck. I got a ground piece of 3/8 ground rod. It was, it's a precision rod. It's ground. Chuck that up. Put a dial on it and spin it, and I got like, wow, 10, 12 thousandths run out. And they go, whoa. So I'm trying to figure out how to straighten that out. I've already tried grinding the jaws, but I'm not getting it right because it hasn't changed. Anyway, this is KC2FXE, Catskill, New York. I guess Mr. Bear went to go to the front door. He's got a visitor there, I guess. So, I guess we'll move on here and see what else is going on. I might venture up to 40. Yesterday I was listening on 40, and I said, oh, I'm going to put the transmitter up here, I guess. Take the time to tune it up. So, Bear, if you're going to have a visitor there, we'll catch you a little later. This is KC2FXE Catskill.
Yeah, John, KC2FXE WB2GCR. Yeah, I'm going to jump out. Paul, KD2IWC, is got lost over at St. Peter's. He's on his way. He should be here in about 3 minutes. Somebody doesn't get lost again. So I'll catch you later, John. We got to yak about that stuff. Fun stuff, man. So if you see anything in it and you want to comment in an email, well, we can talk that way too. KC2FXE, the voice of Catskill on amateur radio, WB2GCR 73.
We'll talk to you later.
Enjoy the visit. KC2FXE Catskill. Good morning, all.
Yeah, don't run away, John. WA1SS and the J.
My friend Wayne, long time no talk. Let me get tuned up here. I'm off frequency. I see I'm drifting away. I'm drifting away. Let me look here. Where am I? Okay, that might be better. This thing keeps drifting down. Good morning, Wayne. W1SSJ. KC2FXE Catskill.
Yeah, okay, John. Very good. Catskill. Yeah. I still remember our visit, so coming over to your place, I really enjoyed that with all the cats. And hello, Barney, if she's in earshot there. Even if she isn't. Yeah, it's been a while, John. I finally got an antenna up and got a transmitter set up here, and yeah, we're doing okay. We're not running full power yet, but a couple of 100 watts. Yeah, it's okay. And I also have a setup where I can drive an amplifier on other frequencies, other bands, I should say. So yeah, and so it was tough coming back after 4 years. Maybe a little longer. I can't remember actually. Somebody told me 5, but no, I don't think it was that long. But it seems like a lifetime, and at my age, I forgot so much stuff. You know, even people's names and calls, and oh my God, people I've talked to all the time. You know, just unbelievable. But the real pleasure of coming back, John, was you know, throwing my call out to talk to somebody and having them come back and say, Wade, I haven't talked to you in ages. Even though I might not remember them, the pleasure was that they remembered me, John. WA1SSNJ.
Yes. WA1SSJ, KC2FXE Catskill. Yeah, very good, Wayne. Yes, it is. That people can remember you, you know, that's the biggest thing. Yeah, it's been a while. I don't know. I didn't keep track. I know you've been gone with the move after you sold everything up there and moved downstate. And then I've been following along with listening to Steve, you know, Mr. QI Quicks. And I've been following. I guess you're still got some bugs you're chasing in the new E-rig that you built. Haven't wound it up yet. That's good. Now, I'm glad you're keeping busy. One thing, did you keep the mill, or did you sell a mill? You still got your machines, or you don't have the room for them?
Oh yeah, no. Mark QFX has my miller there, my mill drill. Yeah. No, I couldn't keep it, but Mark has it, and I have an invitation to use it or anything else at his place. So he's been pretty handy with stuff there. Yeah, we do have a drill press out in the garage and my belt sander. And that's the only things that I have. But I do a lot of stuff on that drill press and the belt sander. I would never get rid of that. Boy, I can do a lot of stuff in that belt sander, I'll tell you. So yeah, and I just yeah, making different parts. So I hope this thing's sounding all right, John. This is the latest E-rig that I started to make before I moved the cabinets and stuff, because I knew that I wasn't going to have a shop anymore. So I got as much done before I moved, and then I finished it just last year with Steve's help, of course. You know, so. But yeah, I wanted to say howdy before you took off there. I'm not into long conversations like some of these guys, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know I was on the air, and hopefully this thing's doing okay, John. It's it's about 200 watts at the present time. My antenna's not the best in the world, but it's better than nothing, John. Oh man, KC2QFX. Oh, I hope I get that call right. WA1SS and the J.
Okay, Wayne, very good. Yeah, WA1SSJ, this is KC2FXE Catskill. Very good. Well, it's good you got something to twiddle with there. I mean, it's tough to move from one place to another and you can't take your toys with you, you know? That's rough, man. Well, you're doing good down here. Band ain't in the best shape right now. It's going away, you know, that time of the day, 10 o'clock here, so it's starting to go away. But you're good, your Q5 copy here. So very good. It's nice to hear you again. I've been listening. I heard you a couple times with Steve, and then you didn't hang around to come up with talk to anybody else. So I never got to talk to you before. So nice hearing you. Missed you. Missed talking to you. So very good. Yeah, it's Bonnie's still sleeping. I guess she's been having trouble sleeping. She gets up 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and starts messing around with stuff in the kitchen, and then she comes back to bed and she says, and then she can sleep. Well, I don't know what's going on with her, so she might be awake. I don't know. I hear noise now. No, it's just kitties. Kitties making noise, huh? She must still be sleeping. She's sleeping in late, I guess, today. I'll tell her that you said hello, and hope everything is fine with you and your lady. And we'll take it. We'll talk to you. Don't be a stranger. Get back on the air. I know anything's good to get on the air with, no matter what it is. You know, if you can get out, it's great. So this is my little. This is where I hang out anymore. You know, in my little room here that I've got. Since the last time you were here, I relocated in a different part of the house. So I took over my son's bedroom when he left in 2004, 2003, I guess he moved out. You know, because he got involved with a lady. He got married, and he's since then been divorced. Now he's single again, living by himself up in the mountains. Yeah, he goes. He's got a house, and you know. I don't know if he's messing around with another lady or not, but I know the one he was with, I guess they were only together for 3 years, and she called it quits, I guess. Or he called it quits. I don't know. She started venturing out, so. Anyway, I know they called it quits because they weren't married very long, so. And he kept all the property and everything. So that's what they're doing. So I'm in his room here that used to be a little 8x8, a little 8x9 here. So I got everything squeezed in here. I got all the radio equipment and all my little mini machine shop sitting on the other on another bench here behind me. So I still play with that. That's about it on there. I'm doing very well. I'm recovering from a heart attack last year. Easter. Ain't that something? Easter last year I had heavy chest pains. I woke up in the middle of the night with a pain in my chest that felt like a goddamn elephant was sitting on my chest, and I started screaming for the wife, and she come because I went to the bath. I got up to go to the bathroom, and I'm sitting there. It just felt like someone punched me in the chest, and I started screaming, I guess, and the wife come in, panicking, what's going on, and called 911, and if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have been here because they told her to administer some baby aspirin. So she gave me a mouthful of baby aspirin, and by that time the pain started to go away, and the ambulance came and picked me up, and off I went. So I have three stents in my chest now, and I'm a pile of medication to keep it going. So that's the only good news that I've had, I can tell you. Since I've seen you. That's why I haven't been to the Hamfest. I haven't been to Hamfest since 19. You know, you had COVID in the 20 there and 21 and other issues, and I'm still on, I guess, kind of repair. It's been a year now, going on a year. Easter will be a year since I've had it, so. The wife watches me like a hawk. You know, she won't let me do things. No, don't lift that. Don't do this. Don't do that. You know, I'm on this don't do list anymore. But I did manage to finish my truck. I've been working on a truck since 17, I think I started building this truck. I got it. It's 99.9% done. There's a lot of little trim and stuff like I want to finish up, but I can do that after I get it on the road. So that's what I've been playing with. After I stopped working. 19, I retired, totally retired in 19. So I think that was the last time I went to the Hamfest too. Yeah, that was the last Hamfest I went to back then. So I don't have the discretionary funds anymore to go off someplace and spend money that I don't think about it. I don't have it coming in anymore, so it's just my Social Security. It's all I'm living off right now. So anyway, I gotta watch the budget, I guess, as Bonnie does, really tight. So I got what I got, and that's all I can play with. I just want to finish my truck and get that on the road, and then I can start, doing some road trips with it. That's what I made it for, so I can a little custom truck to do a little road tripping with anyway. But as things change, now you got the going with the way, a lot happens in 5-6 years, you know. I had plans back then to do certain things to the truck. I've done a lot of them to the truck, but now with everything changing with the price of things, I don't know. Rethinking things, because this thing's gonna suck fuel like a bandit. I don't know. If I knew what I know now, if I knew it back in 2017, I probably would have done a little bit different, something different. Anyway, Wayne, it is nice to catch up to you. And again, I'm glad to hear you. Hope everything's doing well at you at your new location there. And hope to catch an eyeball on you sometime again. I get up to the Near Fest maybe if you're around. WA1SSJ, this is KC2FXE Catskill. You have a good day, buddy.
Yeah, okay, John. I did not know about the heart attack. I did not know. Yeah, I didn't know that, John. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Yeah, that's something. That's, no. Now we've been doing quite well myself. And Fran's been doing pretty good, too. You know, she's in her 80s now, also, so yeah, we're getting up there, which I guess is, you know, a kind of a good thing, you know. But yeah, boy, yeah, I remember the time you had going around with that other medical stuff you had there, and now a heart attack, yeah. Al Brown, VTP, he had 2 strokes, maybe 3, I think. He had a bunch of strokes setting up. And I live about a mile from him, where Al lives in Manchester. So, yeah, you're getting taken out there by strong stations, sidebanders, whatever, contesters. Anyhow, so I'm going to say 73, the best to you in the morning there, and wow. Yeah, that's something. I wish you all the good there, John. Hope you get to use that truck. Jeez. Anyhow, so I'm going to say 73 for now. We'll talk to you again, that's for sure, John, when conditions are better. KC2, FXE, WA1, SS and the J. 73 for now, John. Take care.
All right, Wayne. 73s. Enjoy your day. We'll talk again. KC2FXE, Catskill, New York. 73s all.
WA1SSJ, before you go, could I get a quick contact for N1MUC?
Yeah, I've got a strong station here, so I did not copy that. Got a strong station here bleeding over, and so sorry, but we'll be able to make a contact. But I did hear you.
W1DA.
If he wasn't in here, but I think it's sideband, but I'm not sure. Sorry about that. Maybe another time.
KC2FXE, KC2MZY. You still there, John?
W1DA.
Okay, if anyone able to copy N1MUC that I haven't worked on 75, go ahead.
N1MUC, this is W1DAN.
I got a high noise level here this morning. I got the W1BA something.
Good morning, N1MUC. This is W1DAN, Whiskey 1 Delta America, November.
A good copy that time. Let me get my power adjusted. There we go. My name is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut. We're running a TS 930S Kenwood and an SB200 linear with 100 watts into a 75-meter dipole. Over.
Very good. Okay. Good morning, Paul. The 100 watts through the SB200 is doing good. 930 is sounding fine, too. And you're about an S7 to S9, and our noise floor is pretty high as well. We're running a K7 DYY rig, about 120 watts into a dipole, ladder line dipole, fed via a Johnson matchbox, up about 60 feet. Audio processors, an Optimot HF. And the receiver is a Yaesu FRG 7700. N1 MUC. This is W1DAN.
W1BAN. Yeah, name here is Paul Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. And we got a pretty good copy on you. A little fading, but I think it all qualifies as a contact. Over.
But of course it does, Paul. Fantastic. Even though we're all solid state, it's still a contact.
All right. Thank you for the contact. And 73s, and I'll be on the side for a moment. Anybody else wants to reach me?
Okay, very good, Paul. Good to talk to you, and we'll chat again. This is W1DAN listening. W1DAN looking for folks in the AM rally or other. Okay, nothing heard. W1DAN clear.
KC2MZY. Hello, radio. KC2MZY listening.
Go ahead, that braking station. This is November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. CQAM Rally, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie.
you were running a, what are you running, by the way?
I have a Flex 6300, Flex 6300.
Okay, Flex 6300, got it. Very good. I hear another station in there that's chiming in also, and we also have Fred, KB2IXT on frequency. Fred, are you copying KK1RZ?
I am. A little quick with the call, but I wrote it down. You're right. Sounds good, Rick, with the... This is Fred in Delmar, KB2IXT, and we'll hold the other one up. You said there was another station in there, Stephanie, so go ahead, please. Who's the other station? Go ahead.
Whiskey 1, Whiskey Oscar Radio.
Go ahead, sir.
W1WR. Hello, Stephanie. It's Rob, formerly known as Alf, November 1 Alpha Lima Foxtrot. We changed our call signs a couple years ago. How you doing?
Okay. Hey, Alf. All right. Very good. W1WOR. Nice. I like the call sign. Yeah, it's been a long time since we chatted, and I guess, are you involved with W1AW this weekend?
No, I haven't got involved in there. Are you taking check-ins?
Oh, no. I'm operating from home. I heard somebody was operating from headquarters, HQ. And there's also the station from the museum there in Connecticut. Worked Tina, worked Jeff. I think there was one other gentleman that got on also. So we have quite a few people operating from Connecticut with big signals.
Hey, Stephanie. Hey, who's that?
Rally there every year. Well, that transmitter's back over in Windsor, Connecticut, the Vintage Amateur Radio Club there, which actually held the 100th anniversary of the 1BCG with the replica transmitter. I don't think the league wanted anything to do with that at that time there. So, no, I didn't know anybody was at the league, and I didn't know anybody up at the what's called the Vintage Museum up there. I'll have to check that out there. So, and I'm running a Kenwood TS890 on 25 watts. The K7DYY is out of line there, so we got to get that back in. I got to get my neighbor 1BCG Clark, and we're gonna get that back in line. So we heard you in there, and we haven't spoken to you or seen you in years there, so it's been a while. So yeah, we changed it to W1WOR, Whiskey 1 Whiskey Oscar Radio, 710 on your radio, Channel 9 on television. And I listened to that as growing up, and the history of that is because my last name is Neville. So Long John Neville was a disc jockey there back in the days there. So I had to grow up all my life when people asked me my last name, and they said, "Are you related to Long John Neville?" Unfortunately, no. But I did like the call signs there, so I picked it up, and quite a few people actually on the AM carrier net. A couple of guys that I come across that worked at that station, and they liked Alf, and they were surprised I changed it. And they said if you could pick a call sign to change, you couldn't pick the better one. Over to you.
Okay, very good. Good morning to WA3VJB. How do you do? W1WR Alf. What town are you in? The town?
I'm in the town of Greenwich, Connecticut, right up the street from N1BCG. Clark and I are 1 mile exactly apart there. So Clark is my mentor, best friend on the retainer technician there. So I'm 15 year nautical miles in New York City and 5 miles south of Westchester. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Alf. Sounded good down here.
Very good. You can use just a little more modulation, a little bit on the low side, but and you got this slow QSB fade on your signal. But I'm hearing you. All right. Very good. So, Fred, I'm going to toss it back to you, KB2IXT. We have a bunch of people in here now. N1FEC running the FT 757, which I actually, I recently got one of those too, and I fixed it up, so I have one of those also. And we have Rick, and we have Alf, and we also have Paul, who just chimed in, VJB. So I'm going to toss it over to you, Fred, and you can toss it in some direction. Go ahead.
If you don't mind, Stephanie, let me just get a quick contact for the rally and get in your logbook, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm cutting out, guys. 7-3, it's good to talk to you. W1WR.
Yeah, Alf, hey, good. I haven't heard you in a long time either. Stephanie, if you don't mind, 11:15 is the time I'm entering, running the Super Senior, and good signal. Annapolis is the town, and glad to finally work you here. I've been kind of waiting in line. WX3K, and I also work the W1AW station, so that was good to have them on. WA3VJB with the group. How copy?
I copy very well, Paul. Nice to hear you on this morning. The band is kind of coming back to life. It's not what it was yesterday, but I think it's finally waking up. Running the usual stuff here. The ICO 720, 730, 722, and the HRO 50T. So same deal here. Good to work you this morning.
Copy that. Excellent. Thank you very much. WA3VJB out of here.
NY1P.
All right, that would be my 73 round. Paul, thank you for everything you've been doing for AM radio. Good morning to you and to all the rest. WA3VJB, this is KB2IXT. Stephanie, I leave it in your capable hands. This is what AM radio should be. You've got a lot of activity here. You've got a lot of participation. I do have another commitment here. I told the young lady I'm running a little late here. I said, hey, I got on the radio. This is true. Not an excuse, but anyway, thank you, Stephanie, and Paul, thanks for your work and for running AM radio. Go ahead, Stephanie, I'll listen out. KB2XT, good morning to all. Good to hear all of you here.
Okay, very good, Fred. Nice chatting this morning about all the good stuff. Radio is a wonderful thing. Actually, I think I'm out of coffee, and I'm gonna have to brew up some vittles, some breakfast here for myself. So I'm going to take a short pause. I'm gonna leave the rig on. I'll be back in a little while, but I definitely have to go dive into some breakfast here very shortly. So I'll stand by. It's WX3K.
NY1P.
And the one station. Oops. I'm trying to get the log going here. N1 what?
November Yankee 1 Papa.
November Yankee 1 Papa. Very nice. Good morning. Name here is Stephanie in the Poconos, running the ICO 720, 50 watts carrier into an inverted V, and the HRO 50T.
You're about 20 over here, Stephanie. I spoke with you yesterday from the museum, the W1VCM, but I'm at home this morning, so I figured I'd give you a shot. You are bending the S meter here at about 20 over 9. Name is Jeff, Juliet Echo Foxtrot, running an ST1000D 50 watts carrier, NY1P.
Okay, Jeff, very good. That was said awfully quick, and I just need you to repeat it so I can get it down in the log. So, let's see, are you in Windsor, and what are you running again?
Okay, sorry about that. I'm actually in Simsbury, Connecticut, which is about a 15-mile drive from the museum in Windsor, running an ST1000 Delta 50-watt carrier to an end-fed dipole. So once again, you're 5 and 9 plus a lot. If you could just send along a signal report, I got the rest of your info. 70, back to you. This is NY1P.
Okay, Jeff, very good on the ASA there. Awesome. Okay. Good deal. It was nice to hear you guys on the BC1T last night. The thing sounds majestic. It just sounds, the audio is just so nice on that I guess somebody mentioned the microphone you guys were using on it. It's a perfect matchup.
Well, it was designed for commercial broadcasting, and it does that at a kilowatt. It just goes so long there. Obviously, it was designed to be on the air, 24/7, so it's on the air, occasionally with just a quick transmission. It really does a good job. This is NY1P. Anybody else around needs a contact?
Whiskey India 1 Bravo.
Okay, this is WX3K on 7280. I heard a station ending in Bravo, a little bit off frequency. Jeff NY1P is here with me, and I'm just giving you a chance to kind of like zoom in or zero beat. Term they used to use, or technique back in the day when they had a separate VFO. Did you hear that station chime in?
I hear it tuning up on frequency. I'll stand by. This is November Yankee 1 Papa. Anybody else on frequency? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Whiskey India 1 Bravo, WI1B.
Was that WI1B? Go ahead.
Yeah, QSO, Whiskey India 1 Bravo. I'm actually just started getting interfered with a single sideband station, but I heard you all talking. I wanted to say hello. Name here is Ken, Kilo Echo November. QTH is Andover, Massachusetts, about 25 miles north of Boston. And you all have very good signals in here. I think the band is changing a little bit. I'm not quite sure your call. I was listening to an NY1P. I don't know if that's you. And Stephanie. Anyway, this is WI1B.
WI1B, NY1P. You're 57 here, by the way, Ken. What's my report?
I would say you're about a 5'8", peaking around 10 to 12 over 9. Not bad. A little bit of interference, like I say, at this end break.
Okay, what's your radio? Go ahead.
The radio is just a Yaesu Fox Tango 950. I'm sending 8 watts out of that into an Ameritron AL811. So my output power isn't very high. It's about 75 watts or so. Back to you.
Okay, I've got it. So I'm rating ahead at ST1000 Delta. Carrier's about 50 watts. Stephanie, are you still on WX3K NY1P?
Good morning from W2AO, W2 Atlantic Ocean. Any copy at all?
Well, W2AO, this is NY1P. Do you copy? W2AO, this is NY1P. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. NYNP. I didn't get your call, I'm sorry. This is W2AO, Stu in Fishkill, New York. We're only running about 25 watts or so. Over.
Okay, I got it. W2AO, Atlantic Ocean. This is November Yankee 1 Papa, NY1P, Simsbury, Connecticut. We're about a 5 and 5, a 5 and 5. Radio here is a Yaesu FT1000 Delta. Name is Jeff. Julia Echo, Foxtrot. Go ahead, Ken.
Is your call Nancy Yankee 1 Alpha, is that correct?
Nancy Yankee 1 Papa, NY1P. Go ahead.
Let me try it again. Is it NY1 Alpha?
Negative. November Yankee 1 Papa, NY1P. Go ahead.
New York 1P, New York 1, Pennsylvania?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I'm only running 25 watts, and your signal is in and out here, but nice to hear you. Handle is Stu, Sugar Tango United, and we're running a Kenwood 890 Sugar on AM, of course. Over.
Okay, I copy you're running an TS 890 S, is that correct?
An 890 Sugar, Kenwood, yes.
QSL, okay. Your signal, as I said, you're about a 5556, and what was my report? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And you're running an FT1000 Delta, is that correct?
QSL, what was my report? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put a rig on. It's a little bit more power, but we don't have any high-power rigs. We used to have all the heavy metal and so forth, but we're too old to lift it, so now we got something that's a little lighter here. Hope you have a good time on the AM, rally from W2AO.
W2AO, NY1P. What is my signal report? Go ahead.
I'd say about an S7 or so. Not bad for this time of day.
Okay, QSL, Stu. Thanks very much for the information for the rally. And we'll catch you later on. This is November Yankee 1 Papa 73.
Thank you, and have a nice day. 73 from W2 Atlantic Ocean.
NY1 Papa in the group WI1B. Could you do me a favor and just verify your frequency?
Yeah, I just moved a little bit. My transmit frequency is 7.281.2. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, that answers it. I was getting a little distortion, so I think I'm on the end of end of where you are. Can you hear me okay? I'm at about 7284.
You're somewhat distorted. In fact, I was trying to get you cleared up with a clarifier, but you sound like you're over-modulated. You've got a strong carrier, but the modulation is not clear. Go ahead.
QSL, is that any better? I turned my gain down a little bit. Break.
There's something not right with your audio. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm still at 7285, which is where I tend to hear you better. If I get down to 7281, maybe I'm a little off frequency here, I don't know. Any better on the audio now?
No, your carrier is very strong, but your modulation is weak. What is your frequency reading? Go ahead.
I'm at 7285, 7285, and that's where I'm hearing you the best. Break.
Well, I have my receiver set to 7285, and your audio is really low. Go ahead.
Did you say it was really low?
It's hard for me to tell. Your carrier is fully silencing my receiver, but I can hardly hear the audio. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Is that any better? I turned it up. I thought it was too high and maybe distorting. Any better now?
A little bit. Give me a little bit radio transmission. Maybe try to up a bit more, go ahead.
Okay. This is Whiskey India 1 Bravo in Andover, Massachusetts, operating a little 950 here. And hopefully that's a little bit better now. 1, 2, 3.
There's somebody else on my 1P. Your audio is still low, but your signal is really strong. I mean, you're silencing my receiver all the way from 72, 75 to 72, 85. This is my 1P.
I think his audio seems fine. This is KB1VWC. I think it's because you guys are just not on the same frequencies.
My 1P.
W2AO. I hear both of you quite well here. W2 Atlantic Ocean.
Thanks, Steve, KB1VWC, just listening in. I think it was NY1P out of Andover. Your audio was absolutely fine. You could probably turn it back up to where you originally had it.
Okay, yeah, the call is Whiskey India 1 Bravo. Let me see if I've got it. Yeah, I think your call is KB1C. This is Whiskey India 1 Bravo. I'm on 7285. I'm hopefully transmitting on 7285 from what I can tell. And I dialed myself back a little bit. Is that okay now? Break?
Yes, it's absolutely fine. Name here is Steve. Call sign is Kilowatt Bravo 1 Victor Whiskey Charlie KB1VWC. I'm in Falmouth, Massachusetts, down on Cape Cod. I'm listening on a national NC 57. and transmitting on a Johnson Ranger about 40 watts out. So, and there is nothing wrong with your audio. It's absolutely fine.
QSL Steve. Well, thank you very much. The name here is Ken, by the way, Kilo Echo November, and I'm in Andover, Massachusetts, about 25 miles north of Boston. So appreciate it. I make a AM QSO about once every 2 years, so hopefully I'm okay. And I think I'm going to have to say 73 to all of you guys. Stu, thanks for your information anyway. And maybe next time we can get together on a closer frequency. It's probably just we're off frequency or something. Steve, thank you so much. 7-3 everybody all around. And I'll be listening for a few minutes. This is WI1B.
7-3's Ken. Good morning, Stu. Sound good up here to the Cape this morning, KB1VWC. Again, name is Steve, Sierra Tango, Echo Victor Echo. And just running a Ranger this morning, about 40 watts out, and listening on a National NC57.
Nice signal from Cape Cod. What's the location again, please?
It's Falmouth, Massachusetts. Falmouth, Mass.
Oh, yeah. I've been there. Our favorite spot used to be out on the Cape several years ago. We used to take many trips there. I'm using Kenwood 890 sugar, 25 watts, and we're hearing you quite well here, about S7 or S8. Thank you.
Yeah, very good, Stu. 7-3s, and I know you and I have spoken before, but anyway, we'll catch you again. I just wanted to chime in for the rally people. KB1VWC.
NY1P.
Yeah, NY1P. You are you're low in frequency, I think.
I was trying to zero beat that other guy. A little transmission. I'll tune up.
Yeah, this is a dead carrier. I'm pretty sure I'm quite close to 7285, probably plus or minus a few hundred cycles.
Okay, I should be there now. This is NY1P. Name is Jeff, Juliet Echo Foxtrot Foxtrot, located in Simsbury, Connecticut, just outside of Hartford. Go ahead.
Yeah, very good, Jeff. Got a Q5 copy on you here. I can't give you an S meter reading because there is no S meter on this ancient receiver, so... But good signal up to Cape Cod. Again, name is Steve. Location's Falmouth, Mass. And running a Johnson Ranger about 40 watts out and listening on a National NC57.
Sounds like an appropriate radio for the weekend. Unfortunately, I sold my old PVI 150 that I had decades ago, which did run AM. So I'm using an FT1000 Delta with a 50-watt carrier. So thank you very much. I did discover the problem. My receiver was misset to the wrong mode. That's why I was having trouble with receiving that other guy. I must have hit the button by mistake. So I think everything's good. You were absolutely correct. His signal was fine. Thanks for the info. KB1VWC. You were 5 and 9, by the way, here in Connecticut. This is NY1P.
Whiskey 1, Charlie.
Yeah, what was the name again?
2280.
Oh, name is Jeff. Juliet Echo Foxtrot Foxtrot.
I was listening earlier.
Oh, you gave me that, and I forgot it. I never wrote it down. Anyway, thanks much, Jeff, and enjoy the weekend. There's a lot of stations on here yesterday afternoon. I know that. I got in quite late in the afternoon, probably after 5 o'clock, and there was still a lot of activity, so we'll catch you later. Nice meeting you. NY1P, KB1VWC.
Okay, 73 is NY1P listening.
Was it N1YP? I talked to you a little while ago. You sound much, much nicer now. Over. This is W2AO.
Yankee 1 Papa. Go ahead. November Yankee 1 Papa.
The November Y1 Papa. I just wanted to tell you, you sound very, very nice now. Very good. From W2AO. We spoke a few minutes ago. Good luck to you.
Okay, thanks, Stu. Your signal is up also. I guess the propagation is moving around. NY1P.
KA1 RON.
KA1 RON. Is that correct? NY1P.
QSL. Good afternoon.
Okay, KA1RON, this is NY1P. Good afternoon, name is Jeff, Juliet Echo, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Your signals are about 55 in Simsbury, Connecticut. Name is Jeff, Juliet Echo, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Rig is an FT1000 Delta. KA1RON, this is November 1 Papa. Go ahead.
NY1P, KA1RON. Name here is Romeo Oscar November, run just like the call sign. Running here at TS940S. Just about 50 watts there on the meter. And I'm located here in Manchester, Connecticut, just on the other side of the river from you. So not that far of a hop, skip, and a jump from you. Back to you.
Okay, K1RON, love the call sign, NY1P. Very good, Ron. Nice to meet you. I did not get a signal report from you. You're about 5 and 5 here. Don't know if we've met before. I have not. I don't remember hearing your call on the Wednesday evening 6-meter net that we have. A lot of guys from the Vintage Radio Museum have. So back to you, KA1RON from November Yankee 1 Papa. Go ahead.
NY1P, KA1RON. Signal report here is 59. Very strong. Not all that far away.
I have been up to the museum, been there before.
Enjoy going. Been there a few times, actually. So thank you if you volunteer there. It is a great place to go visit. If no one has been there and is listening, it is definitely worth the trip there. A lot of good information, both old and new. Love the jukebox section, and it's great having a ham shack there. So there you go, a little push there for the museum. Back to you, Jeff.
If anybody happens to be listening in and is headed to the Hartford area, we're right near the airport. We have a bit of a layover. It's a nice place to see the jukeboxes. We have player pianos. We also have tons of old phonographs, obviously, old radios, old television. I don't know if you've been there since we put out the CTC5, which was one of the experimental color television sets used to demo color TV at the Rose Parade in 1954. There were about 200 of these handmade sets that they put out around the country for people to see color television for the first time. Most of them were basically called back by RCA and scrapped, but a few of them still around, and we have one of them. It's not functional, unfortunately. It's been cannibalized, but we do have it. It has its original picture tube, which unfortunately is not also non-functional. We also have some 1950s and 60s vintage color sets and 1940s vintage black and white sets, which I'm sure you saw when you were there. So, but that whole area has been upgraded. Back over to you, Ron. K1RON. This is NY1P. Go ahead.
Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany.
Yeah, go ahead, KG2RG.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This is Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear. Justin here in Albany, New York.
Yeah, okay, Justin, we spoke earlier, but you may want to contact Ron, KA1RON. So let me turn it over to you, Justin, and you can take it. KG2RG, NY1P, go.
Okay, hey, November Yankee 1 Papa. Got you in the logbook here, 5 and 9. Good to work you. Worked you on 80 meters and just came up here to 40 meters. And the rig for all, if you're logging it, is a Viking 2. I'm on a different rig. This is the Viking 2. Listening on the Collins R388. Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany.
Okay, KG2LG, this is NY1C. You know, I didn't notice. You're absolutely right. It was on 3871. So I'll relog you here. And I got you on a Viking 2 this time. I'm still running the ASU FT1000 to the end-fed dipole. And we do have Ron, KA1RON on frequency. Let me pass it over to him. KA1RON, do you hear Justin, KG2RG? Go ahead.
KG2RG, KA1RON. Yes, I do hear you.
All right. Fine business. All right. Let me get this guy logged in here. I think you're on the FT 1000, the 1000D. Let's see. Let me just get that logged in here. And sorry about the feedback there. Let me lower that. So, Kilo Alpha 1, Radio Oscar, November, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. How copy? What are you running there for a transmitter? Over.
We're running here TS940S, just about 50 watts, somewhere right in that general range. Nothing really special, just a homemade, homebrew G5RV antenna. And, well, the mic's a little upgrade. That we got a Heil PR781. Signal's very good, 5.9 plus, very clean audio, and you're sounding very good. Just so everyone knows, was upgraded to my general there just this past summer, back in June, and this is actually my first AM broadcast. So I'll just throw that out there. Back to you, Justin.
Oh, okay. Kilo Alpha 1, Radio Oscar, November, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. Congratulations on the upgrade. Welcome to the ranks of ham radio HF. Yeah, now you can do it all. Yeah, and welcome aboard to AM radio, the original mode, and you'll have a lot of fun here. A lot of nice people here. And Kenwoods are actually pretty good on AM. You got a nice signal. The TS940S is doing a good job, and I'm glad to work you. And of course, this is the AM rally weekend, the annual rally. I think it's annual. Yeah, so I'm glad to get you in the log, and that is great to hear that you found your way to AM right away. So keep coming back. You're always welcome. There's a lot of nice guys. You'll have a lot of fun here. And there's a lot of interesting people on AM. A lot of good, kind people. Well, I'll send it back to you, and I'll listen in for any other stations. I'll just kind of sit back, and you guys pick it up. KA1 Radio Oscar November and the group. This is Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear Justin, up here in the New York State Capitol.
KG2RG. Okay, not much to add here. I was talking a little bit with Jeff there about the museum. I know he was telling me they got the first production color TV up there. I have not been up there. Let's see. The last time I was up there was prior to COVID. So prior to COVID, I was up there. I thought it was pretty neat having the old TV station set up there, broadcast booth. That was very interesting. My earliest memories being 59 here, I probably just saw the tail end of that being used at, I believe that was Channel 30, NBC Channel 30 here, WVIT here in the Connecticut area, if I'm not mistaken. If you could correct me if I'm wrong there, Jeff. So back to you, Jeff. NY1P, KA1RON.
Okay, KA1RON, this is NY1P. Yeah, we got some new stuff up there. Actually, about a year ago, we retrieved the original tuning LC circuit from the WTIC transmitter on Towson Mountain. The original transmitter tuning circuit from the 1929 transmitter is now in the museum. And at some point we may repurpose it and use it as a loading coil and capacitor for an 80-meter transmitter. Don't have too much else to say here. I was on at the museum yesterday. I was operating from a W1DCM yesterday, but today I'm at home. Staying home with the SYL and DOG. We gave him his own call sign K9DOG, if you will. KA1R. Oh, congratulations on the upgrade. Glad to hear that you're now an HF-enabled ham. KA1RON. This is NY1P. Go ahead.
Okay, NY1P, KA1RON. Well, thank you. Thank you also, Justin, for welcoming me here to the AM portion of ham radio. It's pretty neat. I do like the hobby. Finding a lot of new stuff to do. So we'll see how we do here. I hate to cut it short. I got someone here messaging me, and it's actually a buddy of mine that I've known for 42 years. We actually went to high school together, and he's down in Pennsylvania. I don't get to chit-chat with him all that much, so I will excuse myself from here. I'll definitely be listening in the background, so 73's all. I hate to cut it short, but enjoy your Sunday. Enjoy the good weather, too, since it's nice and sunny out. I guess we're supposed to have a few days of this good weather. So, 73's all.
7-3.
Okay, 73's on NY1P.
Kilowatt Charlie 2, Fox X-Ray Easy, KC2FXE Catskill.
KC2FXE, is it? This is November Yankee 1 Papa.
Hi, John.
Hey, Justin. I just heard another call in a Yankee something or other. I didn't catch it. He was running too quick for me. Anyway, I just got this stuff tuned up here. Hopefully it's doing all right. I don't know. Took me a little while to tune up. You know, you got to tune the antenna, and then the transmitter, and then the exciter, and I guess we're doing all right there. Anyway, good still morning, Justin. KC2FXE Catskill.
Yeah, hey, John. I know what you mean. I just did the whole thing too. But I cheated. I'm using the Viking that was already tuned up here, and the homebrew stayed on 80 meters. So all I had to do is flip the switch on those, but I still had to hit the antenna tuner and move the Collins and get that dialed in and all. But I know what you mean. I do it all the time, especially if I have to move the amplifiers around and this and that, tune everything. It's crazy, right? You almost don't ever want to have to move it. Yeah, that's Jeff out there. Jeff, November Yankee 1 Papa. I believe in Connecticut is out there. So back to you there, John. Kilo Charlie 2, Fox, X-Ray, Yankee, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf.
Oh, okay. Try him. Let's see if he hears me. I'm going to see if I can hear him. November 1 Yankee Papa, KC2FXE, Kilowatt Charlie 2, Fox, X-Ray Easy.
Hi, John. KC2FXE from November Yankee 1 Papa. Good morning, John. My name is Jeff, Julia Echo, Foxtrot. We're in Simsbury, Connecticut, just northwest of Hartford. Do you copy? KC2FXE. This is November Yankee 1 Papa. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, we corrected the call to November Yankee 1 Papa. KC2FXE Catskill. Yes, I'm hearing you. You're a little light here. I guess the band was nice and I don't know. The band's going through some things. I guess almost noontime. I know I was listening to stations earlier and they sounded much stronger. But I guess this will go through its phases as it's going through today here. I am hearing you here, Jeff. A little light though. A lot of atmospheric noise right here, hissing, you know. but I do copy you. If you copy, I'll give you my particulars, and I'll give you some points if that's what you need. I'm not collecting them, so I'm just playing radio. So as we start off here with the transmitter, it's a home brew transmitter. It runs a pair of 813s and modulated by a pair of triode connected 813s. Running, I detuned it. I had to detune it because it was running too heavy here. So I'm down around 400 now. It was running a lot more. When I first loaded it up, I said, "Well, I don't need it that high." Anyway, being excited and driven by a Ranger 2. The Ranger 2 is the RF exciter and the audio driver, which goes out to a remotely controlled tuner. I got a little shack behind the shed, mounted on the back of the shed, with a couple tuners in it, and one is remote controlled, and another one is just a Johnson kilowatt tuner I got prefixed. So I'm using that one right now. I had to go outside and go flip the switches. So I'm on a Johnson kilowatt tuner, pre-tuned for 7290. So I'm pretty good here. You know, I got a little swerve, but being 5 kCs off here. And that goes into a homebrew twin lead that goes up to a inverted V for 160. It's 240 foot in length, and its apex is up at 62, 64 feet, 65 feet in that area. So that's the rundown at that end. This end here, the microphonio, is an RE27, which goes into a little Behringer mixer, MX6, which goes into a 6-band compressor limiter to 9024, and into a peak limiter, which is the Avonix 222. So that's the lineup here. I'm listening to you on an SDR 1A, I believe it is. Excuse me. And I have other things here, but I'd like to play on the computer here because I got a screen to look at. You know, once you get introduced to these things, it's hard to stop using them. Anyway, over to you, Jeff. NY November Yankee 1 Papa. This is KC2FXE, Catskill, New York. Over.
Okay, KC2FXE, Foxtrot X-Ray Echo. This is November Yankee 1 Papa. A very good copy. Here's 59++ here. John, I would look forward to hearing my report on the next show now. Running here, the Yaesu ST1000 Delta. The carrier is set to about 50 watts. The only change I've made recently to the station is that I bought a used, obviously, D104 mic, which had a bad element in it. So I replaced that with some electric. I wonder if you might comment on the audio quality. I guess AM is the best way to get a handle for audio quality, so if you might mention that on the next go-round. It sounds good in the monitor, but who knows what that means. So if you could comment on that, I'd appreciate it. I do not have any audio pre-processing here, and in fact, the Yaesu does not give me any processing on AM anyway. So the antenna here is an end-fed dipole, thrown up in a tree. The apex is maybe at about 50 feet, and that's about how she wrote here on AM radio right now. I have other rigs for other uses, but the only rig I have now that will do AM is the 30-plus-year-old ST1000 Delta. I don't know if KG2RG is still listening. If so, I can pass it back to him. This is NY1P.
Yeah, quick comment. Jeff. Is your rig a 200-watt rig? That Yaesu FT1000D, is that a 200-watt rig or a 100-watt rig?
200. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. You got it perfect then. I was going to ask you if you could bring it down to 25 watts, because I was thinking maybe it was 100 watt, but I'm glad I asked. So, I think it sounds great. Not bad, you know. Yeah, maybe you could crank up the audio a little bit more, but it doesn't sound bad. Yeah, I just that's all I had. So let me send it over to John for his comment. Kilo Golf 2 Romeo Golf.
All right, Justin. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, you're kind of light in here. It's hard to give you a response on the audio there. You're quite light here. You're like S4, S5. The audio is reasonable, but it's kind of really light in conditions right now. But as Justin, if you're running a plastic radio, you try to keep the carrier that you key up on, you know, at 1/4 of the peak envelope. So that at a 200 radio rig, you know, that's 45, 50 watts. I wouldn't push it much more than there. That gives you headroom to audio for modulation, because you're only limited to 200 watts PEP. So keep that in mind. 1/4 of the AM carrier. But yeah, you could use a little bit more audio. It might give you a little more punch. You probably adjust that so you got 1/4 carrier, and then you'll have monkey swing to pass the audio through. Anyway, nice to make your acquaintance, and enjoy the AM rally. That's all I have here is AM. I don't have it. I got a couple little plastic radios that I use mobile once in a while, but my main station is this homebrew here, and I'm good for 40, 80, and 160. Don't venture much more than 40.
November 1, Yankee Tango November.
Anyway, nice to make your acquaintance. You have a good morning, and enjoy the AM rally. KC2 FXE Catskill.
KC2 FXE Catskill. This is November Yankee 1 Papa. 1P. You know, it's interesting. I actually put this on the scope, and I discovered that the modulation with this radio is kind of weird. It instead of increasing the voltage on the peaks, it actually the peaks remain the same, and it just decreases the output when modulating, which is a crazy way to do it. And it's not a misadjusted radio. The radio is adjusted properly, and it's giving 100%, what looks like 100% modulation, because on the troughs it's going down practically to zero. But the peaks don't get any higher, which is kind of interesting. So it's not, you know, in fact, when I look at the power output meter, and when I modulate, that is going down, not up. Very, very strange setup, you know, and if I turn the power up, let's see, I've got it turned up now to a carrier of 100 watts, and now the troughs are just going down to about 50 watts. So it's not what you would expect. You're absolutely right. You should be, because obviously doubling the voltage from the carrier, unmodulated carrier to the peak should obviously double the output voltage or quadruple the output power. You're not seeing that here. I'm seeing a drop in output power, and the modulation peaks are the same as the carrier. Kind of weird. Let me pass it back to you. I just turned up the carrier just for chuckles to 100 watts. See if that does anything for me. KC2 FXE, this is NY1P.
W1VCM.
All right, W1VCM recognized. Yeah, and November Yankee 1 Papa, KC2 FXE. Yeah, you're getting AGC action. What's going on there? To use that thing with an AM, you got to control how much. You don't want the AGC to start. It'll give you a backwards carrier is what's going to have it start dropping it down. That's the AGC protection, which you have to avoid. That's why you're going backwards here. But the rule of thumb is with any of those rigs to run the AM power 1/4 of your PEP power. So if that's 200 watts PEP, try to keep the carrier 1/4 of that to be on the safe side. That gives you room for the modulation to run without tickling the AGC too heavily. So once that AGC starts activating in there, it pulls the final down, and that's why it goes downward. So there's ways around it, but just a reminder there. Anyway, W1VC, recognize KC2FXE Catskill.
Yeah, hi John. KC2FXE and NY1P, W1VCM. Just firing up for the rally, so to speak here. Let's see. Drop the power down a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, very good, Jeff. Copy you good. And Jeff is a member of our museum here, museum club. This is Larry at the microphone, WONLGQ. Worked you yesterday on 75, John. Let's see. I'm looking at the log here. It's in here somewhere. Got a bunch of pages here to look through. You're quite strong over here. Quite strong. Quite strong. Quite strong indeed. NY1P. Lisa's here. NY1P, W1VCM.
W1VCM, NY1P. Hi, Larry. Long time no see. Hi, Lisa. Nice to see you both. John, it's interesting you mentioned that, but I can dial the carrier down. Let me dial that down. Even if I dial the carrier down to 25 watts, it's going down on the modulation. I played with it, and I don't know why they do it that way. I don't have there's no setting here for AGC, and in fact, the processor is disabled on AM mode, and I have no way, the only options I have, the only things I have that I can control are the mic gain, the RF power setting, and the drive. And if I drop the drive down, I don't get the output at all. But increasing the drive, I thought that might be helpful. That does not. Once that maxes out, it doesn't change. I think this rig is just designed in a crazy way, because as I said, I looked at this and I put a dummy load on, and I even put a light bulb on the output, and when I modulate, the light bulb gets dimmer. It does not get brighter, and there's no other adjustments that I have for the output of this transmitter. Everything else is a receiver. All the other controls are for the receiver. So we're just looking at push buttons. There's a monitor push button. Everything else is to either adjust frequencies or adjust the filters, the receiving filters. Nothing else to adjust the transmitter on this thing at all. So it's kind of weird. I was kind of surprised when I saw it, but that's how they're modulating it. They're downward modulating it rather than upward modulating it, which I guess works. It'd be interesting. I suppose that I could crank the power up since it's going down with modulation. Let me give you a test here. Right now I'm reading exactly 50 watts carrier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I'm going to turn up to 100. Now I'm reading 100 watt carrier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The only thing is the fan came on. So now I'm 100. I'm going to go back down to 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back down to 50. Let me turn it over to John, KC2FXE in the group NY1P. Go ahead.
All right, Jeff. November Yankee 1 Papa, KC2FXE, Catskill. I guess AGC doesn't want to respond the way you want it. Now, Larry there, he can tell you there's a battery trick you can do with them. I got a little ICOM 718 that I have that I've modified with a... You take a battery in a pot and you put it into the ACGC line, and you can adjust it so that doesn't happen. If you're familiar with the ICOM 718, that is a 200 PEP radio also, and I've got that adjusted to give me a 35 watt carrier, and when I modulate that, it'll swing up to 150 watts. So with the AGC, because you fool the AGC by you put this battery in the pot, and then you adjust that for your maximum AM carrier, and then it responds from there. but it's possible to do that with the ASU too. If you have an accessory jack on the back, accessible to the AGC, it's possible. But I know Larry's played with him. He can explain that to you, how to do that, something like that. You may have to do that to get a better response, because that going backwards that's just the AGC action protecting the final from being overworked. So anyway, you have a good day, and good afternoon to you, Larry. Yep, yeah, we worked on 80. I'm looking at my paper here. It was was it in the morning? Yeah, you were at the it was yesterday morning. Yep. Yeah, actually, you were the first one I talked to. Running the BC1T there at the museum. So we're running the homebrew here. That's why we're running so much here. This is the homebrew 813 by 813. So we're running legal limit here. And thank you again. So back up to you, Larry. I'll let you carry on with him, and I'll sit back and listen for a little while. A W1 VCM KC2 FXE Catskill.
Yeah, Larry, when you get a chance, I'd like to get you in the log here on this band, Kilo Golf 2 retractable gear.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Will do. Okay, John, take care. Not running the gates here, of course. That has not been modified for 40 yet, I should say. Tim might be coming down at some point to do that gates up a lot further than what it is. But you're quite strapping. I was going to ask you if you were on the 813 rig or what, but you're quite strapping. Running about 150 watts here, 125, 150 watts with a DX60, modified DX60 into an SB221 amplifier and a dipole and a D104 microphone at the moment. So take care, and thanks for the contact and the contest, OM. By golly. Yeah, Jeff, you may be able to do that trick with that. You might be able to do that trick. I would kind of research it a little bit, but yeah, there may be a port in the back where you can put in a, a lot of guys will make just a little, like put a pot with a 9-volt battery on it or something. But on your particular rig, I don't know. You'd have to investigate it, even look up online, see what other people have done, and you can defeat or minimize the the ALC. And I can see that drop on your, if I look at the meter, when you modulate, you drop. Your signal actually drops. It seems like it's more extreme than, say, the 7300. 7300 drops on mine. It goes from, 25 watts to maybe 20 watts or something like that. But the modulation, if you look at it on the scope, it doesn't look half bad. It's just that ALC kicking in, and and a lot. Probably a lot has to do with the software, and nobody's been able to figure out a way around that without going into deep surgery. I think somebody actually figured out a way to put a modulated low-level signal into the amplifier, and bypassing the whole internal system. But that's maybe a little more extreme than what you would want to do. But it'll achieve very good results. Very, very good. And before I continue, I found a way to get the amplifier running on 10 meters better. You just had to, like tuning up the DX60 when you have to put the controls, the loading and tuning in weird spots. Well, same difference. Same thing with the amplifier. But I got it to put out much more power that way, and made a couple contacts on 10. So, KG2 RG, over to you. W1 VCM.
Okay, alrighty. Gotcha on 80 meters. I didn't log what you were running on our contact yesterday on 80 meters, but I got the DX60 here. Sounds good, yeah. Somebody else was running a DX60 that sounded really good. Kilo Delta 1 Sugar Hotel, and he had the Steve Queen Item X-ray mod. So anyway, I'm running the Viking 2 here. I was on the homebrew on 80, and the Viking 2 here. And yeah, it's sounding good. Yeah, well, I was going to also mention just real quick, I took a quick look at Jeff, all right, November Yankee 1 Papa. When you were doing your test there, I looked at the meter, and on my, I'm using an R388, Collins R388, and I saw negative deflection on both 50 watts and on the full output, or 100 watts or whatever it was. There was negative deflection with modulation on both of them. But looking on the scope, you still had I have a scope on the Collins, and you had it didn't look too bad. It wasn't like modulated, beautiful waveform with 98% negative peaks and 150 positive peaks or anything like that, but it looked normal. It looked like it was doing the right thing, and it was modulating, and it doesn't sound bad. Yeah, maybe if you get that little trick there with the ALC or something worked out. Also, maybe there's a menu setting. I only have one rig here that has menus and transistorized finals, and that's my Yaesu FT991A. And inside the service menu, there's a menu option in there where Yaesu had it set at 100% for the carrier on AM, which is a no-no. Not sure what engineer picked those settings, but a lot of the guys in the online groups a little trick on how to set it, you know, by giving some modulation while you're setting it and looking at the meter and just trying to give some headroom, but they've got it at 100%, so there's never any headroom. Even if you lower down the power, you're always going to have a negative deflection because it's 100% carrier at any output level, which is weird. But maybe that's what's going on in Yaesu's infamous wisdom of AM. Anyway, maybe just check there to see if they've got, if you got a menu or something like that. That could be somewhere else to look as well. I did straighten mine out a bit, but it still sucks. But anyway, I like the Viking 2 and the homebrew, and I've got a DX60. Doesn't sound as good as yours, or doesn't sound as good as yours, Larry, or as good as Kilo Delta 1 Sugar Hotel. But I plan to do the mod to mine, Steve's mod that he has published on AM Phone. I've got it printed out here, and I should just order the parts and get on that, and that'll be fun to get that thing on the air. I love it. It's a great little rig and a small footprint on the bench and the desk, so not too hard to incorporate that into an already crowded, occupied shack. I'm sure you can find some space somewhere for it. Anyway, Larry, Whiskey 1, Victor Charlie, Mexico, 59++, a beautiful signal here on 40 meters. Good to get you on a second band. Thank you. Whoops. Got a little feedback there. There we go. Anyway, thank you. Back to you from Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear.
Okay, Justin. Got to make sure I squeeze this microphone. Yeah. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, you're also quite strapping here. I guess you're not running the 1625 rig on this band, but you're quite strapping. And glad you made that test. You took some readings there, or at least looked at the meter and looked at the scope. His audio is a bit muffled. Jeff's audio is a bit muffled. If there's an EQ in there, it would be quite advantageous to work that EQ and get some more highs out of it, at least, if you can. Or it's always some sort of external audio with an EQ on it, which you may be able to port in the back. That's another option. And we were talking about the FT991. I was just wondering, the ones I've heard sound like crap, and maybe that's one of the reasons. But maybe if it's adjusted properly, it sounds good. I don't know. I think, Jeff, I think Peter's got one, KN1GHD. Oh, you do? Oh, Lisa's got one. Okay.
Jeff has used one.
Okay. He has used yours? I see. Okay. All right. So maybe some experimenting on the audio is in order for that thing on AM. You can check it out, because I think Jeff's thinking about buying one.
He changed his mind after using mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She says you changed your mind. Okay. Yeah, I'm using a D104 on this DX60, Justin. It's I normally use a mixer, which just gives me no processing, except it's got a limiter and an EV664 mic. That's disconnected at the moment because I was on 10 meters and I get an awful lot of RF feedback through that. But when I put the D104 directly into the rig, it does not do that, and it sounds good. So I just leave this sometimes. The audio is a bit better, I think. It's more high fidelity with the other setup. I do have a little presence rise built into the modulator, and it is Steve's design. It is Steve's design. I haven't had any trouble with that. It works fine. A massive amount of positive peaks on this. It really delivers way positive peaks and good negative clipping, or not clipping, but it limits the clipping with those little diodes in there. It limits the negative peaks quite well. So it's pretty cool. I want to do it to another one. I have another one at home I want to do up. And what's the mobile rig, the Cheyenne? I have one of those. I think it's a Cheyenne, which is basically a DX60 with a VFO in a box without a power supply. The one trouble I do have with this DX60 is hum. I get some hum in there, and I haven't gone to excess trying to get rid of it, except that I put in a lot more capacitance in the high voltage, and that got rid of some of it, but there's still some hum, and not quite sure where it's coming from. I would think, though, if I do up the Cheyenne, it's run on a separate power supply. I just pen marked my hand. Anyway, over to you, Jeff. NY1P, W1VCM.
Yeah, W1VCM. You know, I just pulled out the manual on the ST1000, and I've got it set according to specs. Said, I have it set exactly as they recommend, and it's doing that downward thing. As I said, there's no way around that other than I actually found the battery trick. Basically, you trick it. You run it at full power and then kick the power down using the ALC. Now, I'm not sure why the audio is what you're saying is muffled. If you stand by 1 sec, I'm going to switch mics here. Stand by. Check. This is NY1T. How's that sounding?
Sorry, Jeff. I wasn't paying too much attention. It was a local conversation here, and I think I hear somebody calling you, W1VCM, and I hear WX3K also breaking in.
This is NY1T. I just switched to a different microphone. Doesn't look like I'm modulating quite as well. Let me kick up the, there we go, kick up the mic gain on this. This is a dynamic as opposed to the electret. How's this one sounding? Go ahead.
Oh, I think that's what I heard. I thought it was somebody else. That is much more pinched. It's a much more pinched sounding, but it's much more understandable. It's kind of low though. If you could boost that up a bit, you would be able to, be heard further. Although it's more pinchy sounding, you'll get out further with it.
Well, now I've got it kicked up all the way to tilt. It's kicked all the way up to tilt. This is a headphone mic. It's a Koss headphone mic. Works well on sideband because I have the processor, but this radio will not give me speech processing on AM. How's that sounding, Larry?
Okay, yeah, it's much more understandable, but it's still kind of low. But I guess that's just the way the radio is. But it's certainly going to get through better, I think.
Okay, now I'm back on the D104. What I can do with this D104, I put in electrets. The blocking capacitor that I put in was a 10 microfarad job, which obviously is going to be good for transmitting all voice signals, including the lows. What I may do is open it up yet again and swap out that 10 microfarad for maybe a 1 or even a 0.1 microfarad, which will emphasize the highs more. But I've gotten good reports with this on the HW101 on sideband, but of course on sideband you can make the pitch just about anything you want. Let me stand by for a minute there. If you hear there's some other stations calling. This is NY1T, go ahead.
Yeah, WX3K, are you still there? Or actually might have been on a different frequency. I don't know. W1VCM.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just wanted to chime in. I heard you mention the Yaesu FT991. I have a whole story about that.
Oh, really? That might be interesting. I just got a story from Lisa over here, but she was operating it for Winter Field Day, and the other people that were there at the event just hated the thing, and I don't understand why.
The receiver didn't work very well on CW. It was really a nuisance to try to filter out adjacent stations, NY1P.
Oh, I see. Okay. I got to talk to you about that D104 some more. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay, this is WX3K. Well, once upon a time, I purchased the FT991, not the AMOP. And when I first bought it, I went through the entire rig, all the modes and everything, and I noticed a pretty big deficiency on AM. I really struggled to make that radio sound decent. And I called up the folks who I bought it from, known commercial ham radio dealer, and I said, I'm having problems with AM on this. It just doesn't sound good. It sounds awful. It just, I can't get it to modulate anything that sounds representative of AM. And the manager assured me that at any point I could return it for a full refund. And I said, okay. So I went through the gyrations of returning it to Yaesu service under warranty twice. And that whole experience was unfortunately really dismal. The manager in the service department, he was totally inept, in my opinion. Now, mind you, I'm an engineer. I've been an engineer for, many years, decades. And I know equipment, and I know performance of radios, RF equipment, so on and so forth. So I had some basis to complain. And at some point, they told me that they could not make the radio work well at all. It just wasn't possible. And I said, okay, that's fine. And then somewhere, about a month later, I returned this 991, which I had used for about 6 months. I took it out on the road. I put it in the mobile. I used it during that particular year. There were, we had the whole event with Parks on the Air and all that. And actually, overall, the radio worked quite well in that mode. It was a nice compact rig for that purpose, but it just would not work. So actually, during that period of time, just before I returned it for my refund, they came out with the 991A. And I decided, okay, I don't want this thing anymore, and I returned it, much to the dismay of the manager. And that was my experience with AM on that radio. The early model, they came out with a new hardware version in the A model. I've heard some of them on the air. It sounds better, but it's not great. So that's my experience. Over.
Yeah, okay. Yaesu issues, by golly. So, Jeff, I don't know. You were thinking about buying one, but this may sway you in another direction. Of course, Lisa says she doesn't have any CW filters in there. So that's not going to help the issue you had. Unless you put filters in, of course. Alright. Here you go. I don't know. I wonder, Stephanie, if you ever tried the ALC external in the jack in the back type of thing. I never have. Actually, never have. I just read about it, but I've never tried it. If I did, it was not successful, and I didn't get into it very far. So, I don't know. 7300, I think, is locked in the software, and you really can't do anything about it. I haven't heard anybody with any success with that. And for AM rally purposes, I'm looking at the log. Didn't get your equipment last time on 40 meters, Stephanie. Wonder if I can send it back to you real quick and write that down. You probably heard what I'm running here. WX3K, W1VCM.
Okay, I think this is Jeff. I'm running the same gear, the ICO 720, 730 modulator, 722 VFO, and the HRO 50T receiver here. Looks like about 50 watts carrier into an inverted V. I ran that down on 75 also. That's pretty much been the anchor of my AM station for many years now. I first started out with the Viking Ranger, which I still have, and I plan on using that as an exciter for 160 at some point. But I went through all the gyrations of the ALC adjustment with the 991. There was an adjustment that you could make in the soft menus to make AM sound better, but it didn't come close to a fully modulated AM signal of any really great sounding, even basic communications quality audio. In my opinion, it was very deficient. I've heard people with the 991A on 6 meters, and they must have made some changes, but it's still, the modulation is still a bit on the low side. It's not fully modulated. Overall, I haven't noticed that the Yaesu equipment in general has been very friendly to AM over the years. Go ahead.
Yeah, that seems to be true of Yaesu stuff, except when you go way back to the FT101, there was some potential there. You hear a lot of good ones in the air, especially the modified ones. But even then, of course, that's way back in the dark ages. So, okay, so you tried the ALC stuff with that. Yeah, I've heard a couple ICOMs that sound pretty good on AM. I can't think of the model numbers offhand. This is not Jeff. Jeff is on NY1P. This is Larry at the microphone. WAO and LGQ. We met one time at the league when the Gates was over there. How many years ago was that? I don't know. But anyway, thanks for the insight on the 991. Lisa here's got one, and it's an A. She says it's an A. So over to you, Jeff. See what's going on over there. NY1P, W1BCF.
Radio Germany, Kilo 2, Romeo Golf.
With the electric elements in it, go ahead.
Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf.
Go ahead, Justin. And Jeff, you got wiped out.
Okay, how's this sound? I'm not on the Johnson Viking right now. I got off the Viking 2 just to test this out. Can you give me a report on this?
It's rather pinchy sounding, but it's nice and loud. You're quite strapping. But the audio is a bit pinchy. But it's the kind of audio that'll get right through the noise.
Okay. Let me change the audio profile real quick. Let me try this one here. Hello, check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2. Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. I don't know if that's better at all or not. But I don't ever really use this radio. I only use this radio to tune the tuner, because it's an auto tuner, and also to tune the amplifier. But this is the 991 Alpha. Hold on a second. Let me just try a different radio, a different setting. What about this one here? Okay, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. Justin in Albany, New York, on the FT 991 Alpha.
Yeah, okay, you brought the low end way up. That made a big difference. And at first, maybe it was in a little selective fade, but it seemed a bit distorted, but then it smoothed out. So it's more pleasant to listen to. You still got the pinchy audio that will cut through, though.
Yeah. I don't know. It's I don't use this for AM. I do use it for CW. That was funny. Somebody at the club had issues, or it was a nightmare trying to filter out. I don't know if that was a lack of. Well, this is very menu driven. So anyway, I use the thing all the time on CW. I'm a CW operator for sure. Lots of airtime on CW. So I've got that down pretty good on as far as knowing where the menus are to use the filters, and I don't have any problem with it. But I think it's pretty good, and I've used it in contests, and I use it also on 160 on a 160 meter net on CW. which is pretty noisy there. But especially on 40 meters during a contest on CW, when stations are literally right on your front and back porch. But yeah, I'm gonna probably switch over to the other rig, but maybe I could work WX3K real quick while she's still here, and get her in the log for the AM rally. Any copy stuff?
Yes, I do copy, and I agree with Larry's comments. The in profile too, I think you said. It brought the fullness to your audio, so that sounds much better. But hearing you fine here in the Poconos, and running the ICO setup here, 50 watts carrier, 720, 730, 722 stack into an inverted V and the HRO 50K. So back to you. Give me your call sign, please. All the information. I didn't copy it down.
Okay, yeah. And you'll be the only one to work me on the rally on this radio, because I'm going to jump back onto the Viking. I've got 3 AM transmitters. This is not considered one of them, but this is Justin in Albany, New York, running about 110 watts of carrier. With very little bit of forward modulation. I could see it going up very little bit, but I had to change the settings in there in the service menu of the 991A. With the carrier, they had it 100%, so I brought that down as best I could. But this is not really great on AM. But yeah, Justin in Albany, New York, and the antenna is an inverted V also, up at 106 feet, 106. And Justin in Albany in the state capital, and the call is Kilo Golf 2 retractable gear.
All right, Justin, very good. QSL, KT2RG, retractable gear. Are you a pilot by any chance?
Negative, but anyone who is a pilot or has any background in flying always makes a comment, so it's definitely something that they get a tickle out of, the suffix.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I'm not a pilot. At this point, I'm a pilot in training, put it that way. So I pay attention to all that kind of stuff. I've had my head in it for some time now. So very good. Yeah, it's your 991. It does sound decent. As long as I guess you don't push the audio. It has a. I guess they have a very aggressive limiter circuit, or AGC, in the software in the 991, and when it detects it's close to the power limit, it just throttles back aggressively, yeah, I could understand how they would do that, or why they would do that. They may have had a lot of power amplifier issues, people blowing out power amps. So they may have certainly implemented that because of that. But I know I've heard other people's stories about other equipment that Yaesu has made. They made these fusion repeaters, and their power amplifiers are just not handling the continuous duty. So it sounds like their design team isn't doing a very good job with their power amplifier stuff overall, from what I've heard. Anyway, that's my opinion. WX3K. Back to you, Larry.
Okay, W1VCM. I think Jeff had a comment. Did you want to throw in a comment there, Jeff?
Negative, nothing except for the fact that I did not have much time to play with that 991 and figure out all the filters, but I was trying to work CW with it, and I could not get the thing to give me any kind of decent filtering. I was just getting blocked by adjacent stations. Stations anywhere near the desired signal were just kicking the AGC down to the point where I could not, it was desensing the receiver to the point where I couldn't hear the desired signals. This is NY1P. Go ahead, Larry.
M1YTN.
Yeah, yep, okay. You had the same problem with the Kenwood here. The other Kenwood, the 570, but this one seems to do much better, the 2000, and it's maybe I should put that on, see what that sounds like. It seems to do pretty well on AM. The receiver's pretty good, and I've listened to it somewhat on transmit, and it sounds okay, albeit probably a bit muffly. But I should put it on the air some more. And yeah, I guess YTN wants to break in here, so I'm going to turn it over to him. But just wanted to mention, Stephanie, here at the museum we also have an HRO 50. It's a 50R with the speaker unit and the speaker cabinet with all the coils that plug in, that push in there and everything. It needs a bit of work, but I want to get that back in the shack at some point. Nice receiver, a lot of fun. L1YTN, go ahead, W1VCM.
W1VCM, L1YTN. Glenn up here in Bodenham, Maine. Good afternoon, folks. Just wanted to give you folks a contact. I'm not much of a contester by any means, but for anybody's business, I'm running a Globe Scout 680, a Timtron modification. Driving a pair of 813s and grounded grid that I built. About 150 watts out, 204-foot dipole at 90 feet. That's the rundown here. This is N1YTN, Glenn, Bodenham, Maine. And good to hear you, Stephanie. Haven't talked to you in years.
Let me see if I have it. Okay.
Have you ever?
Very good. Globe Scout sounding really good from Maine. Very nice signal. And I'm running the usual. I think everybody will be surprised when I come on the air with something different, but running the ICO gear, the 730, 722, 730 modulator, and the HRO 50T, and I heard Larry mention that they have a 50T also. I just love this thing. I love the plug-in modules and the big name. It's cool.
Yeah. Anybody else want to pick up Glenn?
NY1P.
And I'll go after him.
N1YTN. This is November Yankee 1 Papa. N1YTN from November Yankee 1 Papa. Do you copy? Go ahead.
I got you that time. November 1 Yankee Papa. This is N1YTN.
N1YTN. This is November Yankee 1 Papa. N1P, Simsbury, Connecticut. You're 5 and 7, 5 and 7. Echo Foxtrot. And the radio is an FT1000 Delta. Back to you, N1YTN from November Yankee 1 Papa. Go ahead.
And Bodenham, whoops, what happened?
Big double.
Click. About a 5x5. 55 here in Bodenham, Maine, or an S5. There you go. Let's put it that way. This is N1YTN. Go ahead, sir.
What was your radio? What radio are you using, Glenn?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What rig are you using? What is your radio? Go ahead.
It's a Globe Scout 680 driving a pair of 813s and a linear amplifier. About 150 watts out or so.
And your QTH in Maine? Go ahead. What is your QTH? Go ahead.
Bodenham, Maine, about 25 miles north of Portland. You're too quick on the trigger.
I'm sorry. I have to remember that you have to have multiple switches. This is NY1P. Okay. Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate the info. Once again, name is Jeff, Juliet Echo, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. We're located in Simsbury, Connecticut, just outside the state capital of Hartford. There was something else in there. I'll stand by. This is NY1P. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, out in Maine, yeah, we worked yesterday. I'm just trying to find out where it was, but I believe it was here. So I'm just going to say hello real quick, give you a report, 5 and 9, sounding good on the Timtron modded Globe Scout, and yeah, where do I have that Globe Scout? I know I got it in here somewhere. I've been collecting all the transmitters, and here it is. November 1, Yankee Tango November, here on 40 meters. So yeah, I've got you secured on this band for the log for the event, and I'm back on the Johnson Viking 2. Listening on an R388 with the inverted V up at 106 feet. Sounding good over here. How copy? Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. A station in Maine, station on the Globe Scout. November 1, Yankee Tango November, Kilo Golf 2, retractable gear, how copy?
Oh, sorry, I was distracted. KG2RG, M1YTN. Oh, you're 5'9", 59, not a problem.
Yeah, same here. All right, I'll see. Let me send it back to. I'll send it back to. I'm not sure who's coordinating the list here, but maybe Larry. I believe it's his frequency. So Whiskey 1, Victor, Charlie, Mexico, and the group Kilo Golf 2 retractable gear.
Over to 80 meters, and I got no pilot lamps out there.
I think there's a carrier in there, W1 VCM. Yeah, it's not my frequency. I'm just hanging out like everybody else. Oh, that's Glenn talking.
Not a problem at all, Justin.
Well, sorry about that, Glenn. I think I talked on top of you. Your signal took a dive. Better do that again. W1 VCM.
You're 5'9" here. You're 5'9" here as well, Larry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking with Justin over there. You're much stronger now. Did you do something different? You got so weak. I didn't think it was you. I thought it was somebody chucking a carrier or something.
Nope. Haven't touched a thing. Haven't touched a thing, Larry. Good to hear you again.
Roger. Conditions can be weird.
W3SM Mobile, I thought I heard. Is that correct? Whiskey 3, Sugar Mike, QSL? William 3, Mary, Mary, Mary? Okay. Well, Whiskey 3, Sam Mary Mary, Mobile. Please copy Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany, here in the Albany, New York state capital in New York. I've got you about a 3-3 triplets. How copy? Okay, and yeah, I can see you're actually going up and down. So 3-3 to 5-7. So you're floating around there. There's some QSB, but I got you in the logbook for the AM rally. There's a few other stations here on frequency. There's a station up in Maine, stations in Connecticut, in the Poconos. Let me send it over to Larry and see if Larry can pick you up or hook you up with someone else on the frequency for some contacts. Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks, Justin. Thank you very much. W3SMM Mobile. This is Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike. W1 VCM. Not sure if you're in the rally or not. But not a real good copy on you, but at times you come up quite well. And wondering what you're running for equipment there. If you're in the rally, I'll tell you what I'm running. Go ahead. And your name and all that sort of stuff. W3SMM Mobile, W1 VCM.
Over.
Yeah, I lost him.
Yeah, he said his name was Steve, and he's sitting at an overlook that he likes to sit at with the nice views, and that he's running a Racebox 7000. What is the 7000? Is that an ICOM? Okay, all right. Yeah, Larry, so that's what he's running. Not sure if anyone else is hearing him, but back to you there, Larry.
Yeah, okay. Somebody else try to pick him up. I can, he's gone. I can hear him just a bit.
Anybody else on frequency want to try to work the Steve in the mobile? Yeah, hang out, Steve. Nobody came back. Maybe they're not hearing you, but maybe the conditions will go up, or others will join in that maybe can hear you. And maybe we'll take a quick listen for any other stations would like to work some contacts for the AM rally. This is Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear, New York State Capitol. Any other stations to join?
November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie.
Charlie 2, Zulu Yankee Lima.
Oh, wow. There's a bunch of stations that just came back. I got pieces. I got a Sugar Alpha Juliet, Kilo Charlie 2, November 4. Yeah, let me see if I could just grab these call signs and then get them sent around the table here for everybody on frequency, see if we can hook some people up. Who's the Sugar Alpha Juliet? hold on 1 second, Jeff. Who's the Sugar Alpha Juliet? Is that you, Jeff? What's the call again? WA8? WA8 SAJ. Okay, stand by 1. You're really strong, so I won't lose you. Let me just formulate these call signs. Who's the Kilo Charlie 2?
Yeah, this is Kilowatt Charlie 2, Zulu, Yankee, Lima, Ron in Lockport, New York.
Okay, Kilo Charlie 2, Zulu, Yankee, Lima, Ron in New York. Got you. Stand by. Who's the November 4? Okay, that's November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey, Joe in Virginia. Okay, these 3 guys here, I'm running a Viking 2, and you're all about, Jeff, you're 5'9", 5'7" to 5'9" with QSB. Ron, you're 5'8", and Joe, you're also 5'8", and just if you could just give me a quick report and what your transmitter is, each one of you, starting with Jeff, and then we'll send you around the table to work some other people here. We got stations from Maine, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut on frequency. So Jeff, can you give me a report and what you're running?
N1MUC, checking in.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. The K4D is sounding great, and stand by on frequency. We'll get you hooked up with the people already on and the ones just checking in. Also, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, recognize, and we'll get you also into the rotation here. Ron, real quick, Kilo Charlie 2, Zulu Yankee Lima, Ron in New York. What's my report? And oh, by the way, my name is Justin, like just in time. My report and your transmitter.
Yeah, this is Kilo Charlie 2, Zulu Yankee Lima. The name is Ron, Romeo Ron for November. Location Rockport, New York. Running a Kenwood TS480, 25-watt carrier up to a 40-meter dipole. And I'm copying the other stations, and I did work you yesterday, Justin, so I just figured I'd get in here and see who else I could contact. Over.
Okay, yeah, we did work yesterday. Good signal from Lockport on your Kenwood, Ron. Okay, we'll break with you. Let's just pick up Joe real quick in Virginia, November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey. Can you give me a report and also just tell me your transmitter, over?
Okay, Justin, your report, you're 5 over 9. 9 is a little slow. 9 and I'm running a high I set it up to the AM now, so I hope it's transferred. I'm from regular old school mic back in that's anyway, and I got a
Yeah, no problem. Copy the 57, and yeah, you need my call is Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. Okay, let me, guys, thank you very much. Got you in the log for me. Let me send you to Larry. This is his frequency, and he's been keeping the list, I think, and send it around to some of the other ones, including November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie rechecking in. So stand by, guys, and whenever everybody, whoever gets it, just start working everyone you haven't worked, and then send it to the next person to work everyone. So Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico, Larry to take it. This is Kilo Golf 2 retractable gear.
Okay, this is Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike, but it's Lisa at the operator station. And Larry is really handling the contest side of it, so I'm going to just pass it to the next person.
Okay, hey Lisa. You guys are having fun down there. That's fantastic. Awesome to have an AM contest station on frequency. Alright, so get back in there anytime. I'm not sure who it goes to, but let me see, Stephanie, are you still in there? Whiskey X-ray 3 Kilo, if you want to work, anyone, a microphone to you.
Okay, this is Whiskey X-ray 3 kilowatt here in the Poconos. I appreciate you handing it over to me. I copied WA8 SAJ Jeff in Cleveland on your Elecraft, and I copied KC2ZYL Ron in Lockport, New York on his Kenwood TS480, and I also copied Joe N4JOW in Virginia on his ICOM 7600. I think I got all those stations in the log. This is Stephanie here in Scioto, Pennsylvania, the Pocono Mountains, running the ICOM, listen to me, ICO 720 transmitter, 730 modulator, 722 VFO, 50 watts carrier into an inverted V, and I have the very nice boat anchor in front of me here, the National 50T, HRO 50T receiver. I have a nice huge infinity speaker hooked up to the output of that. It's not the matching speaker. It's like a full range fidelity speaker, and it's amazing how the speaker really helps me pull people's audio out, no matter what kind of audio it is. So that's very helpful. So how copy, Jeff? WA8SAJ.
Jeff in Cleveland, you got a copy on Steph? We either lost conditions with Cleveland or he stepped away for a second. Maybe he'll come back if he's got a phone call or something. Steph.
Radio station Kilo Delta 2 Foxtrot Lemur and listening.
How about Ron, KC2ZYL in Lockport? Do you copy?
Yeah, Roger. Rockport, you're a good 5'7". Hopefully you can hear me with my 25-watt carrier. But you're sounding good with the ICO 720 here into Western New York. I appreciate the contact for the AM rally. Back to you. WX3K from KC2 right now.
Okay, very good. QSL. Signal's kind of fading out there, but I got you. Cool. N4JOW, do you copy WX3K here? Okay, I heard you acknowledge. I'm in there. Could use a little bit more audio. You have a good signal, but the audio is kind of weak, a little low. Justin, I'm good for now.
Okay, and there's another check-in. There's a Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Lima with a big signal. Stand by. We'll get you into the rotation for sure. Let me just see if, let me check, November Yankee 1 Papa. Jeff, are you still in here? Okay, he's gone. What about Ron, Ka1RON? Are you still in here? Okay, he's scratched off the list. Just want to get a kind of idea of who's left. Kilo Charlie 2 Fox X-Ray Yankee, are you still in here? Okay, he's gone. Is anybody from Whiskey 1 Vacuum Collectible Mike? Anyone from Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico Station?
Vacuum correctable mic. All right. Yeah, W1 VCM.
Okay, all right. So you're in here. We got you on there. Why don't you, I was just getting a roll call. Why don't you try to pick up some of these stations? I'll just give you a list of who's here. We have Stephanie, of course, and Steve on an ICOM 7000 is in the mobile, sitting up in Pennsylvania. That's Whiskey 3 Sugar Mike Mobile. His name is Steve. He's on an ICOM 7000. We also have Whiskey Alpha 8 Sugar Alpha Juliet Jeff, and he's out in Cleveland on a K4D. We also have Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima Ron in Lockport, New York on a Kenwood. We have November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey Joe in Virginia. And we have November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie, and also checking who just rechecked in. I'm just going down the list, and then we just try to get everyone in here to work whoever you want to work, as many of them, and then pass it to the next one. And also just checking in is Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Lima with a very big signal. So those are your options to call, any of those that you might need or can hear. So Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike Kilo Golf 2 retractable getter.
Yeah, I think I worked Steve. And the Steve in the mobile, yep. W3SMM. Thank you, Justin, for being master of ceremonies here. I didn't exactly copy all the calls, but I'm going to, at N1MUC, I think we worked on 40 already yesterday. So let's head over to KD2AFL. This is Larry at the microphone. Go ahead, W1 VCM.
Well, good afternoon, everybody out there can hear my voice. This is radio station Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Foxtrot Lima, New Jersey station. Hello, Stephanie. Haven't heard you and talked to you in a while, but you're sounding good down here in New Jersey. Hello, everybody out there. I just turned on the gates about 10 minutes ago, the BC1T. And I just wanted to say hello, because don't know who all in there, but it seems like it's a lot of you out there. So I'll probably stand by and copy the mail and see what's going on. I just found out yesterday it was AM rally, because I've been busy. But I just want to say hello and just put the signal out there. I just hope the Gates' audio is okay, because usually it takes about 15-20 minutes, but we figure we'll fire it down. So 73 is everybody out there can hear this voice of my station. So I will stand by. Don't know who to give it to, but there's a lot of stations out there. So I'm going to stand by and let the band roll on. Nice day out here in New Jersey. Real sunny out here. So hello everybody out there. Can hear the voice of KD2AFL, New Jersey station on the gates BC1T. I'll be standing by and be reading the mail. So hello everybody. The station is standing by.
Okay, I got you down, Daryl with the gates. Yep. Somebody else, go ahead.
Okay, let me go and bring it to the next person in line. Let me just, since I got a list, this is Stephanie. Just take it again, and then I'll just go down the list. I got a good list here. If you guys want me to coordinate the turns that everyone gets an equal turn, I can do that. So we'll just send it to Stephanie again to work anyone that she hasn't, and everybody's on. I got a list here. If you want, I can keep sending it to everyone. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay, I was actually listening, but out of the shack. I heard a overpowering signal. I heard Daryl. Hello, Daryl. On the BC1T. BC1T. Thing is sounding awesome. We got more than one BC1T out there this weekend. The folks up there in Connecticut had their BC1T operational also. Have you heard that one, Daryl?
No, we got in last night and fired down. I got a call last night that AM rally was going on, and we did talk to a station, was on a gates, but it was a BC, I think it was a 250 BC something, C or something, but we did get a chance to talk to him. But hopefully maybe somebody hear mines and they'd be on one and fire it back up to get back to me. But you sounded terrific, Stephanie. Haven't talked to you in a while, but I'll stand by and see what comes down the coax line. So 73, and I'll be standing by, Stephanie. This is radio station Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Foxtrot Lima, New Jersey station.
Okay, very good. Yeah, you're always piling in here with that signal. Very nice. By the way, what kind of receiver do you use?
Well, right now I'm using a SDR receiver, and it's kind of working pretty good, but you know, I get spoiled because I'm from old school. I might have to wind up plugging back up the Collins receiver, 75A4 or something, or one of my other receivers, but we're on the SDR, and we kind of like it, but I just get spoiled because I'm old school. I like listening to the old tube stuff. Over.
I hear you. Yeah, that's why I like my HRO50T here and the ICO equipment and so on. So, good deal. Well, you're the only other station I heard chime in recently. So I'm going to stand by and let others go for some contacts here. Justin, you seem to be the master of ceremonies on frequency. I know I heard Paul MUC in here also. Over to you, Justin. Take it.
You're going to break my receiver, girl.
Stephanie and Daryl. Yep. All right. And hello to Daryl. Boy, that Gates is sounding great. And I remember last time we talked, you I believe on the ART-13, and you had another one there, your friends. All right. Going down the list, there's Whiskey 3, Sugar, Mike in the Mobile. This might be a rough copy for some. He's on the ICOM 7000 and sitting up on a mountain there. So let me send it over to Steve in the Mobile. And Steve, go ahead and try to work anyone that you want to work that you can hear. Go ahead. and give it back to me when you're done. I'll send it to the next person on the list. Steve, Whiskey 3, Sugar Mike Mobile, you still in there? Okay, I think he's calling you, Darryl. Did you hear him, Darryl?
No, I don't have no copy on him. He's in a mobile that might be kind of rough, but I'll stand by.
Okay, right now, but we'll stand by, Steve. We'll maybe somebody is hearing you and they'll come back to you. Let me move down. There's a lot of people on the list. We'll try to get go out to Jeff in Cleveland. Whiskey Alpha 8 Sugar Alpha Juliet on the K4D. Jeff, go ahead and call anyone that you can hear and then send it back to me and I'll move it down the list. Whiskey Alpha 8 Sugar Alpha Juliet. Jeff, are you still in? Okay, I think he might have moved on. I'll scratch him off the list. And the next one on the list was Ron out in Lockport on the Kenwood. Kilo Charlie 2, Zulu Yankee Lima. Ron, go ahead and call anyone you want.
Yeah, this is KT2ZYL. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'd like to contact Darryl there. KD2AFL, booming signal from New Jersey here in the western New York. Go ahead, Darryl. Yeah, more than 20 over S9 here in the western New York. KD2AFL,
He's calling you, Darryl. Did you copy? Ron in Lockport?
I can barely hear him, but I heard just a little bit of him. But it's real rough. I heard him just a little bit. So maybe he have to turn up the audio or something. But I heard he said something about he hear me or something he was trying to explain to you, but very faintly.
Yeah, no problem. Just take one more listen. I hear him pretty good here, but go ahead, Ron. Give it one more try. Just give him a call and maybe he'll hear you.
Yeah, KT2AFL, this is KC2ZYL, Ron in Lockport, running 25 watt carrier from the Kenwood CS480. Back over to you, Darryl, KD2AFL, from KC2ZYL. Over.
Oh, I can hear him in the noise. He's right in the noise level.
Okay, Ron, you're right in the noise level with your 25 watts of carrier, and anyway, anyone else you want to try to contact? All right, well, we'll hang around and maybe conditions will come up for you there, Ron. Let's see, November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey. Joe, you still with us?
Yes, I'm in here, yep. Hopefully I can be heard. I turned the audio up a little bit more. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, I can hear you fine, no problem. I understand you turned the audio up a little bit more. So go ahead and give somebody a call if you want to try to call one of these guys. Go ahead. He's calling you, Ron.
Thank you. I hear you. Very good, Joe. You're a good, solid S9. Hope you copy me, and I think I got your information. You got an icon. So back over to you, Joe. N4JOW from KC2.
Okay, Ron, that was a good copy. So anyway, yeah, what else do I need? I don't think I need anything.
Nice signal here on 40 meters. Thanks again. Have fun, guys. I'll be a lot
Give me a break. I think I got all the information. You're on a Kenwood. I believe it's a 480. Is that correct?
Yeah, Roger. 480, 25-watt carrier. Dipole antenna. Over.
In the log. I have about 3 people in the log right now, so anyway, back to you. I'll be clear with Ron.
Okay, fine business. That's a Roger contact on you guys, so good job for the AM rally. And now I'll go down to November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, who had a nice signal. Should be no problem for most to copy. Come on in.
N1 MUC, let me kill my speaker. Yeah, I'd like to make contact with N4JOW, Joe, and KD2 AFL, Daryl. Let me take Daryl first, and I have my grandson here with me. He'd like to say hi to everybody.
Hi.
And maybe he'll be a future ham someday. KD2 AFL, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. I'm running a Kenwood TS930, a Heathkit SB200 linear, and my antenna is a 75-meter dipole, 75 feet up in the air. Over.
Well, you sound good. Hello to the little guy. Don't be shy. Yes, when you grow up, I'm quite sure you'll be on the radio. I have a little grandson, 6 years old. He loved looking at this Gates BC1T. He called it a big refrigerator. But you sounded good. I got a little static here. But I just turned the Gates on about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, so I'm quite sure it's ready and working. But you got a good signal and good audio. And I'll stand by. So this is KD2AFL Station, New Jersey. I'll be standing by after you get.
Daryl, what's your QTH there? What town are you in?
We are in a town. It's called Irvington, New Jersey. I'm about less than a quarter of a mile, the big city of Newark, New Jersey. Over.
Roger. Okay, Daryl, thanks for the contact. I got your information. And then I want to work N4JOW. Then I got to go back. It's my birthday today, so I've got my kids and grandkids over. But Ben wanted to see what I do on the radio, so we came down to make a couple contacts. Thank you again, 73s, Daryl. And if I can get a quick one from Joe, N4JOW. This is N1MUC. Of course, I just gave my stats, so if you need anything, go ahead, ask me, and I could use your rig and your QTH. Over.
Okay, first thing I need is your name. I got your call. I got a 75-meter dipole. It's ICOM 7600. Right, running 20-watt carrier. And I'm located in Stafford County, Virginia. So if you come back and hello, Ben. I hear the little man. He sounds great. Don't be shy. So, yeah. Your location. I can listen up on 4FM, but if you want to spit it out, that'd be great. N4JOW, clear.
Roger, Joe. I'll give you this because I have quite a few rigs that I use on different bands. I got a broadcast transmitter for 160, etc., etc. Right now, I am running a Kenwood TS 930S, and that's driving a Heathkit SB200 linear, and I have a 75-meter dipole, 75 feet up in the air, homemade antenna tuner. That's what we've got at this end. Over.
Okay, great. Your name again, quick?
Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima.
Great. And you're like I said, everybody's about 5'10" over here, so sort of oriented the DX, the engines are about 43 degrees, but it's working great. And I also hear you on one dipole that I have in the trees. I can listen on an old Drake 2-beam, and that dipole oriented north and south for the state for my AM rig if I can ever get my range over there. So anyway, yeah, great. You're in the log. I'm clear. I'll be listening. N4JOW.
Thanks for the contact, N1MUC clear.
Okay, all right, fine business. Now I'm going to go down to the end of the list, which is Daryl. I don't know if there's anybody that hasn't worked Daryl, but Daryl, if there's anybody that you want to work, I haven't worked it, but I'll give you the call to you. And by the way, everyone, I don't have. I'm able to hear a lot of stations. I just wanted to explain. I was able to actually hear a lot of stations clearly, but I'm getting help from a beverage. I have a beverage in the early development stages. I'm still tweaking it, and eventually I'm going to make it directional, kind of like end firing, switchable, east and west, and maybe I'll add north and south, but right now it's just omnidirectional somewhat, kind of. So it's a long traveling wave antenna, receive antenna, called the beverage, which is probably very familiar to most people here. Daryl, Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Lima, who's putting about 80 dB of signal into my R388. Over to you to make calls to anyone you want to call. This is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear in Albany, New York.
Well, I'm gonna stand by at the moment because I'm on the phone. I'm with a gentleman. He got his station, and he lives in Kentucky. His call is KJ4 TSA. Take your shoes off, but he's listening to you, and I was just telling him that get on the band. It's AM Rally weekend. All right, then I'm gonna stand by because I got him on the phone. And he's listening right now. He started laughing when you said I got you 80 dBs in your radio. He started laughing. Well, I tell you, the Gates is working, so I'm gonna stand by and get back to him on the phone. But any other stations out there? Hello? I'm Daryl in New Jersey on the Gates BC1T transmitter. I'll be standing by a little bit, but I'm on the phone. I'll be standing by.
WD2AF3. Okay, I got two in there. A W question mark AFJ and a Victor Echo 3 ending radio or something. Is there anybody else? I'm going to put you guys right on the list here. Is there anybody else would like to check into this informal group to work stations here for the AM rally? Call now.
Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo.
Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. We've got you. Anyone else? Okay, I got 3 here. I got the Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. Who is the Whiskey * Alpha Fox Juliet? Fill your call, please, and your location and the transmitter.
Yeah, good afternoon there, Justin. The call here is Whiskey Denmark 2, Alpha Fox Juliet, Witch Doctor 2, America, France, Japan. The name is Ray, and we're located in a town called Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Running a Kenwood TS890 into an amplifier, about 110 watts out of carrier. And antenna is a 2-band fan dipole up at about 35 feet or so. For 40 and 75. So that's the setup here. So back to you there, Justin. KG2GR and the group WD2AFJ.
Okay, we got we got you on the list. That is Whiskey Delta 2. Yeah, folks, everyone who's sticking around, just listen to, if you didn't hear them, I'll just repeat it, just to help out with your list. This is Kilo Germany 2 Radio Germany. So that was Whiskey Delta 2 Alpha Fox Juliet on a Kenwood. That's Ray in New Jersey. Who's the Victor Echo 3 Romeo? Please, your name, your QTH, and your transmitter.
Victor Echo 3, Zulu X-ray, location is Round Lake. Transmitter is DX60B.
Okay, Victor Echo, that was Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-ray, Mike, up in Ontario, Canada, on the DX60B. I've got one, and I've got the A. I've got the Alpha, the DX60 Alpha. Welcome aboard. Stick around. We'll get you guys into the rotation here. And so, and then last on the list is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. Just give me your name. I know I've worked you, but just for everybody else that's formulating the list, your name, location, QTH, and transmitter.
Thanks, Justin. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. The name is Chip, Charlie Hotel, India Papa. I am in Brentford, Vermont, which is about 45 miles south of Burlington, running a K7 DYY at about 300 watts. Good afternoon to everybody.
Okay, the K7ZYY, is that correct?
K7 DYY.
Is that Kilo 7 Delta YY?
Roger, Delta.
Okay, sorry about that. I wasn't familiar, but okay, so we got Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. That's Chip out in Vermont on the K7 DYY transmitter. And so we've got you guys secured onto the list. Hang out, and let's go back to the top of the list. We've got, we're going to have Larry with Stephanie up on deck to go after Larry. Or it could be a different operator, but this is a club station, folks, with many operators in there operating out there at the Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico. Come on in and call any stations you want to make contact with. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin. There's a bunch of calls in here that didn't work, so I think I'm just gonna name them all off, and whoever comes back and acknowledges, then I'll put them in the log. And if they don't come acknowledge, then I guess they're gone. And I've got all the rig information written down here, so that I don't need to hear all that again. Except, WD2AFJ, I did not get his information. So I got the KC2ZYL, N4JOW, N1MUC is gone, I'm pretty sure. And we worked them on 75, but not on 40. And let's see. Yeah, WD2AFJ VE3RZX with the DX60. I'm also running a DX60 and chip W1CME. I'm running a DX60 into an amplifier, an SB221 amplifier, about 125, 150 watts, something like that, to a dipole, and an RME 45 volt buzzard receiver. That's I'm having, it doesn't have great selectivity, but I'm doing my best pulling people out. So, let's see. I don't know if this is going to work, but anybody who wants to respond, go ahead. This is W1 Victor Charlie Mike at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut in Windsor, Connecticut. And Daryl, the gates, we have the BC1T that was at the league, and that only works on 75. I may be firing that up later. W1 VCM.
Can I give you my information there, Larry? WD2AFJ.
Yeah, I didn't get your information. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. W1 VCM, WD2AFJ. The name is Ray, and I'm located here in a town called Phillipsburg, New Jersey. And we're running a Kenwood TS890 into a two-band fan dipole, cut for 40 and 75. And we're putting the transceiver into an amplifier, about 115 watts of carrier. By the way, the DX60 is doing a fine job down here. You're about 10 over S9. And I copied pretty much everybody else that checked in. So back to you, Larry. W1 VCM, WD2AFJ.
Somebody's swishing around. Okay, thanks, Ray. Yep, good strapping signal here. You're about S9, 10 over here as well on this meter, which is actually, the dial and the meter on this are kind of hard to read, at least from my old eyes. How about N4JOW? Do you copy?
Yes, sir. N4JOW, Whiskey 1, Victor Charlie Mike. I need your name. I got all your other information, and I'll stand by for the name, and if you need any more info from me, I'll be standing by.
Okay, Joe. Yep, I copy. I got your information. The name is Larry, Larry. Larry, go ahead.
Okay, Larry, you're in the log. Let me put down the time. I'm writing all this stuff down, and I'm going to enter it into the AM Rally logger at a later date. But you're everybody's 10 over here, so I don't know what's going on. Sounds great. I'll be clear.
No, I don't know. You're not 10 over here. I don't know what to say. KC2ZYL. You still there, Ron?
Yeah, W1 Victor Charlie Mike, this is Kilowatt Charlie 2. You're in the log here, Larry. You're about an S7. Hope you're still hearing me. Back over to you, W1 Victor Charlie Mike from KC2ZYL.
All right. Thank you very much, Ron. On the Kenwood 480. VE2RZX. How about you? RZX. Mike, go ahead if you copy. W1 VCM.
Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray. Yep. I just got this DX60 back on the air after probably sitting around for about 30 or 40 years, trying to sort of rebuild. So I'm looking for an opinion it was a vintage sound. I don't have my monitor. I don't have a monitor scope. I do have one, but it needs to be recapped. So I'm interested in anybody's opinion of how it sounds. I'm also concerned, I'm using a D104, but I think the outlet might be beat. I didn't quite catch your call, so if you can maybe throw your call back at me, I would appreciate it greatly. Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray.
Wow, I wonder if you're barefoot on that thing. I don't have an amplifier written down for you, Mike. But it's working well. It's working well. It's got good punchy audio. You're about S8 here. The call is Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike. Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike in Windsor, Connecticut. Don't know if you have the rest of the information. I'll throw it back to you one more time. But I'm also running the DX60 here, but it's been modified. I can tell yours has the control carrier. I see it coming up and everything, but it sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good to me. VE3RZX, W1VCM.
W1VCM from VE3RZX. I didn't catch your name. Sorry if you could throw your name back at me. Yeah, it's still peak carrier control. I've not modified it, and I don't really intend to. I have a Yaesu FL2100Z that I'm not running. I'm running barefoot right now. My 2100Z, I've got to go through it and recap and whatnot. But the ideology is to be able to use this as an exciter, and using peak carrier control is kind of sort of takes it easy on the amp, so I can have a little bit of power. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's a wonderful. Back over to W1VCM from VE3RZX.
Okay, yeah, great barefoot signal on the DX60. Yeah, it sounded real good. The name is Larry, Larry. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Take care. And last one on the list, W1CME chip with a big signal on the K7 DYY. Do you copy W1VCM?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good talking to you again, Larry. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo in Bridport, Vermont. I have to say there's a bunch of very courteous operators here. When you first asked for a pile-up, nobody responded. You gotta love that. Long live amplitude modulation, and hello to everybody. This is Chip, Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, Bridport, Vermont.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Chip. I think, Stephanie, you're up next, if there's anybody you want to add to your list.
Let me just make a quick announcement there. This is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany. I've got a list here. I'm just going through it, but also, if it helps anybody, I also have NetLogger going on, so you could check into NetLogger, and the pink line will highlight the person who's coming up, or you don't have to check in. It doesn't matter. So this might rally up some more AMers. So with that, we'll go on to Stephanie with Steve on deck. Steve, you'll be after Stephanie, so WX3 Kilo. This is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Very good. It's very organized, and I agree with Chip. Very courteous folks here on frequency. Chip, very nice signal here into the Poconos. K7 DYY rig is sounding great. I suppose you've been reading the mail. You know I'm running the ICO 720 transmitter, 730 modulator, 50 watts carrier, roughly to an inverted V, and I have a HRO 50T here. Are you hearing me there in glorious Vermont?
Hello, Stephanie. I'm hearing you just fine on your inverted V, except for a little carrier there that was causing a bit of a problem. I don't have your call sign, Stephanie. I actually was listening to you earlier this morning, I think around 11:30 or so, and I wrote it down, but I don't have it on my log. So if you don't mind, that would be great to send it back.
Okay, it's Whiskey X-ray, as in weather, 3 kilowatt, WX3K.
All right, got it. Fine business. You sound great. I heard a little bit about your history in the radio biz. I'm also in broadcasting, and I love AM and always have. And the other guy you were talking with this morning, who was at WPTR, is pretty cool because I grew up in a capital district. But now I'm in Vermont, and loving every minute. So great to make your acquaintance. And I just also want to say hi to Ben if he's still around at N1MUC. I think that's where he was. Ben, the person who may be getting into radio in the future, and also want to send encouragement to him to follow through, because it's something that will be very interesting and teach you a lot about people and equipment. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo in Bridport, Vermont. I am listening now.
WX3K. Thank you very much, Chip. Appreciate it. There was one other station I heard that I'm going to give a go with here. The VE3 station, VE3RZX. Do you copy Whiskey X-ray 3 kilowatt here in northeast Pennsylvania?
Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-ray station here. Whiskey X-ray 3 is what I got of your call. Maybe you can come back and give me a call. I would appreciate it. The 3RZX.
Yeah, okay, very good. Yeah, a little bit of QSB on your signal. The call is Whiskey X-ray 3 kilowatt. Whiskey X-ray 3 kilowatt here in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, running an ICO 720 transmitter, a 50-watt carrier into an inverted V, and using a National HRO 50T receiver here. How copy?
Whiskey X-ray 2 kilowatt from Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-ray. I got about 75% of your transmission. You're right. From my log, that would be great. Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-ray.
Okay, sorry, I didn't even say it, I think. Stephanie. Stephanie is the name. Over.
Sorry, the static crashes twice. Right on top of your name. One more time, please.
No problem. It's Stephanie. Stephanie is the name.
Okay, I copy that, Stephanie. Thank you very much for the contact. Yeah, you're a good 5x5 in here when there's not too much fear noise. It's pretty amazing what these low-power carriers can punch through. It's nice to have some power, but it's nice to know this works too. Whiskey X-ray 3 kilo from VE3RZX. Oh, name here is Mike, by the way.
Okay, Mike. Very good. I think I heard you mention where you are. But I just need it again and what you're running. Over.
I'm located in Ontario, Canada, in a little sleepy town called Round Lake Center. That's Round Lake Center. And I'm running a Heathkit DX60B with the matching VFO and the matching receiver right now. Full station. I have just finished restoring it all, and this is actually the first time this transmitter's been on the air. Over.
Oh, that's very awesome. It sounds good. Nice, clear sounding audio from the DX60B. Very, very nice. Round Lake Center. I'm not too familiar with that, but I am familiar with Ontario, and I was in Toronto. When was I in Toronto? I guess it was last summer. Briefly. I was at the museum there in downtown Toronto. So, very good. I appreciate the contact. 73.
Okay, Stephanie. Yes, thanks very much for the contact. Yeah, I'm about 4 hours north of Toronto, and I guess about 2.5 hours or 2 hours southwest of Ottawa. So I'm kind of sort of nestled in cottage country. So I won't hold it. I'll turn it back over to you so somebody else can have a go. But if anybody else can hear me, I would appreciate more signal reports, as is this is new on the air. Whiskey X-ray 3 Kilo from Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray.
Okay, Mike, very good. Awesome. Thank you very much for the contact. Back to you, Justin.
N3FRQ.
N3FRQ, N3FRQ. We've got you recognized there. Stephanie, was there anyone else that you needed to work?
That's pretty much it. Everybody else I worked yesterday. I hear a lot of folks on here. I recognize their calls. I worked them yesterday. I think I'm good. Back to you.
WJBL Mobile.
Oh, WA2JBL Mobile. That's Chris. Okay, we got you, Chris. Standby 1. Let's see. And we also have N3 Fox Radio Quebec. Standby 1, Chris. This is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear. We've got Stephanie that just finished up. Steve, are you still out there in the Mobile in Pennsylvania? 3 Whiskey 3 Sugar Mike Mobile. Steve, anyone you want to make a call? Go ahead. Okay, he must have stepped away. We'll cross him off the list there. And what about, let's see, Ron in Lockport, Kilo Charlie 2, Zulu Yankee Lima. Your call, go ahead.
WA2ONK.
This is KC2ZYL. Yeah, we were wondering if I could hear work Chip at W1CME. This is KC2ZYL. Chip, go ahead.
I think somebody was calling me, but I couldn't hear the call sign. Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo.
Yeah, Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. This is Kilowatt Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima. Ron in Lockport, New York. You're a good solid 10 over S9 here. Chip, back to you.
Sorry, sir, you're in my noise. I heard kilowatt something Lima Fox. That's all I've got so far. Try again, please. Nope, guys, that's not going to work. Sorry about that. Can't hear him.
Okay, he can't hear you. Was there anyone else?
WA2ONK.
Let's see, I don't know if there's WD2AFJ is Ray.
Yeah, KC2ZYL, Ron, in Rockport, New York. Yeah, I hear you fine, Ron. Go ahead. This is WD2AFJ. The name is Ray.
Yeah, hi, Ray. Thanks for picking me up. You're a good fellow last night. You're at Lockport, New York with an L. And I think I got all your information. You're in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, in the TS890 and the two-band fan dipole. So running a TS480 25-watt carrier into a 40-meter dipole, Ray. Thanks for the contact, and you're in the line.
Okay, Ron. Very good, KC2ZYL. In Lockport. I got that correction now. Lockport, New York. And, yeah, the Kenwood 480 is doing a good job up here. You're about 5 or so over S9. And I'm listening, by the way, I'm listening on the Kiwi SDR. That's a web SDR, so it makes it a little easier to hear all the stations. My local receiver here on the TSA 90, I'm experiencing some local noise here. So otherwise, I would be using it. But hey, what a tool! Web SDRs, they work out great. So yeah, I got all the information, Ron. I'm not logging for the AM rally, but I'm having a good time with the contacts. So nice to meet you, and have a great day. KC2ZYL, WD2AFJ.
Yeah, WD2AFJ, KC2ZYL. Well, thanks a lot, Ray. 7-3. Hey, I use the web SDR on occasionally work great, especially when there's a lot of noise at 40 meters. And appreciate the contact. The Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-ray, Mike was still in there near Ottawa, Ontario. Back over to you, Mike.
Station calling for Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-ray. Come again, I missed your call.
Yeah, this is Kilowatt Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima KC2 ZYL. Back to you, Mike.
I'm not quite getting your call. Did I get Kilowatt Charlie something ZYC?
Kilowatt Charlie 2 ZYL. Repeat, Kilowatt Charlie 2 ZYL KC2 ZYL. Over.
Maybe somebody could maybe relay Kilowatt Charlie 2 ZYL. Is that correct?
It's Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima. Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima. That's Ron in Lockport, New York on the Kenwood. Over.
Thank you for relaying. I heard your initial call, Ron, and QSC picked up and you dropped into the background noise to some degree. Maybe try again and see if he's up then. E3RZX.
Mike, so I know you're close in. Ottawa's just across the lake from me, but you're coming in good here on the Kenwood. And I got you in the log here, so I hope you're still copying me and putting me in your log if you're running on the AM rally. VE3RZX from KC2ZYL.
I broke in here 10 minutes ago on Mobile. I was acknowledged. So what the hell is going on? I'm putting on a list with 20 people ahead of me. 73, W2JBL at my destination. See you later.
KG2RG, Justin, maybe you want to pick that up.
Yeah, hey Chris, go ahead and jump in there. Okay, Chris, sorry about that. We were just going through the whole list there of everyone that was checked in. Yeah, we got like some mobiles that are just sitting in the car on a mountain there doing the rally. I didn't know you were short time, so I apologize. Well, if you want to jump back in any time, Chris, we'll get you in there. QSL? Okay, Chris. Yeah, just jump back in on the way back. We'll get you right in, Chris. Sorry about that. I didn't realize you were mobile driving. I thought you were set up somewhere, so my fault. We'll get you in there and bump you right to the top there. And drive safe. Get back in there. Just jump right in, Chris. Okay, let's see, Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima. Was there anyone else on the list that, and by the way, folks, we got the list set up on NetLogger. If you wanted to get onto NetLogger on the computer and follow along, the pink line would be the station up for a call, and you could see the list as it's in motion. Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima, or any other calls that you needed to make for your log for the AM rally. This is Kilo Golf 2 retractable gear.
Kilo Golf 2, Radio Golf KC2ZYL. I'm all set, Justin. I'm all set. You can move on to the next guy. KC2ZYL is now standing by.
Okay, fine business. Okay, so next on the list is November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey with November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie up on deck. Be ready, November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie, you'll be next. November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey. Come on in, make some calls to whoever's on the list you need to work, and then send it back, and we'll get the next one on the list. This is Kilo Golf 2 retractable gear.
Okay, Justin, I'm going to try to make this quick. W13ME N4JLW.
N4JOW, I've got you. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, Chip in Bridport, Vermont. Go ahead.
Okay, Chip, if you got my information, I'll just end it here because I got everything written down. I'll just put the time in and I'll maybe move on.
Sorry you faded in for the first transmission. Go ahead.
All right, we'll try again. I was just going to say, I'll put the time in the log. I have all your information. If you need anything from me, let me know.
No, sir, I'm good to go. Thank you very much. Great talking to you. 73.
73. Okay.
Did you turn it back over?
No, I'm going to go for one more. Victor Echo 3, Romeo Juliet, X-ray, and 4JLW.
Canada station, Canadian station, you're getting a call. Mike?
BE3RZX. I'm not copying, Justin.
He's not copying.
Okay, that's great. I just worked Chip. How about Ray? Ray in New Jersey, WD2 Alpha Fox Juliet. Got a copy?
Yeah, Joe, N4JOW. This is WD2AFJ. You have all my information. I copy it fine. The only thing I need is just for the record here. Where are you located?
I'm in Stafford County, Virginia, Northern Virginia. Stafford County, over.
Roger on the Stafford County in Virginia. I got all the other information, so yeah, fine. Unless you needed something else from me, have a good day.
Hey, 73.
WD2AFJ.
Back to you, Justin, and let some other folks go ahead.
Okay, fine business. That was, let's see, November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie is up next with Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Lima up on deck. Stand by, you'll be coming up next, so over to November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey. This is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear. November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie, are you still there? Over. Okay, looks like he's checked out. We'll check him out. Let's move down to Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Lima to make some calls with anyone on the list. And on deck is Whiskey Delta 2 Alpha Fox. Stand by, you'll be next. So go ahead, Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Lima. Okay, maybe he checked out. Let's go down to Whiskey Delta 2 Alpha Fox Juliet is up next with Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-ray on deck. Stand by. So Whiskey Delta 2 Alpha Fox Juliet, go ahead and pick it up.
Okay, fine business by Justin. KG2GR, and the group WD2AFJ. I'm not going to take up too much time here. I put out the information unless somebody else needs it. Justin, because like I said, I'm not logging for the contest, so I've jotted down just for my own records here most of the contacts I have been on here. Just playing the game and having a good time with it. So you're doing a fine job, by the way, Justin. Really well coordinated. Bang up job. So back to you there, Justin, and in the group WD2AFJ.
Okay, well, we got some... The list is coming down to those... Canada, Victor Echo 3, Vermont on deck. Charlie Mike Echo, stand by, you're on deck. Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray, go ahead and pick it up.
Okay, thank you, Justin. I'm not going to stay. I'm not participating in the contest, but I just thought it would be a good opportunity for me to make this transmitter's debut on the air again. And your Viking 2 sounds good. I've got one too that's just about ready to go, and I really look forward to getting it on the air. I've been a radio amateur for a very, very long time, and I became an appliance operator with the transistorized radios when I got back into the tube boat anchors, and I'm having a ball. So, KG2 from BE3RZX, I won't hang around and I won't hold it. I'll let the other contesters go ahead and make their contacts. 73.
Okay, 7-3, that's Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray. If anybody wants to call him or hear him, he doesn't need anyone else, but he's on the standby. Hopefully he'll stick around for a while in case anybody needs to get him in the log for the AM rally here. So this is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany, with the collective group of AMers working here for the AM rally. Next on the list is going to Vermont Whiskey 1, Charlie Mexico Echo, with November 3, Fox Radio Quebec on deck, stand by. Go ahead, Whiskey 1, Charlie Mexico Echo. Go ahead and make some calls.
Thanks, Justin. Whiskey 1, Charlie Mike Echo, Bridport, Vermont. The name is Chip here. K7DYY, which is a Class E transmitter, and I'm running on a vertical butternut HF2V, so that's quarter wave on 40 meters. Hearing everybody pretty well today. I actually could start to hear who was the station. Oh boy, no, I'm not positive. I guess the Virginia station, N4JOW, came up out of the noise, so I did hear you if you're still around. I'm also not really keeping track of the contest. I'm just here to say hi and enjoy meeting some new people, so I'll let it go back to you, Justin. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, Bridport, Vermont, with KGZRG and the group.
Okay, fine business. Thank you very much for being there. Vermont is a fantastic state to get into the log for sure. Actually, was my last state for worked all states when I was doing that. And I border with Vermont. So kind of crazy, but yeah, it's true. But I ended up getting it on ground wave anyway. So thanks for being there, and let's go down to November 3 Fox Radio Quebec with Whiskey 2 Juliet Bravo Lima on deck, and also and then the last one on the list would be WA2ONK. And then we'll look for any additional check-ins would like to get onto this list. November 3, Fox Radio Quebec. This is your first transmission. So now that it comes to you, could you please give your name, your QTH, and the transmitter that you're using, and go ahead and make a call to any station that you can hear that you would like to work into your log. And so microphone to you, over.
KG2RG, this is N3FRQ. The name is Al Alpha Lima. I am in Jersey City, New Jersey. The transmitter here is a BNW 5100, listening on an RCA AR88. The antenna's 100-foot doublet kind of draped over the house here on a city lot. Not really running the rally, but if somebody needs a contact, we can take care of that. I was kind of looking for W1 VCM. It turns out that's a museum station there. I also help run a museum down on the North Jersey shore. If you take a look at N3FRQ on QRZ, take the first link to W2RTM, you can get the particulars on the museum. And so that was mostly why I was checking in here, just because I'd been reading the mail and listening to the museum people up there. So that's the situation here. We'll go back to net control, KG2RG and 3FRQ.
Okay, all right. That's November 3, Fox Radio Quebec. That's Al in New Jersey on the BMW 5100. So if anybody wants to work him, he's sticking around a little bit, and we'll be on standby. Just give him a call when it comes around to you. Down to Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet Bravo Lima, Chris in the Mobile. Go ahead, Chris, if you're with us, over. Okay, I think he might be in Home Depot shopping. Maybe we'll catch him on the trip home, and we'll give him priority to jump in since he's got a short trip in the Mobile. Whiskey Alpha 2 Oscar November Kilo at the bottom of the list, and then we'll go back to the top of the list. The top of the list will be up to Connecticut. Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico Club Station. You're on deck. Have your operator standing by. So right now it's WA2ONK. Come on in with your name, QTH, and your transmitter, and also make a call to any stations you'd like to get into your log. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. This is WA2ONK. My name is Chuck Charlie Henry Union Charlie King, and we're located in Trenton, New Jersey. We're using a Viking Ranger, about 45 watts or so, into a inverted V, with the apex being about 35 feet. And the receiver we're using presently is a Collins 75S1. We're hearing the majority of the fellas, but not real well. We don't have a very good antenna as far as receiving goes. But we are hearing the majority of the people, but apparently not too well. Again, the name is Chuck, and we're located in Trenton. KG2RG, WA2ONK.
Okay, Chuck. All right, that's Chuck. That's Whiskey Alpha 2 Oscar November Kilo for everyone's list. Also, you can join in online on NetLogger and watch the list in motion with the pink line on the person who's up. And Chuck is in New Jersey on a Viking Ranger, sounding good. Chuck, would you like to make any calls and get any one into your log that you hear on the list, over?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, Justin. I just happened to be down here and turned on the radio and realized the AM rally was going on. So we'll just be standing by listening here. Go ahead.
Okay, well, fine business. Thanks for stopping by and giving others an opportunity to work you, and hopefully somebody will give you a call in 1 second. We're going to go to the top of the list, and again, this is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany. This is just an radio working AM rally weekend. organize some contacts between each other and fill our logs for the special event weekend here. So up to the top of the list is W1 Victor Charlie with Pennsylvania. Mexico Club Station. If you're there, come on in and make a call to any stations you want.
Yeah. KG2RG, thank you very much, Justin. Doing a great job here. W1VCM. Yeah, I was tuning off frequency. I don't know if there are any new stations in here. I heard W3FRQ, if you still heard, and WA2JBL, who has disappeared. I heard that. I heard WA2ONK, and I don't know if there's anyone else, but those three I did not work yet. Anybody who's left to watch or work me, go right ahead, please. W1 Victor Charlie Mike.
W1 Victor Charlie Mike. W1 VCM WA2ONK.
Okay, WA2ONK, I heard you, and there was somebody else too, but it's been a while, so I'll give my information here. Running a DX60. Oop. Sorry about that. Running a DX60U into an SB220 amplifier dipole. Name is Larry. An RME 45 receiver. And we're at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut in the club station. Sorry about that. Somebody's demonstrating something out in the museum. Back to you. WA2ONK, W1VCM.
Okay, Larry, very good. W1VCM WA2ONK. My name is Chuck, Charlie Henry Union Charlie King, and we're located in Trenton. And we're running a, well, maybe you heard the information, the Viking Ranger. Good signal, a little bit of QSB on that last pass, but very good copy, about 10 over or so at times. So good to make your acquaintance here. I haven't been on AM in a number of years, and we're trying to, I guess, get ourselves back into it. W1VCM WA2ONK.
Yeah, very good. Sounds great. Sounds great. Good solid signal here on the Ranger. Nice clear sounding Ranger. And I didn't get your receiver, but that's okay. Yeah, no, I didn't get anybody's information. I've been kind of in and out here. But thank you very much, Chuck. And anybody else? Thank you. W1VCM.
W1VCM, WA1 London Bravo Kilowatt.
Oh, WA1LBK. I know you from somewhere. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, name is Larry in Windsor, Connecticut. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Larry. W1VCM, WA1LBK. Name here is Tom, Tango Auto Mike. QTH is Fallen from Massachusetts, about 50 miles due south of Boston. Running on my modern radio, an ICOM 7300 at the moment. My vintage rig, which is a Johnson Viking 2, was on the bench at the moment. I was thinking the AM rally was next weekend. I realized Friday was this weekend, so I haven't had a chance to get the Viking 2 up and running again. So like I said, just an IC 7300 with an inverted V dipole. Cut to 75 here. The high point is up at about 45 feet on my tower. Yeah, you might have seen me maybe at Deerfield or some of the other Hamfest. Definitely a frequent Hamfest goal. In fact, I'm going to see if I can try to get a table of all of them upcoming. W1VCM, WA1LBK.
Yeah, okay, Tom. Thanks. Good signal. Nice sounding 7300. I own one of those as well. We don't have one here at the museum though. At least not yet. But I'm sure one is coming. Yeah, I've probably seen you before. Geez, I know that call from somewhere. I'm not sure where. Maybe you've been to one of the museum flea markets. We have another one coming up February 24th. They have 5 a year. We have 5 flea markets a year. If you can believe that, it's really something. Okay, back to you, and then whatever. WA1LBK, W1VCM. Thanks.
Yeah, W1VCM, W1LBK. Yeah, I'm also frequent. I'm on the VHF contest very heavily. I'm pretty much a VHF VHF UHF signal guy. And in fact, the other thing I'm active on lately, I've been on the. I just geared up last couple of months. Got very active on the amateur satellites again. In fact, I was just on let's see, RS-44 earlier, and the ISS a little while ago. If you give me the details on the flea market, I might be interested in going down to that.
Okay, yeah, check out the website, vrcmct.org. vrcmct.org, and you'll see the information there. And yeah, speaking of which, we've got the equipment. We just haven't done it yet. But we're going to set up a satellite tracking station here in the next few months. So you might want to be interested in that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I started the project. I had an Icon 9700 for a few years. You know, I was using that for VHF, UHF, and 1296 weak signal work, which it works great on it. Back around I think late October time frame, I happened to pick up one of the Ken Pro Yaesu LAS rotors on the QRZ.com flea market. One I got in, it's used, but it's in pristine condition. I previously had been set up for the satellites, but I had taken down I had a single Rowan 25 top section. The original array, I just used cheap TV rotors on. I had taken it down over a few years when I was inactive. Well, very quickly before the ground froze, I dug a foundation hole, planted that Rowan 25 section, got it in just before we got the first hard freeze, and over the next couple of weeks I got the rotor up. I had a couple of Yagis I picked up for use for hill popping with an Icon 705, which is something I never got around to doing. and both Yagis are Deerfield specials. They're both, I think they're both Cushcrafts. One's 10 elements on 2 and 11 elements on 435. But they were the biggest single improvement I made in the station. And if you
might want to move them down the list, a lot of people.
Satellite controllers by CSN Technology, and it is a marvelous little box. It's 9700 for automatically loads the frequencies for the specific satellite you're operating, corrects the Doppler shift, control the tracking on the antennas, which really makes life much easier. And it also predicts the next passes for you. Really marvelous little device. VCM, WA1LBK.
Okay, very good, Tom. Yeah, sounds good. I can't give you the details of what we have here because I just don't know yet, but sounds like you're really into it. All right, let's move on. Anybody else on the list that didn't work me that wants to? W1VCM, thank you.
November 2, Julia Fox Alpha.
Okay, very good. N2JFA. This is W1VCM. Do you need my information?
Yeah, hi, name is John, and we're in Northwest Jersey, running a Ranger, and I'm a Drake R8 receiver, backed up with an SDR receiver. And I don't know if I'm out of line here or not. Did you have a roll call set up or something? I just, figured I'd come in.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll put you on the list. Maybe Justin will put you on the list if you like, and you can work all the other people in there. Okay, thanks very much. I'm running a DX60. You can get DX60, not an AB, anything. It's just a DX60 into an SB220 and an RME45. Old buzzard receiver. Actually, it's a B. It's a 45B. So, back to net control, unless there's somebody else. KG2RG, W1VCM.
Okay, and we've got Whiskey Alpha 1 Lima Victor Kilo and November 2 Juliet Fox Alpha joined onto the list. And you guys are on the list, and we're at the top of the list, so we're just working our way down. So hang in there, guys, and you'll probably possibly get some calls. Basically, we're just going through a list, and when the list comes to when it comes up to your turn, whoever it goes to can call anyone they want or anyone they need for their log for this AM rally here. And we're also got a list on NetLogger. If you're familiar with NetLogger, you can follow along with NetLogger, and you can see the pink line will show the station who's got the mic and whose turn it is, and you can see everyone and where you are on the list and when it comes to you. And so right now we're going to go to Whiskey X-Ray 3 Kilo in Pennsylvania, and on deck is Whiskey Alpha 3 Sugar Mike in the Mobile. He might not be there. He wasn't there on his last turn, and if he's not there, then it will go to Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima. This is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear, Justin in Albany, New York. Just helping to coordinate this list here. So Whiskey X-Ray 3 Kilo, your call, go ahead, come on in. Okay, it looks like Whiskey X-Ray 3 Kilo is checked out. We'll cross them off the list. Let's take a quick listen. Hold on, hopefully I'm not missing anyone here. Just give me 1 second. Oh, Stephanie, are you there, Stephanie? Over. Looks like Stephanie may have departed. She was there for quite a long time, and maybe she's taking a break and will come back and jump in any time. Let's move down to looks like the mobile did take off. So we're going to go to Ron in New York in Lockport on a Kenwood. Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima with November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey Joe in Virginia on deck. Go ahead, Ron. Come on in and make some calls if you want.
All the contacts. AG2RG from KC2ZYL.
Whoops. Okay, fine business. Kilo Charlie 2 Zulu Yankee Lima in Lockport is taking a break and going to go QRT. Come on back anytime. Boys racked up quite a bit of contacts into his log. So we'll break with you. I'm going to go to November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey Joe in Virginia with November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie Paul on deck. Come on in, Joe. Okay, he probably checked out as well. Let's see, cross him out, cross Ron out. Paul, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie with Darrell on deck on the gates. 80 on the gates is on deck. November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, come on in, Paul. Okay, Paul is checked out. Let's see, Darrell, Kilo Delta 2, Alpha Fox Lima, your call, go ahead. The list might have gotten really big and now it's getting smaller, so it'll level itself out. And we've been here for a few hours with this list. So now let's go down to Chip. Wait, sorry about that, Chip. Chip, you're on deck. Wait, nope, my bad. You're coming up soon. Whiskey Delta 2 Alpha Fox Juliet Ray in New Jersey with Mike in Ontario on deck. Ray, come on in, make some calls. Go ahead. Okay, we'll cross him out. We're going to shorten up the list here. Little by little, we're finding out who's here and who's not. Whiskey, a lot of those guys were here for a while. So let's see. Whiskey Delta Alpha Fox Juliet Ray in New Jersey, your call. Moving on down, he's not there, so we scratched him off. Victor Echo 3 might have checked out. Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray, are you still here, Mike?
Kilo Golf 2 Radio Golf from Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm tinkering around on the bench, listening away. I'm not looking to make a contact, but I'm certainly looking for any reports on this newly restored radio, which would be really good. So I'll turn it back from you, Justin. Thank you for allowing me to jump in and say boo. Kilo Golf 2 from Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray.
Okay, fine business. We've got you there. That's Mike up in Ontario, Canada, on the DX60 Bravo, and looking for reports. That's Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray. Doesn't need any entries into the log, but is here for anybody who needs to make a contact with Canada for the AM rally. And also looking for some reports, so might want to just throw him a report. And by the way, Mike, you're sounding good down here in Albany, New York. This is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear, moving on down to Chip in Vermont with Al in New Jersey on deck. Stand by, Al. Chip, Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, come on in, make some calls.
Thank you, Justin, and I have to say you are doing a great job. It is cool that this is on NetLogger. I only use AM these days. I mean, 90% of the time. I used to do a lot of sideband on 80 meters back during the COVID years, and I just kind of stopped doing it. And I didn't even have NetLogger on my computer until you mentioned that it was here. And it's nice to be able to see the whole list, because usually the QSOs are 1-on-1 or 2-on-1, you know, typically on AM. It's great to see so much activity and so many people that are using AM. Of course, we love. Oops, I had a radio station on the background. Sorry. It's great to see so many people doing it and breaking out their old equipment or their new equipment. And I just love meeting new people. So I'm just here to help anybody who needs to get another station on the log. Otherwise, I'll turn it back to you, Justin. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, Bridport, Vermont. Chip, back to you.
WNLBK.
Okay, I heard a station ending in K. LVK might want to try to call you. Was that Whiskey Alpha 1 Lima Victor Kilo? Are you looking to work the Vermont station? Go ahead.
Yes, I am. Whiskey Alpha 1 London Boston kilowatt. WA1 London Bravo kilowatt. The Vermont station, go ahead. WNLBK.
W1LBK, B is in Boston, as in Baker. This is Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. I'm hearing you just fine. Heard you on the air a couple days ago, but I don't think we actually talked. But you're coming in just fine here. I'll give you a signal report on your next transmission. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, WA1LBK. Yeah, I was on a bit last night on 75. So, name here is Tom, Tango Auto Mike. QTH is fall over Mass, about 50 miles due south of Boston. Running an ICOM IC7300 at the moment. My vintage radio, which is a Johnson Viking 2, is down at the moment and on the bench. I got a weird self-oscillation in some of the lower stages I have to track down on it. So the AM rally was next weekend, and I didn't have time to get the Johnson, work on the Johnson, so we're using the IC7300 instead. W1 Charlie Mike Echo, W1LBK.
Yeah, I've got a 7300 here also. It's 25 watts on AM, so you're doing a fine business over here. We're getting you about anywhere between an S7 and an S9, and I can hear you just fine. So good to talk to you. I'm running about 300 watts carrier, so I'm probably fairly strong for you, but who knows. This is a K7DYY Super Senior 4080, and I'm transmitting on vertical butternut HF2V, which is quarter wave on 40 meters. And good to talk to you. Thanks very much. Send it back to you, and or back to Justin.
Okay, fine business. Just trying to straighten out some of the people that vacated on the log there. Thank you very much for sending it back here and for the kind words. By the way, on the net logger, I was asking one of my friends who is a net controller on one of the CW nets I belong to, and he was telling me that I have to link the in the sign-in, my call sign, link it in with QRZ, sign in on there, somehow link it in. I kind of got an idea. I'll figure that out later. So more data from QRZ can populate into the netlogger. But right now, we're at least able to see the list and keep a little organized. All right, moving down the list, let's see. Looks like we'll go to New Jersey, November 3, Fox Radio Quebec, with Whiskey 2 JBL in the Mobile on deck. So November 3, Fox Radio Quebec, come on in. If you heard any stations you'd like to work, give them a call. Over. November 3, Fox Radio Quebec, you still in there? Over.
Justin, I just got back N4JOW.
N4JOW, N4JOW. Okay, standby 1. We'll get you right in there. Let's see. Let me get that one off the list. November 2, Juliet Bravo Lima. Chris, are you there? Okay, I took Chris off the list. I didn't think he was going to be there, but WA2ONK is next with WA1LBK on deck. So Whiskey Alpha 2 Oscar November Kilo, come on in, make some calls. Over.
N1 BCG.
Okay, no, N1 BCG, N1 BCG, I think it was. Stand by, we've got you recognized. Let's go, looks like Whiskey Alpha 2 Oscar November Kilo. Last call if you're in there, go ahead. Okay, it looks like they're gone. Let me get them off the list here. And now we got a short list, so we'll be flying through this list really quick here. Whiskey Alpha 1 Lima Bravo Kilo in Mass with November 2 Juliet Fox Alpha on deck. WA1 LBK, come on in, make some calls.
Yeah, okay. N1 CME, WA1LBK. Actually, W1VCM, I'm getting the calls mixed up myself here. Yeah, looking for anyone who can, like I say, not high power here, about, 25 watts on the IC7300. So, but anyone who can hear me, give me a call.
Okay, did anybody want to work November 4, JOB? Okay, nobody came back to you there. Why don't you stick around and maybe somebody will jump back in there with you there, QSL?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to jump out for a short time myself. I got a few things I have to do, but I'll probably be back a bit later.
I'll work them real quick. N4JOW.
Somebody's looking to work you, so did you copy them?
Negative. I heard just something faint in the background. I didn't hear them.
Once more, N4, J-O-W, Joe, Northern Virginia.
Okay, I think I heard the name Joe. Come again, WA1LBK.
November 4, Japan Oscar Whiskey, Joe in Northern Virginia.
Okay, got you that time, Joe. November 4, Japan Oscar Whiskey, Joe in Virginia. Okay, Joe. My name is Tom. QTH is Fall River, Massachusetts. 50 miles due south of Boston. Run an IC 7300. City of Fall River, Massachusetts. And I think that's all my info.
I got it. You need anything from me, let me know. N4JOW.
Okay, come again, please. I didn't catch that.
Again, I didn't copy.
Yeah, some QSB on you, Joe. You're kind of up and down a bit, but give it another try. N4JOW, WA1LBK.
Yeah, you're just coming in the noise there. But I was just asking if you needed any of my information. I guess it's over, Justin. Take it away. N4JOW.
Okay, fine business. So you guys got a good contact there, and this is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear. Moving down on the list to WA1LBK in Massachusetts with November 2, Juliet Fox Alpha on deck, standby. WA1LBK, come on in, make a call.
Yeah, okay. What was the? I know I heard some W2s who were pretty strong here. Any of them are still around? WA1LBK?
Anyone would like to work WA1LBK? He's looking for anybody would like to work him. Call him if you can hear him.
WA1LBK, N4JOW.
Okay, I heard someone call me again on the weak side. Come again, please. WA1LBK.
Yeah, this LBK, N4JOW.
Okay, I got the suffix. I got JAW. What's the prefix again?
N4, November 4, November 4.
Okay, okay, November 4, JOW. Okay, yeah, I have you down here, Joe. I just need your town and your rig.
Alright, I can barely hear you either, Justin. Alright, I'm just going to hand it back to you. N4JOW, be clear.
Okay, stand by for 1 second. JOW, he was just asking for your name, your QTH, and your transmitter.
Okay, name is Joe, Juliet, Ocean, Echo. It's an ICOM 7600. And location is Stafford County, Virginia. Stafford County, Virginia.
Okay, I got that one. Stafford County, Virginia. Okay, QSL, Joe, QSL. And also on the IC 7300, I'm running the same thing here.
Roger, Roger. Okay. Your call again once more. It's WA1LBK. I got it. Okay, thanks.
Yep, 7-3.
7-3. Back to you, Justin.
Okay, this is Kilo Germany 2 Radio Germany. Looking for anybody. We're going to take a quick pause. I just want to see if anybody else would like to get on the list. If there's anybody wants to get on the list, we're almost at the bottom of the list. I'll just take a couple check-ins if anybody's looking to get in. We're also on NetLogger. You can follow along and watch the pink line of where it's at, who's got it, the mic, and where you are on the list. So any stations looking to check in and get on the list, call Kilo Germany 2 Radio Germany. Got a Whiskey 1 Tango Sierra. Any others? Again, the other station? Negative copy. Stand by. We'll try to pick you up in a minute. Not really copying you at all, but we got the Whiskey 1 Tango Sugar. So we're going to put you on the list. stand by. It's actually coming to you very soon here. Let's go to November 2 Juliet Fox Alpha in New Jersey with N1BCG in Kentucky on deck. November 2 Juliet Fox Alpha, come on in, make some calls at any stations you want.
Yeah, okay, okie dokie. Yeah, we're looking for V3RZX. Victor Echo 3, Roger, Zulu, X-ray. You have a copy, over.
Station calling Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-ray. Could you come back with your call again, please?
Yeah, and the call is November 2, Juliet Fox Alpha. November 2, Juliet Fox Alpha. Name is John, over.
Okay, I copy November 2, Juliet Fox Papa. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, name is John. Juliet Oscar Hotel Nancy. Well, that's ridiculous. John, J-O-H-N, over.
Okay, John. Yep, I got a little bit of a copy on you. There's a lot of QSC at my location right now. The band is fading in and out pretty good, so, but when you fade in, I got a good Q5 copy on you. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I believe you're handling a mic. We're running a Ranger into a dipole and Drake receiver, RE, backed up with an SDR. Yeah, you're kind of spotty coming in here too, probably 5.6, 5.7, over.
Okay, very good, John. Yeah, I have a Ranger as well. I restored it and had it on the air last year for a little bit. I got to get back to it. I've also got a Viking too. I'm just finishing up, so I'm looking forward to getting it on the air because it's got a little bit more reception. But your Ranger sounds good. I like the communication grade punch audio that the old receptors got. You know, the broadcast quality stuff is nice, but the low frequency uses up a lot of power. So these 50, 60 watt radios, having that good communication grade punch type audio is handy. So November 2, Juliet Fox Papa from Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-ray. I got you about a 5 and 7 when you're strong. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Yeah, very good. Okay, we won't hold it here. We'll let some other people get contacts, but like I said, you're around 5.7 in that area. What's the sound like down here? Take care, my friend. 7.3, V3RZX, November 2, Juliet Fox Alpha. Back to net.
All right, fine business, good one, guys. And let's move on to Kentucky. November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey in Virginia, you're on deck, stand by. Mike is going to November 1, Mike Charlie, Germany in Kentucky. Come on in to make some calls, over. Okay, a little late on me. I don't know if anyone copied, but if he made a call and if anyone heard him and would like to work him and can hear him, go ahead and work him. Okay, I don't think he's within the propagation reach, so let's go to Virginia, Whiskey 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey with November 3 Fox Radio Quebec on deck. November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey, Virginia, come on in.
Yeah, the N4 station, can you come back again? It's N2JFA.
November 4, Japan, Oscar, Whiskey.
Okay, November 4, Japan, Oscar, Whiskey. We got you that time. Name is John, Northwest New Jersey, and running a Ranger. Over.
Okay, John. Yeah, I got an ICOM 7600 and a dipole at 100 feet, 20 watts carrier.
Yeah, okay, very good. I got an ICOM and a 20 watt carrier. All right, very good. I think you said the name was Joe, correct? I don't know, you dropped right out, at least at this location. You want to try it again? N2 JFA.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, the name is Joe, Juliet Ocean Echo. QSL?
Yeah, QSL, Juliet Ocean Echo. Oh, okay, name is Joe. That's, okay.
Got it. All right, one more call. W1TS, W1TS, N4JOW.
JOW, this is Whiskey 1 Tango Sierra. Name is Will, Washington, India, Lima, Lima. QTH is Oxford, Connecticut. I'm running a DS60B, 25 DC watts input, receiving on a Hammerland HQ150, and the antenna is 160 meter dipole, transmit open wire line. Go ahead.
Okay, Will, name is Joe, Juliet Ocean Echo. ICOM 7600. 20 watts carrier with a dipole up at 90 feet, inverted V on 40. Over.
Call sign again, please.
N4JOW, November 4, Juliet, Oscar, Whiskey.
QSL, thank you.
And I'm from Bethel, Connecticut, by the way.
N1MUC signing back on.
And N1 BCG.
No, Clark, I can take you for a contact. I don't think we worked on 40. I think we worked on 75.
Well, in the interest of expediency, there you go. Clark, Southwestern Connecticut, Johnson Viking Valiant, and a 40-meter dipole open wire fed at 50 feet. N1 BCG.
And I'm running my usual, too. If you don't remember what that is, I'll give it to you.
For the benefit of everyone on frequency, let her rip.
I am running a Kenwood TS930S, a Heathkit SB200 linear, and I'm putting about 110 watts into a 75-meter dipole up 75 feet with a homemade tuner.
I think we jumped the line here, Paul. I'm going to turn it back to Justin.
Okay, fine business. Hello, Clark, and everybody else. So, yeah, we're going to take a call out. We're almost coming to the bottom of the list. I just want to grab a couple more, and we'll take a call out and get some more names on the list, and try to help everybody get some entries into the log for this wonderful event, the AM Rally. So this is Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear. We're going to move down to New Jersey with Connecticut on deck. November 3, Fox Radio Quebec is going next with Whiskey 1 Tango Sugar. You're on deck, stand by. November 3, Fox Radio Quebec, come on in, make some calls. November 3, Fox Radio Quebec in Jersey City. Any copy? Okay, he might have checked out. Let me just delete him off the list here, real quick. Hold on a second. All right, we're gonna get him deleted off the list, and so we don't mix up. Now, next on the list is Whiskey 1 Tango Sugar with N1BCG in the hole on deck. Stand by. W1 Tango Sugar in Connecticut. Come on in, make a call.
Connecticut, I'd like to work VE3 Romeo Romeo Zulu X-ray, 60B. Do you copy there, Mike? Over.
Station calling come back again.
Whiskey 1, T Texas S Santiago, W1TS. The name is Will, Washington, India, Lima, Lima. I'm located in Oxford, Connecticut, running a DX60B like yourself, which I heard, and receiving a Hamilton HQ150. The antenna is a 160-meter doublet fed with open wire line. I'll copy, Mike, over.
Yeah, I caught your name, Will. Whiskey 1. I've got QSB here. I didn't get your call sign. If you could repeat your call sign, I would appreciate it. If you could repeat it a few times, that would be great.
It's Whiskey 1, Tango Sierra. Whiskey 1, T Texas S Santiago. Whiskey 1, Tango Sierra. Over.
Okay, Victor Echo 3. I'm hearing Whiskey 1, Tango Sierra with your name as Will. Correct?
Roger, that's correct. I understand you're running a DX60B also.
Okay, well, yep, I'll log that contact. I log on QRZ. You're right down in the noise. The exact beat comes and goes. When it comes up, I've got a good copy on you, maybe 5 o'clock, 7, but when it drops down pretty good. So I won't hold it. I'll turn it back over to you. Whiskey 1, Tango Sierra from Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray.
Okay, my good copy here. You're 5 and 8, 5, 7, and 8. I need your QTH. Just like to have your QTH for the log. Go ahead.
My QTH is Ontario, Canada, in a little town called Round Lake Center. That's Round Lake Center.
USL, thank you for that. V3RZS, W1TS. Let's see, if I can call another station, I haven't worked you radio retractable gears there, Justin. How about it? KG2RG, W1TS.
Okay, fine business. Whiskey 1, Tango Sugar. You're 5 and 7 to 5 and 8. There's QSB and a little QRM, but 100% copyable. So thanks for the call. This is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany, running the Viking 2, listening on the R388, and with an inverted V up at 65 feet above the slop swamp. Hi. Back to you. How copy?
Thank you for doing this net too. KG2RG, Whiskey 1 Tango Sierra. Name is Will, W-I-L-L. Nice signal here with that Viking 2. And I'm running a DX60B here. It's about 25 watts. Receiving on a Hammerland HQ150. The antenna is 160 meter.
Yeah, okay, and by the way, I made a mistake on my antenna. I am not on 80 meters, I'm on 40, so I'm transmitting on the, also an inverted V up at 106 feet, and listening on a beverage. So, thank you very much for the contact. So, back to you, if you still have some more calls to make. Over.
Okay, thanks yourself. Thanks for the update of the antenna. Doing a good job. Nice signal. And Clark, I haven't worked you on 40 meters. How about it? K1BCG, N1BCG, W1TS.
And there you go. Now we've made a 40-meter contact.
Okay, I know all your details. You know mine because we worked before. So thanks for that. I won't tie up the net anymore, the list anymore here, but anybody else that wants to work me, you can give me a call. Thanks so much, Justin, for running this list. N1BCG, W1TS, bye.
N1TS, I don't think you worked, or W1TS, I don't think we've worked. This is N1MUC.
Not on 40 meters anyway. Yeah, I'd like to work you. N1 Mike you've got my information. Will, Oxford, Connecticut, DX6DB, and about 25 watts. Over.
Roger, I have your information. If I gave mine, but I'll give it again for anybody else that wants to work me after. We're running. My name is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. We're running a Kenwood TS 930S, so TS 930S into a Heathkit SB 200 linear through a homemade tuner into a 80 meter, 75 meter dipole up 75 feet. Over.
Okay, Paul. Yeah, we went to you on the other day. Well, we got it. Thanks for the contact. And anybody else out there wants to work enough, I don't want to tie it up. I'll do one TS5.
Thank you for the contact.
Okay, back to you, Justin. WCS will be standing by.
Okay, fine business. Hey, I'm glad you made some nice contacts there. Stick around if you can. And we're going to move down to Clark, who's next on the list. November 3, Fox Radio, Quebec. Recheck back in on NetLogger. Folks, we're on NetLogger. You can follow along, see the pink line on who has it and where you are, who's coming up, and all that good stuff. And you can also get some information on the NetLogger, like the call sign and different data there. So feel free to join in on NetLogger as well. And before we pick up Clark, just real quick, let's take a quick call up and see if there's anyone else would like to get on the list for the make some contacts here with other AM enthusiasts that are coming out of the woodwork here for the wonderful event, the AM Rally. So any stations wishing to check in and get on the list, please call Kilo Germany 2 Retractable Gear.
Kilo Germany 2, Romeo Golf, please copy Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec Uniform. Kilowatt Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec Uniform.
Okay, Kilo Bravo 3 Radio Quebec Uniform. Just real quick, just your name, QTH, and transmitter.
Okay, fine business, Justin. The name is Scott, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango Tango. I'm in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Altoona, central Pennsylvania, and the transmitter here is a rice box. It's a FT1000MP. QSL?
Okay, got you there. That's Kilo Bravo 3 Radio Quebec Uniform, Scott in Pennsylvania on an FT1000D. And we're going to get you signed in on the NetLogger as well. We've got you. Thanks for checking in. And we'll give another call out in a little while. For right now, we're going to go to Clark, November 1, Bravo, Charlie, Germany. Come on in, Clark. Make some calls. Any stations you like. And good to hear you. Great signal. Over.
All right, Justin. Well, I appreciate that. I feel like I've already had a turn, so I'm going to relinquish this to the next person on the list. But thank you, everybody, for your enthusiastic promotion of the AM mode. It's nice to hear people using AM, and hopefully this will last longer than just one weekend a year. So thanks again from the AM Rally folks. N1 BCG. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Clark, for all you do, and you can take as many turns as you want, buddy. And yeah, okay, so stick around if you can. If not, we'll give you a call anyway, keep you on the list, and if you want to come and go, whatever, that's fine. And let's move on down to New Jersey with Connecticut on deck. November 1 is on deck. November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, you are on deck. Stand by. We're going to pick up November 3, Fox Radio Quebec. Come on in, make some calls. Okay, I did not hear him, so we're going to go to November 1. Mike Uniform Charlie will be next with Pennsylvania. Kilo Bravo 3 Radio Quebec Uniform next on deck. Stand by. So November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie club station there in Connecticut. Come on in, make some calls.
You're confusing me with the museum. This is N1MUC. This is Paul. I'm not the club station. You're thinking of VCM. Anyway, I would like to work VE3 RZS, I think, in Canada, and KB3RQU. So let me try Canada first. VE3 RZS, are you still on?
Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray. X-Ray is the last letter. I'm still here. Name is Mike. I didn't get your call. Go ahead.
Okay, I got that. I got the, I had the wrong last letter. So it's VE3RZX X-Ray. Roger, my name is Paul, Papa Alpha, Uniform Lima, QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut, rig is Kenwood TS930S, with a Heathkit SB200 amplifier, and I'm putting 110 watts into a 75 meter dipole, 75 feet up with a homemade tuner. Over.
Okay. QSD got your call and name. I got Uniform Lima, the last part of your name. Didn't catch your call sign at all. Could you try that again a few times?
CQ satellite?
Yes.
CQ satellite?
Yes, it is November 1, Mike, Uniform Charlie. Over.
Okay, I copy November 1, Mike, Uniform Charlie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and if I could get your first name, that would be great. My name here is Mike, running the Heathkit DX60B complete station, VFO, and the HR10B receiver, just restored into a 40-meter dipole cut for 7285. Go ahead.
Okay. The name here is Paul, Papa Alpha, Uniform Lima. Over.
Okay, roger that. I copy Paul. Uniform Charlie from Victor Echo 3, Radio Zulu X-Ray.
I would like to also work KB3 RQU. Over. I think that was Scott in Pennsylvania with the FT1000. Over.
All right, Paul, fine copy. I'm going to make sure I had it there. November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec Uniform, Scott, name is Scott, Altoona, Pennsylvania. That's Blair County if you're keeping detailed records. The rig here is an FT1000 MP, and it's putting about 5 watts into a Mercury 3 amplifier. Solid-state amplifier that I built as a kit. Doing about 150 watts a carrier, about 800 watts on the peak right now. I'm hearing you very well, quite well actually, and no, that's not the case with all of the stations, but I am hearing you very well out of, I just looked you up on Trumbull, Connecticut. Good signal from Trumbull, Connecticut. If you'd come back, let me know what I'll sound like up there. Hopefully the audio is okay from this rice box. I think you said you had a Kenwood, so please give me the model of that too. I'll jot that down here in my notes. M1 MEST KB3 RQU.
KB3 RQU from N1MUC. We're running a Kenwood TS930S. That's a Kenwood Tango Sierra 930 Sierra, and a Heathkit SB200 amplifier. Over.
All right, the 930S and the Heathkit sound really good. Thank you.
Your audio is good. It is probably just like mine, Ricebox audio, but it sounds that it's very good, easy to copy. Over.
All right, fine copy. Well, thank you for the contact. I will put you in the log. I know there's a lot of people in here. I have not been taking haven't been taking notes for long, so I'm not sure who all is in here. But thank you for calling me. N1 MUC KB3 RQU. Okay, I'll give it back to, I guess Justin's directing the net KG2RG. I'll give it back to him. Thank you.
Okay, fine business, very good. Let's see, and November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie, sorry about that, Paul. Yeah, you are correct. I got you mixed up with the club station. You should have just rolled with it. They would have wanted to work you. They would have came out of the woodwork, you know, to get those club points that Clark gives an extra $50 for a club. I'm just kidding. Anyway, we got 3 more to go on the list here to reach the bottom of the list, and then we'll be going back to the actual club station, Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico, out there with all the operators operating this event. God bless them. So anyway, right now on deck we have WA2 Charlie Lima Papa, stand by, you're on deck. We're going to send it over to Kilo Bravo 3 Radio Quebec Uniform in Pennsylvania with that fine signal. Beautiful modulation, looks so beautiful on the scope here, coming out of the R388 here in Albany, New York. This is Kilo Golf 2 Romeo Golf. Come on in and make a few calls there, Scott.
Okay, Justin, well, I don't really, like I said, I just recently joined in, and I don't have a running list of who all is in here, so at this time I'd just like to work you, get your station details. I see that, I think you were up in New York, around Albany or somewhere, but go ahead, give me your rundown, and I'll give you back mine, and then we can move along, and I'll listen for other calling stations. So, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf, or retractable gear. Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec Uniform.
Okay, Scott, fine business. Yeah, I'm in Albany, New York. Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear. Justin, like just in time. I always say just in time, just in case anyone forgets. And I'm running the Viking 2. I am listening on an R388. I'm transmitting on an inverted V up at 106 feet, and I'm also listening on a beverage close to the ground, about 6.5 feet off the ground, which is about 500 feet long, wave receive antenna, and you've got a wonderful signal.
Oh, very good copy, Justin. Very, very nice, clear, articulate audio. The Viking 2 is doing justice, and I understand you're hearing me very well on the R388 through the inverted V. I also have an inverted V, a fan dipole, and it's up about 45 feet at the 8 feet, about 25 feet at the ends. It's very, very nice signal out of Albany, New York with the Viking 2. And thank you for conducting this. It's really nice to hear all the robust AM signals in here. I was up on 10 earlier. I was down on 75 last night and was able to make a lot of contacts. This is something we should do every month, not just once a year. Okay, I'll let you give it back to the gang here. I'm trying to compile a list in the little bit of time that I have here, and maybe I'll have enough notes so I can make a call to somebody else when it comes back around to me. So KG2, RG in the group. This has been KB3, RQU. Thank you, Justin.
QSL, hey, thanks, and got you in a log. Fantastic to work you. Thank you for the call. And on deck, coming up on deck, be ready, Alpha Charlie 2, Victor Echo, David in Rochester, New York. I've got a friend out there, we always tell him he's in Rottenchester. That's Muffy Mike out there, but this is David in Rochester. But next on the list is Kilo Bravo 3 Radio Quebec Uniform. Whoops, my bad. Next on deck, next coming up right now is Whiskey Alpha 2 Charlie Lima Papa. Come on in and make any calls you want. Whiskey Alpha 2, Charlie Lima Papa. Are you there? Okay, we're gonna push him off the list. He might have taken off. So we'll go on down to Alpha Charlie 2, Victor Echo, and we've got Indiana, station in Indiana on deck. Kilo Bravo 9, Yankee Mexico. Stand by, you'll be on deck. We're going to David in Rochester, New York, Alpha Charlie 2, Victor Echo. Come on in, make any calls you want. Some of the people might just be checking in on NetLogger. We're on NetLogger, and some of the check-ins might just be listening and checking in and riding along, and they could possibly just be in listening mode. So we'll move on down the list. It doesn't look like David in Rochester is in transmitting, but maybe he's listening. So enjoy the net, and we've got plenty coming in as well here. So moving down the list, last on the list now is David in Indianapolis. We're not sure if he'll come in, but Kilo Bravo 9 Yankee Mexico with on deck is going to be Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico at the top of the list, Connecticut, the club station. So you guys stand by, you're on deck. Kilo Bravo 9 Yankee Mexico, come on in, make a transmission. David, Kilo Bravo 9er, Yankee Mexico, are you there? Him, if not, jump back in anytime. Let's go up to Connecticut to the club station with on deck is going to be, we'll check in with Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray. You're on deck with the DX60 Bravo. So over to the club station in Connecticut with the multiple operators, Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico. Come on in and make some calls. Okay, looks like the club station might be occupied with sandwiches and pizza and coax. So we'll come back to them. Let's bring on Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray with Vermont on deck. Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, stand by. You're on deck. Ontario, Canada. Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray. Come on in.
Kilo Golf 2 Radio Golf from Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray. Okay, thanks Justin. You can draw a line through my call sign. I'm going to back out now. Got a couple of other things I got to do, but very much appreciate participating and having some fun with this whole transmitter. So 73 to you and 73 to everybody else who's listening. Kilo Golf 2 Radio Golf from Victor Echo 3 Radio Zulu X-Ray. 73.
Okay, no problem. Fine business. We'll break with you and go on down to Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, and on deck after him will be Whiskey Alpha 1 Lima Bravo Kilo, and we'll also take after the next one, after Vermont, we'll take a check-in list of any stations looking to check in. So stand by, we'll get you checked in 1 second. Let's go to Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mexico. Come on in.
Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo here.
Yeah, come on in, make a call, call any station that you can hear out there that you'd like to make a contact with. Go ahead.
Thanks, Justin. Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo in Vermont. Just wanted to thank everybody for doing such a good job today, and great to hear so many people on AM. I want to see if I can talk to Paul, which is N1MUC, November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie, because we know each other in the broadcast world. How do you hear? Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, go ahead.
I hear it loud and clear. And Clark could correct me if I'm wrong, but I have worked at the club station, but if I get your call sign, I think that counts as a contact, even though you were on the club station. Let me have your call sign so I know who you are, so I will know if indeed I do know you from the broadcast world. This is N1MUC.
Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo, it's Chip Morgan, Paul. Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo up here on the western shore of Vermont with sunny skies and 33 degrees. Yours, Ed?
Okay, so you're at your own station. I thought you might have been at the museum. Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. Yes, Chip. I got you loud and clear down here. We're running a Kenwood TS 930S, a Heathkit SB200 linear, and we're putting about 110 watts into a 75-meter dipole, 75 feet up, with a homemade tuner. Over. Tell me what you're running.
Roger that. Sounding good here. You're almost plus 10. Here is a K7DYY Super Senior, about 250 watts carrier into a butternut HF2D quarter wave, which is quarter wave on 40 meters. So butternut HF2D and the defense of the K7DYY.
Roger. Okay. Got you logged in, and good to hear from you, and hope all is doing well. Thanks for the contact.
Absolutely. I'm not logging in with anybody. I'm just hanging around to see if anybody contacts me. I'm looking for something from Vermont, so I'll send it back to Justin, KG2 Romeo Golf, or the fractional gear, which must mean you are a pilot, which I don't even know. Justin, back to you. This is Chip, Whiskey 1 Charlie Mike Echo. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm a land pilot. I drive 18-wheelers for UPS, and I have a hard enough time just on the ground. Can't imagine doing it up in the air. Sometimes I need to pull over, and there's not too many places to pull over up there. Oh boy, somebody gave me that phonetic, and people kind of like it. And when I mention those phonetics, I wind up finding out a lot of people are actually pilots or just playing around flying as a hobby, learning to fly smaller aircrafts, or some commercial pilots or people who might have had a history in the airline industry or aircraft enthusiast or whatever. But pretty cool phonetics. It definitely has a nice ring to it. And the Radio Germany is kind of limited on any kind of fancy phonetics. And anyway, let's go down to let's see. In the hole on deck will be November 2 Juliet Fox Alpha in New Jersey. But right now coming up is Whiskey Alpha 1 Lima Bravo Kilo. Come on in and make some contacts there, John. Oh, John might have checked out. Let's give John a quick call again. WA1LBK. Are you there? He is not there, so we're going to go to November 2, Juliet Fox Alpha. Your turn, John. Come on in. November 2, Juliet Fox Alpha. John, are you there? Not hearing anything. Moving down the list to, let's see, November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey, Joseph, in Stafford, Virginia. Joseph in Virginia, November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey. Come on in, make some calls.
Okay, Justin, thanks for popping in and running this for me. I hope my signal is better. I have fired up my amplifier. I don't know if it's whether you use it on AM. Anyway, I'd like to call, who I missed was N1BCG, Clark. This is N4JOW, Joe.
Clark, are you still around by any chance, Clark? He did come in. I think he might have stepped away. Maybe he's back. Clark, are you there? Looks like Clark has stepped away. Maybe you'll catch him a little bit later. Maybe some other calls. Over.
Okay, KB3RQU, KB3RQU, N4JOW.
All right, N4JOW, Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec uniform. About an S7 signal here into Altoona, Pennsylvania, Central PA. The rig here is a FT1000 MP, driving a Mercury 3 amplifier, about 180 watts of carrier right now. You are very copyable, good signal here.
Okay, Scott, name here is Joe, and I have a ICOM 7600, and I have a Titan, Kentech Titan 425, and it's roughly peaking at 100 watts, I can tell right now, with about 100 carrier. So it's jumping up and down. I'm just new to this whole AM game, so that's where I'm at. I have a dipole at 90 feet, inverted V for 40 meters. Clear, and go ahead and take it, and I'll make one more call after.
Okay, Joe, thank you. The 7600 and the Titan amp are doing a good job into the dipole. I'm also using a dipole here, and if you, Justin, if you would go ahead and check me out, at least temporarily. I've got company here. I have something I need to attend to, but thank you for conducting this little net you've had. It's been nice making a half dozen or so contacts here. KB3, RQU, I'll be QRT at least for a little while.
Okay, and so you're checked out. We've got you checked out. Back to November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey to complete any more calls.
Okay, Justin, one more call. WA2 Charlie Lima Papa. This is N4JOW. Name's Joe. WA2 CLP N4JOW. All right, then, you know what, Justin? Justin, I'll make one more call. KM4SMV, N4JOW. Okay, Justin, I guess that's that for me. I'm going to say 73 to the ghost. It's been a pleasure, and I'll try to come back later on. I do have a couple of things I have to do this afternoon. So it's been really fun and enlightening, and I'm learning a whole lot on the AM side. So I'll turn it back to you. This is N4JOW. I'll be QRT. Maybe later on.
Okay, fine business, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 more on the list. We won't take any more check-ins. If somebody does pop in, they can work whoever is calling, but we're going to work through the list, and then we're going to pull the plug on this, and I'll be taking a break to go get some chow, and maybe get on 80 meters later tonight. But so 7-3, good to work you. We'll move on down the list to Whiskey 1 Tango Sugar in Connecticut, Oxford, Connecticut. Bill, come on in, make a call. not sure if we lost Whiskey 1 Tango Sugar. I was copying them pretty good before. I'll give it one more call to Whiskey 1 Tango Sugar. Your turn for a call. Not hearing anything. Let's move down to November 3 Fox Radio Quebec. Come on in, make a call. November 3 Fox Radio Quebec, make a call. Okay, he's gone too. Let's go down to November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie in Connecticut. Paul, your turn for any calls.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you, Justin, for putting the net together here to keep things organized. I think I talked to everybody that I could on the list, unless any new listeners have come in that have not worked November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie. Please leave a little break after I unkey. If nobody comes in, then I will QSY to another frequency. Probably up a little bit on 40 and then down to 75 or 160. Otherwise, if there's nobody new for me, 73s to everybody, and thanks for the contacts. N1MUC.
Anyone for November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie is going to QRT. He's in Connecticut. That's Paul. If anybody was copying him and would like to work him before he QRTs, go ahead and give him a call directly. Okay, Paul, good to ride along with you. Beautiful signal, really held up and strapping 7.3, and thanks for being a part of the wonderful event today, the AM rally that we're all having a lot of fun here. It's been a real blast. 7.3, Paul.
7.3s. Thanks again for organizing the channel.
My pleasure. Okay, let's go down to, we got 3 more left on the list, and then we're going to shut her down. Whiskey Alpha 2, Charlie Lima Papa, WA2CLP. Come on in, make a call. I'm unable to work you or hear you, so I was just giving you, I did hear you in there, so I was giving you some time in case somebody came back to you. I didn't hear anybody come back to you. I'll send it back to you in case somebody would like to work you that might be able to hear you. WA2, Charlie Lima Papa, back to you, or anybody who wants to call Charlie Lima Papa, go ahead and give him a call. Okay, trouble hearing you, so we're just going to move on. I'll say 7.3. We'll break with you and go down to Kilo, Mexico, for Sugar Mike Victor in Georgia. Marvin, come on in and make a call. I heard CW Radio Mexico. Didn't catch the whole thing there. I'm a CW operator. Send that code again. K9 Radio Mexico, stand by. We've got you on the list. Kilo Niner Radio Mexico. Fine copy on Charlie Whiskey. Looks like Marvin is not there. Last on the list is Whiskey Delta 4 Alpha Mexico Charlie. Come on in. Okay, looks like they're not there, so this concludes our little unofficial net, our little get-together of just a bunch of enthusiast AMers working to get some entries into our log for the wonderful AM rally event. So that is it. And I am going to relinquish the frequency back to regular amateur use. Thank you, everyone who joined in. My name is Justin in the New York State Capitol here in Albany, New York. My call, Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear, 73 all, and 73 to Kilo 9er, Radio Mexico, Mexico, your report, 579er, 579er, B, QSO, thanks for the cover, 73, break with you as well. Da da dit da 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 dit da da dit da da dit da da da.
KG2RJ, W1 Lima, Sierra Bravo.
Sorry, I didn't bumped my VFO. W again?
W1 Lima, Sierra Bravo, W1 lower sideband.
You don't sound like you're on lower sideband. You sound like you're on AM. No, just kidding. Hey, Whiskey 1 Lima Sugar Bravo, lower sideband. That's a pretty cool call. Hey, how's it going? Big signal, easy copy. How's it going?
Very good, Justin. You're blasting in here as well. Name is George, and location is Sudbury, Mass. About 20 miles, maybe 23 miles west of Boston. Running a Ranger into a Henry 3KA at about 350 watts carrier to a dipole. So, no copy.
Oof, man. Oh yeah, you're definitely strapping. That Ranger with the all that carrier behind it. Boy, you sure got a big signal, George. Sound really good here into the state capitol here in Albany, New York. Very fine copy on you. I'm running a Johnson Viking 2, listening on an R388. Transmit antenna is a inverted V up at 106 feet, and listening on a 500-foot traveling wave beverage. How copy?
Yeah, absolutely spectacular. Good signal, nice audio. I forgot to mention the receiver here is a GPR 90 RXD, which tends to be a little wide, and if things get a little strange, I can flip over to a Drake R8B here, which is a bit more selective. But other than that, I do have some audio processing in front of the Ranger. The Ranger is not stock. It's been, shall we say, enhanced a little bit. In front of it, there's an Optimod, an Orban Optimod, as well as a Symmetrix 52080. So hopefully that's helping things. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, fine business. Yeah, I just have this beverage bushes and going through trees. It's got all different heights and everything. I'm just trying it out. You know, it should be better once I get it all permanently installed. But I wanted to try it out and see how it was working. And of course, I got an additional relay to switch everything, which might be the last in sequence of the relays of the antenna switcher. And gears and all those different the relay box, the homebrew relay box. But anyway, it seems to be pretty good. I'll probably take it down tomorrow and go back to just the regular setup, and then while I do a permanent install, I was thinking about doing a switchable directional beverage. Just wanted to try this out, trying to get, see what different heights are. Sometimes different heights work better at different locations, but it's like the heights kind of vary right now because I don't have it perfect. It's pretty good. A lot of stations people weren't hearing. Probably people thought I was talking to myself, which is a common thing with beverages, right? It actually worked out pretty good. Anyway, good to hear you, George. Beautiful signal. Yeah, we've been on for several hours, and we had quite a bit of fun working a lot of stations, and it's really good to get you into the logbook here. I'll probably go on to 80 meters, go down there and fire up the homebrew transmitter and finish out the event down there, get some more entries in myself there, but got you in the log here. Whiskey 1 lower sideband, Kilo Germany 2 retractable gear.
I love the phonetics. KG2RG W1LSB. Yeah, there's a series of Cessna airplanes. You might be familiar with it. 177s, but they, you know, the 177 RG for retractable gear. So maybe you're a pilot, I don't know. But I've got to adjust my scope here. It's just a little too wide. Looks like the audio is just about right, but I've got to... Hello, there we go. It's off at an angle here, and I couldn't quite see the point of it. At any rate, yeah, you're peaking about 20 over here on the GPR, and I switched over to the R8B while you were chatting, and that only gives you an S9, but I don't know which one is more correct. I like the sound of the GPR a lot better anyway. It's got nicer audio. So yeah, the beverage, good for you. Good antenna, does what you want it to do, low noise, and fun to use. And it was good of you to just be able to throw it up for the contest, I guess. Something I got to try is I've got enough woods out here that I can't make a long one, but I can get maybe 100 feet or so out there with a termination on the end. Although if you do it the right way, you can reverse them, but that takes twice as much wire and a lot of sweat and tears. Anyway, and thank you for the contact. Hopefully you've had fun, and I'm just getting started here. I had other things to do this weekend, but I thought I'd jump in, and I'll probably drop down to 75 later, so maybe we'll see you there. KG2RGW1LSB.
Yeah, fine business. Yeah, they're not hard to make. Yeah, you can just put on a homebrew 9-to-1 transformer at the feed point, and it doesn't even have to be one of those big super duper cores like on a transmitter impedance transformer on 64-to-1 or 9-to-1 random wire. Breakups, because you're just receiving on it anyway. Unless you're out in like the Midwest, I heard some guy out there told me the beverages out there, they get so much static discharge coming through from the wind and stuff like that he's got to put actually has to put a heavier duty 9-to-1. But here where I am, it's probably fine. But yeah, so. And terminating it, you can terminate them, makes them directional. So if you've got one where it's the feed point is say on the eastern end of your property, and the first end that's terminated to ground is on the western end, what would happen is that signals is terminated, say, like to the ground with the bleeding resistor to ground. A few radios don't have to be that long. A few radios will really get it to do earth coupling to the ground and would really have that terminated properly. And so it's such a long traveling antenna, you should go at least two wavelengths of the frequency at least. Like I said, terminated on the western, and the feed point is on the eastern part. So the signals coming from the west would come down and propagate. A lot of the even low angle or vertically arriving angles have like a lag, and it comes like a wave, and as it gets down to the earth, in the last 30 feet and less, it starts to go from vertically polarized to like a horizontally polarized, and so it gets onto a good polarization match onto the horizontal long traveling wave beverage. And as it comes in to the antenna, signals from the west will land on your antenna and will propagate in the direction on the antenna to the feed point, and you'll get those signals really strong. But the signals coming from the east that are traveling to the west, signals from Europe or whatever, the signals would come in onto the wire, and propagate down the wire towards the west end to where you have it terminated to ground, and a lot of those signals would just be would just go right into the ground. If you don't terminate it, the signals would travel down the wire and then just bounce back and propagate back the other way on the wire into the feed point, and you'll be able to kind of get both directions or all directions. But yeah, if you terminate one direction with one wire and have even like using ladder line and have the other conductor that's parallel to it terminated at the other end, one terminated on the east end, one terminated on the west end, and both fed on opposite ends, and you can use a relay to switch between directions, switch between antennas, which would put a null in one direction and receive stronger signals from the design direction, or you can even null out thunderstorms and stuff like that. So yeah, they're pretty effective antennas, especially on 160 when the noise is so hard, and like I said, you can null out those western thunder static crashes if you want to pick up some of those weak stations over in Europe. Whiskey 1 Lima Sugar Bravo Kilo Golf 2 Romeo Golf.
Yeah, okay, very good. KG2RGW1LSB. Starting to pick up. Two things are happening here. We're getting closer to gray line, and I'm starting to pick up a lot of foreign interference beneath you. It's starting to give you a bit of competition there, and it's probably the same thing is happening to me. Your signal is still peaking 20 over, but then you'll take a little QSB, drop down to an S8 or so, and that's when the foreign interference really starts to pick up. So sounds like we're starting to lose 40, and it might be time to move down to 80. Appreciate all the comments on the beverage. Yeah, they're quite a good device. Something to think about for sure. My property is, I mean, I could put something a couple hundred feet down, but it might just raise a few eyebrows, if you know what I mean. It's about a little bit over an acre, but not a lot of it is wooded, and it would have to be restricted to the wooded area to stay off the lawn and things like that. So anyway, good chatting with you, Justin. I'm gonna, I guess, retune down on 75 and see what's cooking down there. Thanks for your contact. Very interesting information, and hopefully we'll bump into each other once again. KG2RGW1LSB.
Yeah, okay, fine business, George. Good to chat with you and work you on the AM rally here, get you in the log. Yeah, I hear the carrier in there. I don't know if that's an AM station firing up, a commercial, or some nearby carrier or something, and the band is changing. Band is going to just little by little start to get longer and longer as we go into the night, which opens up a whole new world of other stations, right? But yeah, it's been fun. It's been boy, I do need a break. So this is a good time for me to make an exit and QRT off the frequency, and I'll be back at it in a little while down on 80 meters, get things fired up, and continue the fun. Hey, 7373, have a good one there. Where did I put your call here? Make sure I don't mess it up. Whiskey 1 lower, how can I forget that anyway? That's easy. Whiskey 1 lower sideband. Whiskey 1 lower sideband. George out in Mass on the great sounding Ranger. This is Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. 7-3, George.
7-3, Justin. Catch you later. W1LSB.
7-3. This is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany, QRT, and out.
W1 LSB, VE3 IKU.
Is that VE3 India Golf? QRZ, the VE3, I think it was VE3 India Golf. This is W1LSB, is that correct?
W1LSB, this is VE3 IKU. VE3 India Kilowatt Uniform. Go.
Ah, okay, I got it wrong. VE3 IKU, India Kilowatt Uniform. W1LSB, very good. We'll get a signal report to you next time, but it looked like about a 5x9. And as I mentioned to Justin there, we're starting to pick up some foreign broadcast interference on the frequency, and it's getting a little rough to copy at times, depending on the QSB. Name is George, located in Sudbury, Mass, about 25 miles or so west of Boston. Running a somewhat modified Ranger into a Henry 3KA at about 350 watts out. So that, I guess, would make me an A5, if I'm not mistaken, or a 5A. I got to get that right for the contest. And the Ranger is preceded by an Optimod and a 528E Symmetrics EQ. Receiver is a TMC GPR90 RXD, actually made in Canada, made in the Toronto plant. So, VE3IKU, W1LSB.
W1LSB from VE3IKU. Very good, George. Pleased to meet you. Your Ranger is sounding great. And the amplifier's putting out a signal 20 over S9 here in Toronto, Canada. So we're in Toronto, and the name is...
Yeah, did you turn it over to me?
Overload relay tripped. I'm running a BC610, and I think that's going to require some work. But it is on the air for today. The antenna is a 100-foot long doublet, and it's fed by open wire line. And the microphone is an RCA 77DX, feeding a gate stay level and a volume max 4300. So how copy, George? W1 LSB from VE3 IKU.
Yeah, sounds real good. Real good. You probably...
Testing.
Into DTS, testing, 1, 2, 3, yay, yay. Yay, yay. Into DTS, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, hello, test. Into DTS, testing. Watts.
Big old marks.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, hello, test, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yay.